one quick sec. I just woke up from underneath the bed, so I gotta get the door open. Be right on. But I'm doing good so far. Also, let me get you that shout out bin. Yeah, I got you, buddy. Give me a sec. Stand if you want. I'll keep the door open. Head up. Okay. Okay. Door closed and both are confirmed outside, so we should be a not interrupted rest of stream. Whew. Alright. Let's get this over to where we're supposed to be. So, for those who have not been with us the last two episodes, we are Nina Aquila, who I've been pronouncing Aquila the whole time. Oops. I play 40k, I should know what an Aquila is. It is indeed Tuesday. We were an up-and-coming defense attorney. We successfully helped get a girl who was accused of arson out of her situation, because it turned out her friend / romantic rival had blamed her. And then in between that, our mentor got blamed for a murder. And then we helped keep a kid who was wrapped up in the high-stakes competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Style card game tournaments out from it. Turned out he was killed by a different guy, or more likely his card, because it turns out actually the cards actually summon monsters, and everyone just assumed it was actually holograms because they didn't have a better explanation. Also, both that guy and also the person who ended up actually being guilty of the thing have been... Okay, she was assassinated, the other guy's a maybe, from some other organization. That's sort of the meta plot behind all the other stuff. This one is going to be apparently focused on street racing, and is taking some cues from Initial D, because it is literally just called Initial E. Can you tell this game is very heavy with its anime references? Alrighty. I saved here, didn't I? Did I not save after? Uh-oh. I did not. Hang on. Maybe... Can I do it from... New chapter, there we go. Yeah, this was Chapter 1, which was the case file. Chapter 2, the play card mat. Chapter 3, the car. Yeah, all we know is there's some group or person called F who's involved in a lot of things. Also, no, I didn't expect him to be at the front desk. He was the guy who got us pulled into our initial case, who has since become our assistant, because we took the case pro bono for his friend. Alright, anyway. Start Chapter 3, legal stage. What are you watching? That's the video of Sandra Ortega's office, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Again? Mm-hmm. You must have watched this 1,000 times by now. Mm-hmm. Mind if I join you? Be my guest, though it isn't exactly riveting. So, what are we looking at? This is the CCTV footage from the afternoon that Sandra Ortega was found murdered. Anya's former colleague. That's right. Building's a multi-purpose office block. Sandra just rented one of the offices. That one on the left. I see. So this is the front door. Right. Were any other businesses on the same floor? An optician, the eye doctor. They weren't open on that day, so no one came or went. They weren't involved. And the place opposite Ortega's office? An empty unit. According to the documents from Anya's case, it had been empty for weeks. You can see the rubble outside. It was being renovated. Who's that? The janitor. He passes by a bunch of times over the afternoon. See? Apart from him, no one else shows up. Did he see anything suspicious? No, nothing out of the ordinary. He didn't call the cops? No, the police were tipped off by an anonymous caller. The janitor didn't even know about the murder until the police arrived. We're almost out of time. This is when Anya turns up. And while she's in there, Sandra Ortega was murdered. She was shot twice. Didn't you say she was carrying the murder weapon when Flatfoot arrested her? A revolver with a 6-round cylinder, still loaded with 4 rounds. I mean, sorry to say this, but you can see why she was found guilty. Dylan's right. Thinking with fresh eyes, the implication is as plain as day. What am I missing? When you were here, I bet she'd spot it right away. Something here can't be right. What really happened in that room? Nina, it's 8 o'clock. Dylan, I can't just... We promised. You promised. Fine, you win. We did promise. Aquila Defense and Law Offices, January 5th, 8 p.m. Terry's looking forward to seeing us. I don't believe how happy he was when he got approved for a loan to buy his food truck. Terry is the guy we got off in the last episode. Not like that. He was found not guilty. And we were the only people who took his case. And it was very much stacked against him. What does Terry know about food? Who knows? Maybe he'll surprise us. Okay, so where's he set up? At Rostro Vista. It's been set up there for a few weeks. You mean the tourist place up at the Rostro Spire? The mountain? Yeah, you know it. That's miles away! How'd you plan on getting there? I don't know. The bus. You want to get the bus heading up into the mountains in the middle of January? I hadn't thought about it that way. Don't you know Terry in the first place because y'all both run a biker gang? Do you not have a bike? Eh. Fine, I'll drive. You have a car? You sound surprised. You live in your office. Touché. What kind of car is it? A yellow one? I don't know cars, okay? It's old, but it should get us there. I didn't even know you could drive. Oh god, are we we got sucked into a card game tournament. Are we gonna get sucked into street racing this time? I'm not sure if I should be worried or excited for a RPG Maker racing minigame. We'll see. Also, why were we walking all over town then last episode? Especially on a time... Whatever, sorry. Why would you think I can't? Well... Okay, with the eye. Monocular people can drive. I just have some custom mirrors to help, that's all. Sorry. It's okay, Dylan. A lot of people think that. Now, I just need to find my keys. Great. I'll grab my phone and meet you by the door. Come see me when you're ready to head out. Alrighty. Any new updates? I imagine the phone's no longer gonna say stupid spam callers anymore. Laptop. No time to browse Reddit today. A desktop printer. So that means it's useless. Seriously, digital cameras and computers have come so far. Why are printers still useless? What are you expecting, a great ball? My DFA card set. I got this while we were investigating the murder of Joel Da Silva. That was last episode. Nina can use this set to replay any DFA duel from the Da Silva case. Do you want to battle? No. Not right now. We did enough card games the last 2 episodes. No network. Guess the network must have finally disconnected Anya's phone. No more calls from Livewire then. Tablet PC. These days I only really use it as an alarm clock. Legal books, case studies, precedents, and a couple of bodice rippers. Office supplies. Nothing interesting. Nina's car keys. Yeah, so the back half of the first one and the entirety of the last one is card game tournament. The case ends up hinging on a, well, not just a Yu-Gi-Oh thing, it's also Magic, because the case ends up hinging partially on a, what'd they call it? Black Lily, because, you know, Black Lotus, haha. It's a relatively simple card game thing, but it's like, hey, you know, we're using RPG Maker, we may as well use RPG Mechanics for some of this. Okay. Take a quick look down here, because it was sealed off last time. Dylan keeps the vending machine stocked. I don't need to cook anything right now. Sink, nothing special. It's empty. At least it's clean. Alright, let's head out. Oh, wait a minute. Our file server. Left over from the previous tenement in this office. We just kept using it. Welcome in, dragons. Don't worry, not too much has happened so far. All we've done is look over, the security footage from Anya being framed for killing the person, and, Terry, our defendant from the last thing, now has a food truck that we're gonna meet up at him. Also, we have a car. Give you a shout out. Whoa! I forgot you could click in this type of game. Ready to head out? Yep, let's get going. Hey, boss. Dylan Merlo has joined your party. Mechanically, not much changes besides him occasionally giving snarky dialogue. Winter isn't pulling its punches. Yeah, we should get in your car and turn on the heater pronto. Kind of him to assume that the heater works. Now, where did I park? By the giant crater, ma'am. Here we are. Where did this driveway come from? What? It's always been here. I'm not so sure, but either way, it's here now. Where's your car? Right here. Behind the abandoned roadside jalopy. Youch. Did Anya leave this too? You're kidding, right? Anya wouldn't be seen dead in something so beat up. Oh, beggars, choosers, and all the rest of it. We're going to head up to the Rostro Spire. Let's just make sure it starts first. There we go. Okay, we're in business. Get up the Rostro Spire, we're taking the North Road out of the city. There's a chance we're gonna get pulled into a racing minigame, dragons. Buckle up. You sure you're good to drive? It snows pretty bad. You're forgetting something, Dylan. I'm Canadian. I forgot that. Ah! Oh yeah, our anime intro. Ethan Fox and Tanuki Seven Studios present Nina Aquila, Legal Eagle, Legal Stage 3. They do this for every episode. Kind of showing us the cast of characters we'll be dealing with. Oh, there it is. The Rostro Spire. Rostro Vista parking lot's on its south slope. It'll take us around the lake, then up the side of the mountain. Have you been there before? Once on a field trip in middle school. That was in the summer. It's popular with backpackers, hikers, and the like. It's weird, though. I remember this road always being quite busy. The Rostro Pass is the only way through to the rotunda in the north. Where's the traffic? Oh, you don't know. They built a new bypass road about 10 years ago, so people wouldn't always have to drive through the mountains. These days, the Rostro Pass is kind of disused. No one drives it anymore except for tourists. We're late. What time did Terry say to try and arrive? Oh, Chad, yeah. He's kind of a dick at times, though. It's only just not denied. We're almost there. Why does he set up a food truck so far away from the city? And so late at night? T-Bro's gonna have plenty of customers. Don't you worry about that. I was about to say... Oh, hello. Whoa! I guess we're not the only people on the road. Did you see how fast he was going? Oh, you haven't seen anything yet. A new line. Oh god, it's the same girl from the convention, or at least the same sprite. Rostro Vista parking lot, January 5th at 9:30 p.m. What the? I don't believe it. I know. He's a hit. What? We are clearly focusing on different things. The line. T-Bro's doing a roaring trade. Well, that's obvious, but why are there so many people on the mountain in the middle of the night? Dylan? Don't tell me. Surprise? This is an illegal straight racing meet! So, in my defense, I didn't think you'd realize. What? Did you think I'd never seen a movie or something? I might not move in these circles day to day, but I have eyes. One eye. It's an expression! Did you know about this? Kinda. Look, the plan was just to see Terry, then head back home. I didn't think we'd be here long enough for all of this. Still, looks like T-Bro's too busy to speak to us. Are you uncomfortable? We could head back. I'd heard there were groups performing illegal street races up in the mountains, but I never thought I'd actually see them do it. How does Dylan know about stuff like this? Biker gang. Came all this way. Be a shame just to head straight back. Great. I'd love to speak to some of the racers. And maybe check out some of the cars. He seems genuinely excited. I guess there's no harm in talking to people and checking out the cars. And then Flatfoot shows up. Hey, what's with the long line? No cuts. Rude. Then turn, hard on the clutch, and flick the wheel to the... He looks to be in deep concentration about something. Also, I've noticed they seem to have a card suit theme for their stuff, at least in the intro. Hey, I was wondering... Yeah, no. Excuse me? How rude. The Queen of Diamonds is rude. I'm shocked. Hey, I was wondering... Go bug someone else. We're busy. Excuse me? How rude. Hey, what's... Okay. She trying to cut in? Hey, go to the back of the line like everyone else. Whoa. Well, Terry's got his Scrubs dogs. Seems to be a map of the area around the Rostro Spire. Here we are at the top, the Rostro Vista parking lot. This might be useful. You're right. Let me take a picture with my phone. Ticket machine. We don't need parking tickets. Let's see. This team must drive these bright red cars. They look kind of cool. They got the spoiler pink ones, and oh god, the purple ones have spoilers too. No! So far, nothing. We've not had a legal case pop up yet. We just were driving up to say hi to Terry now that he set up a food truck after he won the last trial. And so we came up here, and it turns out there's an illegal street racing thing going on, which is why he's getting as much stuff so far. You're a new face. I'm gonna leave the Rostro Vista parking lot in a huge mess, same as the rest of them. What? He must work for the county. Hey, I might be old, but I'm not deaf. Not yet, anyway. I'm just here to see a friend. Yeah, well, you and your friend, make sure you pick up your litter. Well, Dylan's a bit of a neat freak, so I think we'll be okay. I love the color of your cars. Spasibo. Do you... Niet. I have things to do. How rude. I didn't realize that was supposed to be Russian. I love the color of your cars. Do you... Look, we are kind of busy right now. Maybe come back when you've got some face. We're definitely going to be entering as race contestants in our frickin' jalopy, aren't we? What's under the sheet? Whoa, a pirate? Pirates are totally metal. Also, that thing looks like a goddamn tank. Like, treads and everything, and a turret at the... Anyway. Actually, I'm a defense attorney. Maybe I spoke too soon. How rude. Alright. Okay, all of them mostly say the same thing. What about you? Headphones, man. Okay, gonna back away slowly now. Okay. Are y'all like a hive mind or something? Good lord. Alright. What else we got around here? I forgot I can look at the cars themselves. Cars are pink-tastic. Kind of 1980s vibe. Well, Nina, not everyone's perfect. Alright. Cars look kind of sensible. Part of me would have expected a street racer's car to look more flashy. I'll take sensible. That works for thumb up. Not back of my hand. Come on. You can do it. Thumb. Yep. Close enough. Alright. Alright, tank. What is this thing? It's a tank. The Ace race is at 10, so not for a little while. Best not to walk around on the road till we close it. So how do you know these people? They seem kind of rude. It's race night. They're probably just wired, so don't take it personally. I don't know them, really. T-Bro, myself, and I guess you call them some other guys that we knew. From your orphanage? Yeah, let's go with that. We used to come and watch, but we were never really part of the scene. Street racing's been going on up here for years. They call it the Togue Junkin racing? Junkin? You mean like rock, paper, scissors? Yep. T-Bro noticed one time there was nowhere to buy food up here. And that's why he bought the food truck? Uh-huh. It's actually pretty astute of him. Still, it's odd. What is? And there was always 4 racing teams up here, but I only count 3. Yo, everyone, listen up. It's time to gather for tonight's race. Looks like they're starting. Let's get clear. Clear what? Whoa! Wow, that was fast. Let's make our way over to the start line or we'll miss the race. Alright, while we're at it. You know, that is I guess, a decent place to watch a race from. If you can't get up, or can't get down there. Hearts for the win! As if. No one can beat the clubs. Any idea what's going on? You don't know? We're new here. The 4 aces have gathered to race for the close of the season. The 4 aces? Looks like the 4th team did turn up. That's just the Initial D car. You can do it, Jocelyn. Jocelyn. Be safe, people. Just gonna wipe the floor with you guys. Joker, 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 Joker. Why are you not chanting Joker? Are we clear? Okay, sounds good. Clear? What's he talking about? Ah, I know this one. He's radioed the guys at the finish line. They've confirmed there's no traffic between the start and finish. The race can't start until they do it for safety. They seem pretty organized. Realistically, they know it'll be clear. Like I said on the way over, no one drives this road anymore, especially this time of year. I mean, not a single car has passed in all the time we've been here. 3, 2, 1, go! Is that it? You didn't find that exhilarating? The power of the engines, the thrill of the anticipation? Yeah, I mean, I think so. But now we just wait here? I guess it's a bit like stock car racing. When you watch it on the TV, you see the whole track, but if you actually go, you just watch the cars pass you every lap. Where's the finish line? Further down the mountain. Someone down there will radio someone up here in a few minutes with the results. Dylan, I just noticed something. The line over by the hot dog truck. It's much shorter now. Ooh, good spot. Let's head over there. I'm starving. Let's try to see if anyone else said anything. Okay. No, I'm not trying to cut in. I'm at the back of the line. Oh, wait. I have to go down here, I'm guessing. Might be shorter, but there's still a line. It's Already feels like we've been here for an age. It's only been around 15 minutes. Can you see where the line isn't moving? Nope. Whoa. Is he a street racer? He's good looking enough to pass for a model. Hey. Hey, yourself. You up with the racing? Mostly. Though right now I'm really craving some hot dogs. Us too. Nina Aquila of Aquila Defense and Law. And this is my PA, Dylan Merlo. Yo. Nice to meet you both. I'm Trey Gearson, King of Spades. King of Spades? Yeah. You're new here, aren't you? Can you tell? You'd have to be to ask that question. Okay, you got us. So what does it mean? Within each of the racing teams on the mountain, we have 4 ranks. The lowest rank is Jack, followed by Queen, then King. That's my rank. I'm also the swing spades mechanic. Each team's led by an ace. I'm Trey Gearson. You mentioned something about teams? What's the deal with those? Here at the Rostro Spire, we race as a group known as the Rostro Racers. As long as anyone knows, we've been divided into 4 teams. The Dancing Diamonds, the Metal Clubs, the Burning Hearts, and my team, the Swing Spades. Guess that makes sense, but that reminds me of something else. Everyone at the start line was yelling, "Joker! Joker!" What's that about? Ah, well, that's because tonight's race is something very special. You see... Oh, hang on, what's she doing? Who? Wait, isn't that... Hey, where are you going? Nothing gets past you, Trey. I was worried the race has been going on for a while, and... It has been a long time. Maybe she won't recognize... Wait... What are you doing here? Me? Look, ma'am. No offense intended, but I have no idea who you are. Not you, Goggle Boy. Her. You two know each other? Ryoko. It's been some time. I had no idea you were involved in street racing. You here on some errand? Maybe you should hurry up and get back to the office. Anya Miller might want some more coffee. Hey, there's no need to be rude. Besides, Anya Miller's currently in prison. Oh, wow. So, Nina, are you lost without her? Is that why you wandered all the way up here? Ryoko? What's going on, Ryoko? Why were you getting into your car? Oh, right. Trey, have you spoken to Clara tonight? I saw her at lunchtime, but I've been trying to call her all evening. No answer. Let me guess. Did you have another argument? What do you expect? She still won't listen to Hank's offer. It's not just that, though. She seemed agitated, I guess. Nervous, even. Like she was in a rush, like she had to be somewhere, but she wouldn't say why. She was defending her title of Joker tonight. That'd make anyone nervous. Not Clara. Not usually. Anyway, race has been going for a while, and the finish line should already be back by now. I'm sure everything's fine. Yeah, well, you can be sure all you want. I'm gonna head down the mountain and check the race finished as planned. I don't know about that, Ryoko. It's not how we usually do things. I'm going. You can come with, or you can stay here. Your choice. Hey! Great, you're both here. What is it, Ren? We just got something through over the radio. Marco called an ambulance and the police. Marco, that damn meddler. What does this have to do with him? That's it, I'm going. You still staying up here? Under the circumstances, perhaps I should come with you. Should I come too? My Matsuda only has 2 seats, Ren. Plus, the police are on the way. Ren, you should go tell everyone to stay put. No need to send us all down the mountain. No problem. Out of the way, Ren! Sure thing. I'm guessing we're going to be getting our murder soon. Or at least our defense, person. Defendant, there we go. It's weird. Didn't we go get into the wrong side of her car? The wrong side? No, she got in the driver's side. Ryoko's Matsuda is a JDM. A JD what? A means Japanese domestic model. Her car's a Japanese import. I see. Look, I got a bunch of people to reassure, so I better get moving. Nice meeting you, whoever you are. Am I still gonna wait for hot dogs? Yeah, let's do that. Dylan! Nina, you came! Wouldn't miss it, T-bro. We've been here some time, but you were so busy. I know, right? In fact, so busy that I totally sold out of hot dogs. Good one, Terry. I'm not joking. You seriously don't have any more? Sorry, guys. If I want to make more, I have to open a whole new crate of cans. But the racing seems over for tonight. Damn. Still, the truck looks great, Terry. You like it? I got it in an auction. Only one previous owner. The Army? How'd you guess? We mentioned that Terry's not the brightest bulb. Part of the difficulty of defending him in the first place is he kept running his mouth. Anyway, it's big, with plenty of space for equipment. Really appreciate you guys coming out to see it, you guys. Looks like Scrub's Dogs is off with a flying start. I'm just gonna close up. So what now? I guess we head back to Fledge City. I just hope the heater in the office isn't seized up again. Let's get back in the car. Guess we'll hear in the morning news about what happened. Alright, just gonna close up. Mr. Janitor Man, are you still around? He's not. Although, Ren is... Still here? Everyone seems to have left already. Frey and Ryoko haven't called or come back this way yet. I'm heading home soon, but I want to wait a little bit longer for them. At least get something out of the vending machine. Oh, it's a ticket machine, not a vending machine. That's a vending machine. Doesn't have Relentless. Oh, right, that was the energy drink from the Raise Corp. Don't have any trash. Okay. But if we did, that's where we drop it off. Gotcha, dragons. Alright. We're still in the prologue. Okay. Nina, do you hear that? Huh? Guess nothing to do with us. Let's get going. I should have checked to see if the tank was still there. We came all that way and didn't get a hot dog. You got anything to eat? I got some Chinese takeout back in the fridge at the office. Oh, yeah? Wait, when is it from? Was it Tuesday, or... If you've got to think about it, then it's too long. You want to split it? You okay if I crash the office? You can take the sofa in the lobby. Then we'll split it. So, that Ryoko person, you knew her? Yeah. So... I don't want to talk about it. Still, she looked kind of agitated. You think those guys who raced tonight are going to be okay? I hope so. That ambulance was driving pretty fast. We have our prerequisite gorditos. Alright, save here. Aquila Defense and Law. Offices, January 6th, 7:21 a.m. Eggs over easy. Fine, just some toast. I think someone's at the door. Dylan, why are you... I crashed on the couch last night, remember? Want me to take care of it? I'll come back at 9. What if it's something urgent? Then at 9, it'll be even more urgent. I'll go see what they want. Hi, sorry, but we normally open it. You're the people who were up at the Spire last night, right? You defending the hot dog guy? Oh, it's Ren. You mean Terry? Terry Scrub? Yeah, we represented him in court. What kind of lawyer dresses like a northern biker? No, I'm a PA. The attorney here's Nina Aquila. This is Aquila Defense and Law. And we open at 9! Maybe just tell me why you're here. Nina.
Hey!
Nina, hey! Nina! What? I'll take care of our guest while you get up. You're gonna want to hear this. Alright, also, yeah, okay. Gonna make a little adjustment here. Yeah, while that camera setup works when I'm doing games where I can lean back, stuff where I'm leaning forward to read, makes it a little bit iffy. Alright. Leave it. Neither did I at first, but it's true. The Ace of Spades. Last night she was fine, but then... Whoa. Has this ever happened before? Once, apparently, but it was a really long time ago. What's going on? What happened? It's about Clara. Dylan, who is this guy? Oh, right. Ren, this is Nina Aquila. She's an attorney and the proprietor of Aquila Defense and Law. Nina, this is Stan Renson, or Ren to his friends. And he's a roster racer, right? We saw him at the parking lot last night. Yep. In fact, Ren is the Jack of Diamonds. And we're the youngest team on the mountain. At least, we have the newest members. In that case, it's clear you're very upset, but you haven't actually explained why you're here. It's because... Nina, Clara Mass died last night. Let me guess. During the race? The one for which we were at the start line? That's right. The ace race. From what you said while I was walking over, I'm guessing this Clara person was one of the aces? The Ace of Spades. Not just that. She went into last night's race to defend her title of Joker. She was our leader. More than that, she was like the soul of our whole group. How? How'd it happen? That's just it. No one seems to know. All I want to go is to find out, but Keisuke's wing-out message was very clear. Keisuke? Keisuke Yagi, Ace of Diamonds. He said I should only turn up at the police detention center with that lawyer who defended the hot dog guy. That's you, right? It is, but you say this Keisuke's at the police detention center? So he's looking for representation? Well, he wants to see you. I have to assume that's the reason why. That's gonna be a problem. What Nina means is that we need to have a little conference. Attorney to PA. In the kitchen. Dylan, Now. What are you doing? I'm trying to handle him gently. You're trying to refuse to help him. I've been doing this to potential client for weeks. You're being ridiculous. I don't do that to everyone. Oh, yeah? What about those boys who came in about the problem with their school volleyball tournament? Well... Is that a hike? Are we gonna get a bunch of anime references? Because I figure that one's probably Haikyuu. Or the cat who was worried someone was copying his recipe for magic beans. I don't know that one. That one's going over my head. Also, 1 sec. Sorry. Adjusting the camera again. I mean... Or that blonde and brunette who owned the gun shop after someone pranked their muscle car. Oh, shoot. That's not... Is it Gunsmith Angels? I think I know what that one is, I just can't remember the name. Anyway. So what if I'm turning people away? We're already in the middle of a case. Anya's. And the last time I checked, the sign on the door says Aquila Law and Defense and Law. Nina, we've talked about this. I can stretch our budget, but that won't keep the lights on forever. We're circling the drain right now when it comes to cash flow. Has it really gotten that bad? Put it this way. We can look into Anya's case, but if we don't help this guy, then there'll be no one's name on the door in a month. And plus... He really needs our help. Yeah, he does seem particularly upset. Is he good friends with this Clara person? From what I understand, he'd barely even spoken to her. I guess he's just a sensitive soul. I'll say... Whoa! A long jump. Gunsmith cats. Okay, thank you. Mr. Ensign? Yes? We're prepared to go and meet with Keisuke if you could introduce us. You mean you'll represent him? What was that? Sorry, slip of the tongue. It's been a rough night. Naturally. But no, I can't agree to represent him until I've spoken to him. I need to know more about what happened. Let's head over to the police detention. Thanks. Oh, he's joined our party, even. I've never seen it. I've seen some reviews of it and some clips of it, but I've never watched it myself. I'm guessing we only have to use the car if we're going out of town. Police detention area, January 6, 9:05 a.m. Okay, time to meet this Keisuke person. Yeah, about that. What? I assume you're Keisuke Akagi? It's the whole team, Spade thing. Boss! Here she is! The lawyer who defended the hot dog guy! I'm Nina Aquila, defense attorney, and this is my PA, Dylan Merlo. Hi. Looks like Ren came through. That remains to be seen. These are the people who pulled Terry Scrub out from a high-profile murder case? A pirate cosplayer and a northern biker? Hey. Don't rise to it, Dylan. I expected better. He's just joshing you, right, boss? Okay, Keisuke, is it? Keisuke Akagi, the ace of diamonds. Great. This is high and mighty bit you're doing? If you want my services, you can start by checking that at the door. No one browbeats me from within an interrogation cell. My time's valuable, and, at the moment, you're not paying for it. Ha! I like her. She's direct. Okay. I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt, as a night in detention is difficult on anyone. But I came down here to meet one person. Can someone explain what's going on? Well, there's 3 of us. That's kind of self-evident at this point. No, I mean all 3 of us were arrested last night at the same time. I'm Hank Castle, the Ace of Hearts. I've already made myself known. And this is... cut her some slack. We're all a bit shaken up. She's Jocelyn Montefiore. The Ace of Clubs. At least that's the introductions out of the way. Next is the difficult question. We didn't kill Claire Mass, that's what you're about to ask. To be frank, I still resent the fact that we were arrested. Jocelyn seems quiet. Let's just make a mental note of that. Okay, well, before we do anything else, I need to fill in the blanks. My associates and I were at the Spire last night to support Terry's new hot dog business. While we were there, we saw the start of your race, and later, as we were leaving the mountain, we saw a squad car and an ambulance. Next thing we know, Ren here. That's me! The next thing we knew, Ren was beating down the door of our office. You want to know what happened in between, I presume? That's right. Best way to do that is for me to speak to each of you. Dylan, Ren, I'm gonna need some room. Okay, boss. Hank. Can I call you Hank? Go right ahead. What happened? Why'd the police bring you guys in? Truthfully, it's because of, Ryoko. She's on the warpath. Ryoko? I don't understand. It all happened so fast. Claire was just sitting there dead. Still in the driver's seat of her Mitsuyota. She didn't seem to be moving. Keisuke and I pulled her out of the car. And that's when Ryoko and Trey turned up. That must have been difficult to explain. Now there's an understatement. There was an argument while I tried CPR on Claire, but there was no bringing her back. And you say that Ryoko reacted to this particularly badly? From what I understand, Ryoko and Claire's last conversation was an argument. Is it okay, what little I know of Black Butler, there's the butler himself, and then the, like, smarty pants younger kid who, like, is his master. I'm assuming that's who it is, but I've not seen Black Butler outside of, like, screenshots, so... Not them, no, okay. Yeah. From what I understand, Ryoko and Claire's last conversation was an argument. I guess the sight of Claire like that must have been too much for her to bear. And so, when the police arrived, Ryoko said they should arrest us. Under the circumstances, I can't say I blame her. Hank seems a pretty reasonable guy. Doesn't seem to be holding back. But he hasn't explained how Clara died. I'll do you last. Hey, Jocelyn, can I call you Joe? Joe, I know it might be difficult, but I need to know more about what happened. Jocelyn, we need to talk to her. Jocelyn! Hey, are you blind? She's clearly in shock. I just can't believe it. Clara! It's okay, Joe, try to relax. Dylan's right. Jocelyn's practically in shock. Seems very genuine. Keisuke. Can I call you Keisuke? You can. So work backwards. Why were you arrested? Because we were standing over Clara's dead body when Trey and Ryoko arrived. Yeah, that'll do it. We were the only ones nearby. Normally there are onlookers along the track, but it was so cold last night it was deserted. Obviously they wanted to know what was going on, but when we didn't have an immediate explanation, both Trey and Ryoko were furious. They were still arguing when the police and ambulance turned up. Ryoko was distraught. She insisted that we 3 were arrested. And that makes sense, too. Train and Yoko drove off, then we saw those emergency vehicles drive by a little while after. That still leaves out how Clara died. So, how did Clara die? We, or should I say I, don't know. Once we were arrested, we were separated. This is the first chance I've had to confer about what happened. I want to hear Frank and Jocelyn's take on it because my own memories are lacking. Now I have a better understanding of how you got here. This is the difficult part. All three of you were standing over Clara's body when the police turned up. How'd Clara die? I mean, so quick. Okay, go back to the last time you saw her alive. Walk me through it. We set off from the Rostro Vista parking lot as a foursome. For the ace race, we saw your cars at the start line. There were 4 of us, which was weird. Normally the races are 1v1, but it's been a very close season, so it was the only way to settle things. It was cold. There was ice all over the road. Then what happened? There was some rubbing. Rubbing? Light impacts between our cars. Actually, wasn't it Clara doing most of that? You're right. Strange. Is that unusual? For us? No. For Clara. Clara had a very clean style of racing. It's not like her to be in the middle of the pack trading paint. Did she fall behind? We were coming up to the second hairpin, then I lost sight of her car. You didn't lose sight of anything. Clara turned off her headlights. I figured it was some kind of strategy. With her lights off on a dark part of the road, it can be hard to block and overtake. But I was in second place going into the corner, so I didn't have time to concentrate on that. What happened next? I heard something. Heard what? The sound of an impact. And that's when it happened. Clara passed us. How? I've been trying to work it all out, all night, but I've got no answers for you. I didn't hear it or see it, but when we rounded the second hairpin, she'd passed us. Her car was... Clara had come off the road and smashed onto the roadside verge. So it was an accident? It looked bad, but so we all stopped to see if she was okay. But I could tell something was wrong. We tapped on her window, but there was no answer, so we opened the door. And there she was, dead. Somebody pushed her car. Yeah, that's what I'm guessing. Kermit was a specific circumstance. And also, I have tortured dragons enough with that one. Yeah, I'm also kind of getting the idea of that. I'm assuming she was dead before she got in the car. And someone just propped her body up, basically. Although it would need... Unless they've got, like, some sort of automatic steering thing. You'd think they'd have to bail out at some point, and doing it in that kind of accident might be tricky. Anyway. Also, ad break in about 2.5 minutes. I hate to ask for the grim details, but... It looked like a head impact. I'm no doctor, though. Still, we checked her pulse, and Hank tried CPR. She was definitely gone. And you know the rest. Yeah, true. Wow. Yeah, I mean, they might have assumed they were responsible for the accident. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to be murder. This is terrible. I thought it might be bad, but... Show some decorum, Ren. Everything's going to work out. Actually, Keisuke, your associate's wise to be concerned. We didn't kill Clara. You were all taking part in an illegal, unsanctioned street race. I hate to hit you with the reality bat here, but the court takes a dim view on that kind of thing. Even if it was an accident, the prosecution could suggest you three are in part responsible. But you can fix this, right, Miss Aquila? It's gonna be difficult. I can pay you. For representation? Yes. Nina. Let me think, Dylan. Put it this way. We can look into Anya's case, but if we don't help this guy, then there'll be no one's name on the door in a month. I really wish I hadn't turned away those boys in their volleyball thing. Hank, Kasey, even Jocelyn. I think they're all being truthful. They were rivals, but I don't believe any of them meant Clara any harm. Anya, would you take their case if you were in my shoes? I think you would. Time for the ID. Mr. Akagi, I formally accept your request for representation. Alright. On that note, since the ad break is about hitting in, we'll be back in just a little bit, and I will check on that message dragon. We'll see y'all when we get back. It was bad timing on their part. It's right as I we're coming off the ad break. goodbye account that was created literally yesterday. There. Welcome back, everybody. Don't forget me. I went on this too. Of course, Mr. Castle, if you want to hire my services. In fact, you want to be represented as a group. Make some things easier to... I do not wish to be represented. What? You heard what I said? Joe, I know you're upset, but... That was sudden. That's what you're worried about? We need to present a united front or it might make us look guilty. Nina, is there anything you can do? Sorry, guys, but no. As much as I share your concern, I can't compel her to accept legal counsel. If she refuses, that's her choice to make. Maybe I can talk to her later. She might change her mind once things have sunk in a bit more. Well, both of you have formally hired Aquila Defense and Law to represent you in court. That means we need to get moving while you guys sit tight. Gotta try and build you a case before the trial tomorrow. It's a long drive back up to the Spire. Wait. Oh? When we were arrested, the police took our cars. They'll be at the police impound. Where's that? I know. It's to the south across the river by the airport. Great, then let's get going. You're good. Again, I literally saw it right as it popped up, and I was off mic, so I just nuked it. This is also how we're gonna end up being in the race, aren't we? We're gonna get to use one of their cars. Okay. Oh, Ren is still in our party. Mr. Livewire, you in here still? Yeah. I suppose we can go to the... No, the casino's the other place, never mind. Police vehicle impound, January 6th, 11:45 a.m. You sure this is the place? Yep. Airport parking lot, basement level. Police impound. How'd you know about this? I had to collect, something a few years back. Right. Let's just sidestep that. Let's see if we can check out the Ace's cars. I'm here to see some cars. There's no entry to the impound without authorization. Do you have anything that grants you permission to be here? Here. I'm a defense attorney. Some of my clients' cars are here. Another lawyer. Another lawyer? Hey, don't I know you? Yes, he was the police officer they had watching out at the hotel after the murder. You were at the casino. Just hold on while I check in. How come the impound's at the airport? I heard it had to do with covering up something. I heard it had to do with covering up some suspicious construction. Another conspiracy theory? It's not like I actually believe it. It's not like that. This is the basement of the huge airport parking lot. The cops just bought out the whole floor. Probably easier than building a facility from scratch. I guess that makes sense. Excuse me, miss. You're clear to come and go. Just be aware that you can't remove anything from the impound without police paperwork. Photographs okay? Notes? Those are fine. Have a good day. Aquila. Chad Hawk? Are you prosecuting for the DA's office? Well, I'm certainly not here for the aesthetic appeal. I just came over to have a look with my own eyes, as it were. I assume you're representing the Aces? Actually, yes. Yes, I am. Maybe be a bit more economical, Ren. What's he smiling about? You really do pick 'em. The last two that I picked were innocent, dickweed. Probably, yeah. If they have a hell horse anywhere, then we'll know for sure. I... really... You're teasing me. I would never. Sense of humor. There's a surprise. Besides, my clients pick me, Chad. Then you have my sympathy. Look, we could exchange verbal barbs across this basement parking lot all day, but I suspect neither of us have the time. Quite right. Quite right. Oh, and no hard feelings over the scrub case? You, like, directly insulted my character. Eat shit, asshole. None at all, Chad. We won. I'll see you in court. Like, you actively tap-danced on pressure points, called me like an insult to my previous... Eat a dick, asshole. And Prosecutor Hawk. He works for the DA. He and Nina don't see eye to eye. It's a professional dispute. No, he's a jackass. It's personal. The last time we talked about him, you called him a... We got work to do. You guys know much about cars? Not really. More than you, but I'm no expert. I could disassemble these and tune them up with only a rag and a spork. Wow, really? What can I say? I'm the Diamonds team mechanic. Okay, well, let's have a look at them each, and you can tell me what we need to know. Okay, this isn't Clara's car. I get the feeling there's going to be a thing about which side of the car is the driver's side. I liked these ones when I saw them at the Spire. They're small and sporty. These are an import, right? That's right. These are the chosen car of the Burning Hearts. From what I understand, Hank has always preferred the 80s style of bodywork. This is a Matsuba XR8, a Japanese domestic model. So the driver's side's on the right? That's correct. Japan drives on the left side of the road because their highway system is very similar to Britain's. Interesting. But not so important for our purposes. Ren, do you see anything unusual about this car? Give me a couple minutes. It seems in pretty good order. Tires are worn and there are a few bumps and scrapes. Those are superficial and they're consistent with what the aces told us. I was about to say, if any of these come out and they don't have anything on them, if the whole thing was that she was bumping the cars. Okay. These ones look a bit ordinary. For a street racing car, I mean. Oh, is that a real-life Jill lady? You have a good eye. What's a Jill lady? These are the chosen car of the Dancing Diamonds. And their plain appearance is just a disguise. Nina, these cars are a hybrid. You can't buy them like this. You have to build them. Each of them started life as an Impression 180JX, which is heavily modified with parts from an Impression Gilvia. It removes some of the visual flair, but the parts are cheaper and surprisingly performant. They assembled all of them by hand. This car's a JDM too, right? So the driver's side's on the right? Yep. Ren, do you see anything unusual about this particular car? Oh, let me have a closer look. It's in pretty good condition. Just a few scratches here and there. Nothing I can't buff out. Great, we'll make a note of that. Yeah. My roommate knows a little bit about that, but it's been a while since we've talked about it. And there, every so often, there used to be car shows around where I grew up. Okay, okay, he didn't hit him, but he... Okay, anyway, sorry. This one looks very different. Is this one domestic? Well spotted. This one's as American as you or I. She's Canadian, although I guess that's North American, but still. Technically, maybe let's focus on the cars. Fine. These are the chosen car of the metal clubs. Though not everyone on their team uses one, but that's a story for another day. Yeah, one of them uses a tank, apparently. These are a highly tuned sedan with parts from the manufacturer's muscle car model. Ren, you see anything unusual about this particular car? Let me have a closer look. What the? What's wrong? Nina, this car sustained significant damage to the passenger side of the front wing. How significant? Must have collided with something. Another car? Could have been. I'm gonna guess that's why she doesn't want to have defense. She had the collision with the car and she thinks she is guilty. Or, well, she probably did have the collision with the car, but she was probably already dead, so it didn't matter. Anyway. Could have been. Not good. This is bad, right? Jocelyn's car has signs of collision damage. We don't know it was a collision with another car. You can bet that Chad Hawk's going to push that angle, though. We should go back to the police detention. Maybe speak with Jocelyn. Jocelyn doesn't want to talk. That was clear at our last meeting. So what do we do now? I think we found everything here that we're going to find. Time to head back to the Rostro Spire. It's getting towards the evening, so if we're going, we should go now. Let's take my car. Ah, so we're not taking... Well, you know, I guess it makes sense since they're evidence. Okay. And I'll keep that in mind, Dragons. Thank you. What is this, actually? I don't recognize that. Anyway. The Rostro Spire. Say, Nina, I think Ryoko's gonna be at the Spire. Who knows? Maybe, maybe not. You okay? Nina, you know Ryoko? Talk about this? Suit yourself, you're good I asked. Rostro Vista parking lot, January 6th, 8:42 p.m. I'm gonna go check with the other Dancing Diamond team members. Maybe they've heard something. Okay, Ren. Stan Renson has left your party. Why didn't we just go straight to the site of the accident? Look over there. The police checkpoint? That's why. You must want to keep this road clear. You have your attorney, but whatever. So what do? We should try to speak to that Trey guy, and maybe even Ryoko. We really need to find a way to get to the scene of the accident. The police have blocked the road. We need to see if we can get through. And if they refuse, we find another way. Hey, you're working with Ren, right? That's right. Sorry, but I don't know anything else about what happened last night. We're all still kind of processing it. That's okay. Thanks anyway. Wait, didn't you go for it at the card gaming convention? DFA? Yeah, it's a hobby. I swear sometimes it feels like there's only like 20 people in this city. What about you, ma'am? Are you Ryoko? Oh, no, you're... Sir, sorry. Hey, you worked with Rien, right? That's right. Sorry, okay. Any luck? Nothing yet. At least nothing we don't already know. We'll keep asking around. That's a strange looking car. Mr. Janitor, did you see anything? Oh, he's doing a thing up there. Hey, you were up here last night, right? That I was. And you are? Nina Aquila. I'm a defense attorney, and this is my PA, Dylan Merlo. A lawyer. Come up here often? Every day. I'm the custodian. Of the parking lot? What, did you think it took care of itself? I suppose not. How come you're up here so late? Maybe it's a round-the-clock job. What do you care? Someone's got to clean up after those Rostro Racer kids. Do you know the Racers? These punks. Sorry, I forgot to say. I'm representing some of the people who were arrested last night. Not sure why you talked to me. Hell, you spent a lot of time up here. Thought you may have seen something. Nope. I'm looking for anything I can use which I can... or anything which I can use to establish what happened. Did you see anything unusual last night? No. I mean... no. Had to think about that? Maybe I wanted to give you an honest answer. You think about that? Hey, it's fine. You didn't see anything. Why so argumentative? These are the best hot dogs I've ever tasted. I just keep coming back. Okay, that's the same thing. Alright. Okay, didn't actually find where Ryoko is yet, unless she's in the line with the rest of them. There's these guys. Hey, you're working with Ren, right? That's right. Sorry, but I don't know anything else about what happened last night. Okay. Alright, I gotta ask you just because. Did you see anything unusual last night? He says nuh-uh. Couldn't maybe take off the gas mask and tell me himself? What would be metal about that? Guessing we're still processing it. Yeah. Okay. What's gonna happen? Were all the other races arrested? Are we still gonna race here? Everyone, please. This has been a difficult time for all of us. Some of us lost a dear friend. Others lost even more. I keep glancing at that car as though it has some kind of special significance. Maybe I should take another look at it. Ryoko and I are here tonight in case the police need to ask us any questions. But I give you my word. Tug Junkin racing on the Rostro Spire will continue. Please shout that from the top of that shipping container within earshot of the cop. And we will not rest until those who did this are brought to justice. Woo-hoo! We love you, Trey! He's so dreamy. He is dreamy. You think so? The guy knows how to whip up a crowd. Maybe, but that crowd's gonna make it impossible to talk to him. Though, from what was in that speech, I doubt Trey will have much to say to us. Trey kept looking over at this car. Nina. Must have been for a reason. Phone, please stop disconnecting on me. Nina, you got a sec? What is it? Before you start thinking out loud, I think Ryoko's in that car. How'd you figure? Well, Trey just said they were up at the Spire tonight in case the police needed to talk to them, but we can't see Ryoko anywhere. Oh wow, he's probably right. I wonder why she'd just sit in her car. I think that Ryoko and Clara were close. Hank said... Oh. What? What is it? I just realized something. Not important. If you say so. Oh, poor Ryoko. I had no idea. In any case, if she needed to be here and didn't want people to see her, then her car's a good place to be, what with the darkened windows. Yeah. Wait! Do all the street racing cars have darkened windows? I think so. All the ones we've seen, anyway. The police might tolerate it to some degree due to just how remote this place is, but mountain road racing is still technically illegal. Speaking of, isn't this the car that... Must be Trey's car. Okay, where was the car that had the... Like I said, probably was wrecked. So... Alright, guess the only thing left is the police thing. Also, I get the feeling that little revelation might have been part of the reason that they had such a nasty break-off. Alright. Please remain within the parking lot. This road's closed for the time being. Time to switch on that magnetic personality. Why did the police close the road? Criminal incident? Criminal? With all due respect, officer, it hasn't been established a murder took place. Who said anything about a murder? I'm talking about speeding. What? Hard to think that speeding is the thing to focus on here. These street racers think they're law unto themselves. Well, I, Rhonda Haste, the greatest traffic cop in the history of Fledge City PD, will not stand for it. Greatest traffic? Surely that's not a thing. It is too! I've issued more citations for speeding and illegal parking than any other cop in Fledge City PD history. No criminal escapes Haste. Especially now. Now? What do you mean now? What's so important right now? I've been reporting these street racer types for years, but my superiors never took me seriously. Too remote, they said. I'd understood that the racer's safety record had been pretty good so far. That doesn't make their activities legal. The one positive to come out of this tragedy is that finally, the ringleaders will be safely behind bars where they belong. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm under orders to refuse access to anyone but police. Oh, yeah? What's this? I'm a defense attorney, representing... I'm under orders to only allow police through the cordon, as is my colleague at the bottom of the mountain. And you're not police. Can she actually refuse to allow us to access the site? Now look here! I have my orders and I intend to follow them. If you disagree, you can raise your objection with my superior. Okay, where's your superior? At the crash site. Can she really do that? It's called malicious compliance. She can refuse temporarily, but on the understanding she facilitates our access. Telling us to talk to her superior is her facilitating for us. It's not against the rules per se, but violates the spirit in which they were written. Either way, we'll have to find another way to the site. Ren, did you find out anything useful? Sorry, no. Everyone was here for the start of the race, apart from a couple of guys. They were at the finish line. It was so cold last night that no one wandered down to watch mid-course. It was snowing, after all. Yes. Ren, we need to get to the crash site, but the police at the barricade won't let us through. You want to ram it? I could probably rig up some ram bars to your car. No, no! I'm a defense attorney, not an action hero. Would work. Not the point. I was gonna ask, is there any other way to get onto the course? Maybe going around the barricade? Actually, yes there is. Got a map? Yeah, I took a picture of the tourist map. Okay, give me your phone. I need to doodle some extra info. There we go. And this line you've drawn? Yep, it's a dirt road. It'll take you around the parking lot as far as the 7th Straight. When you hit the end of the dirt road, just keep going. You'll come out onto the downhill course. Also put a mark for where the crash site ought to be, if it's where the aces told us. Okay, Ren. Dylan and I will make our way there. We might finish pretty late. Can you make your own way home? I'll catch a ride. Don't worry about me. See you at the courtroom tomorrow. Alrighty. Gotcha, dragons. Thank you. Okay, now where did they say the... I had to use the car to get there. I wasn't sure if I had to walk or not. Stepmom always told me never play in the road. Alright, fine. Also, that's just thing saying Roster Spire. Okay. Crash site via dirt road. Roster downhill, January 6, 10:16 p.m. Now there's a familiar face, Flatfoot. Nina Aquila, as I live and breathe. Evening, Detective Flatfoot. Am I to assume by your presence... Aquila Defense and Law is acting as representation, yes. I only just got here. No thanks to one of your traffic cops. Rhonda. Yep. She could do with a stern reminder about a few things. Sorry, this is some kind of personal vendetta to her. It's her big chance to nail the aces to the wall. Yeah, she gave me the whole spiel. Well, you're here now. If you're defending, then as usual, you have full access to the scene. We've been here a few hours already, so feel free to ask us anything. Thanks, Detective. let's get started. What are we looking for? Honestly, anything. Alright, what happened? Managed to produce a working theory about what happened? I'm not sure what your clients told you, Miss Aquila, but to us it seems pretty clear. What we see makes us think that one of the aces nudged Clara's car as they came around the turn. That pushed her off the road and into the side barricade. Now, the three of them are colluding to try and defuse the blame. You have reason to believe one of them intentionally shunted Clara's car? Shunted is a strong word. So it could have been an accident. I'm inclined to say it wasn't. Clara was familiar with these roads. All four of them were. If I'm being honest, they were involved in an illegal street race. It's a means, not a motive, Detective. True, but I suspect the court won't give much benefit of the doubt. Endangerment caused by such reckless activity basically borders on murder. Not good. One sec. I heard the police tolerated the racing up on the spire, so why is Rhonda Hayes so obsessed with catching the aces? Rhonda, she's a traffic cop. I guess she has a natural dislike of illegal street racers. Comes with the job. She's actually the best that Fledge City PD ever had. Did she tell you that? It came up. In any case, the racing up here is still illegal. Don't you get the wrong idea. Just the road is pretty unused now and it's too remote. Policing it to catch organized street racers isn't a good use of police time. It's true that they're pretty organized. I hear their safety record was good too, prior to all this. Well, yes and no. Huh? They're organized because of what happened back in the 80s. In the 80s? From what I understand, in 1981, there was a fatality during a race. The leader of the Rostro Racers, their Joker as they call it, they took responsibility and stepped down from mountain racing. What happened to them? Who knows? But it was enough to get the racers to adopt some safer practices. They half expected to run into Chad Hawk up here. We saw him down at the police impound. Oh, Chad wouldn't come up here. He'll just read our report. You so sure about that? Yep. Chad doesn't like heights. And he can't drive. He can't drive? Probably got the bus to the impound. Ha! We walked! Anyway. Do you have a cause of death? We'll be working up a more detailed report as usual, but I don't think we'll need it in this case. Why? I mean, waiting on the autopsy ended up solving the case of the last one, where it wasn't just strangulation, it was, finger stabbings, because it was like an ogre with claw hands. The last case got a little strange. Claire's body's been taken to the morgue, but she had a clear head wound and her blood was on the steering wheel. All that suggests that when her car struck the barricade, her head was thrown forward and struck the wheel. She probably died instantly. Was she in that position when your officers arrived at the scene? No. From what we understand, the other acers removed her body from the car and tried to administer CPR. That also supports the theory that her death was quick. It supports what the aces said. No seatbelt? Airbag? From what we could see, the seatbelt was slack. Probably just improperly fitted. There was no airbag. I guess they stripped it out to lighten the car for racing. We put together a dossier on this. You're welcome to a copy. Can you tell me much about Clara Mass? She occupied some kind of respected position among these street racers. She held the current position of Joker, which is the group's de facto leader. Outside of that, though, I knew her. You did? Just in passing. She was pointed out to me a few years ago at a charity dinner sponsored by the police. We never actually spoke. What I know is that she was from Fledge City and was independently wealthy. Something of a high society heiress. So the street racing was just a hobby, I suppose. She was a patron of the arts and supported multiple charitable causes. She was popular. Taryn Kestrel half expected to see Clara run for mayor someday. Taryn? You mean the DA? That's right. It was just idle gossip. Nina, who's the DA? The district attorney, Taryn Kestrel. Guess we gotta keep the bird theme going. Chad Hawk's boss. In any case, I have a dossier on her. You're welcome to a copy. Have we performed a tire track analysis? Tire track analysis? The police can map the tire tracks of an accident. Let them create a computer model of what happened. It's impressive. So what happened? They did say the road was icy as well, so... Inconclusive. Excuse me? This track is only really used for mountain racing, but that means we have cars of similar profiles doing the same thing, over and over again. I get it. I don't. It's like trying to pull fingerprints off the door handle to a bank after a robbery. Sure, the robber probably opened the door, but so did 10,000 other people within the prior few weeks. Exactly right. The problem isn't the lack of tire rubber, it's that there's too much. Even the verges at the side of the road are chewed up. I mean, her name is Nina Aquila, and we're legal eagle, so yes, eagle noises are appropriate. The snow was falling when the accident happened. The snow was fresh everywhere too, so no help there either. Reports literally useless tire track analysis. Alright, let's see who else we can talk to. Keeping an eye on the road, ma'am. Detective Flatfoot can answer any questions you have. Alright. Well, let's look at the car then. An unusual model with that black hood. That's a carbon fiber hood. It's light but strong. Hydrate and stretch? Can do. Also need to reset my camera again. Ah! Okay. And hydrate. Welcome in. You know what? And I'm thinking about it. Since you asked last time, make sure there were other people around. My cause been getting back into streaming as well. They were doing a solar punk industry mod Minecraft playthrough. Did you at least get good sleep while you slept? Hopefully. Let's see. Then why just replace the hood? Well, the panel's more complex to replace, but the hood is easy. You could probably do it. Plus, replacing the whole body is kind of overkill sometimes. The car's a Mitsuyota AG88. A kit car? That's right. These can only be purchased as kits. Apparently all the Spades cars were built by Trey Gearson, their mechanic. Seems to be a lot of damage. Yeah, the front bumper and the driver's side have sustained heavy damage from the crash. The engine bought it too. The car won't start. Okay. Ooh, that sounds nice. Wait. Is the driver's side front wheel missing? Yep, it's just gone. We assumed it happened during the crash. How come? All three other wheels are damaged in some way. Tracking, riding. Even if you had the fourth wheel, the car wouldn't drive straight with this sort of damage. You managed to recover the wheel? Is it somewhere nearby? No, we haven't found it. Then again, most of the downhill course has that same cliff edge. You can see Fledge City from here. You thinking it went over the cliff? It's not an unreasonable assumption, seeing as though we can't find it. Anything else? Detective. Why is the car missing its license plates? Oh, you're right. It has no plates. Well spotted. Truthfully, we don't actually know. At least that's an honest answer. Also, I imagine if you're street racing, you probably don't want a license plate to get flagged, but whatever. Ledge City technically only requires that drivers display one plate. That doesn't explain why this car has none at all. Did I have one at the start of the race? I mean, I want to say yes, but I don't actually remember. Alright, rewind the VOD. Or rewind the stream. I'll admit, I didn't look either. Sometimes debris from road strikes a car's bumper, shattering the plate. It's rare, but it happens. Could have happened earlier in the evening. Still, it's strange. Okay, I think we found everything we're gonna find. Woo! 3-stream streak. That actually reminds me how much, if folks had a chance to look at their recaps yet? I think I can really do just a complete picture of what happened. Only there was a witness. Still, let's head back to the office. Nina, can we make a quick pit stop? You want a hot dog. I get it. You want to get hot dogs? Mind reader. Sounds good. Let's take the car back up the mountain. Save here. Oh, Miss Aquila, before you leave, I forgot to tell you about something. What is it, Detective? One of the pieces of evidence is a photograph. A photograph? A photographer was up on the mountain last night. Apparently he takes many pictures of the racers on the later hairpins. I think his name was Marco West. Yeah, he was the guy who called the cops in the, ambulance. Marco, that damn meddler. What does this have to do with him? I've heard that name. Wasn't he the one who called the police? That's right, but he also took a photo of the immediate aftermath of the incident. Fantastic! Can we get a copy of the photo? Marco, he took it home to develop it. Develop it? What does he think it is? 1995? Hey now. Hey. He's a bit of a hipster, okay? I don't know what to tell you. I haven't actually seen the picture either. But when Chad spoke to Marco about what the photo expected to show, I'm just saying you should be aware of it as it's going to come up. Professional courtesy. Understand? For a digital photo, I'd be giving you a copy, but this is the best I can do. Thanks, Detective. No problem. Safe trip back. Funnily enough, Dragons, you are also the top of my stream I watch, so... Woo! Okay, let's grab some hot dogs, then we can head home. Is he gonna be out again? I'm going to assume she's not in there anymore, yeah. Y'all saying anything else, or is it just that we're still processing? Yeah, still processing, alright. Okay. I am gonna talk to you, though. Okay. Yeah. I can't say, I met your boss, he's gonna have a talk with you. Anyway. Okay, that'll be $4.50. Okay, yeah, here's the right change. Thanks. Hey, T-Bro. We came back. I'm actually starting to feel pretty hungry, too. Don't quite know how to break this to you guys. I just sold out. That last customer bought my final dog for the evening. No way! Sorry, I opened pretty early tonight and it's been kind of busy, with them being no racing. Everyone's been stuck hanging around the parking lot. 0 for 2. Still, I guess it's good for business. How are you liking your new job? I'm loving it. It's great to be outside, seeing so many people, being an important service. Plus, from the truck, I serve pretty much everyone and see all the comings and goings. Sees all the comings and... Maybe. Harry, Did you serve a hot dog to Clara Mass at all last night? Like, before Dylan and I arrived up here at the Spire. No, I didn't. I'd remember, too. Come to think of it, she came to the truck on most nights she was up here. I saw her car arrive at 10 p.m. when she pulled up to the start of the race. I assumed she was running late and had just come from her home in Fledge City. Excuse me? Are you okay? You looked like... It's nothing, really. Just thought I... No, really, it's nothing. Your boss told you to talk to us. Whatever. Wonder what that was about. I wouldn't take it personally, Nina. The culture here thrives on face, and I'm honest, and if I'm honest, you don't have any. Yeah, we're gonna have to start racing. Alright. Face? Yeah, face. Like props. Respect. Kudos. Cred. Likes. Recognition. I get it. Plus, it's a community of illegal street racers. They're not fond of police. Or lawyers. Like I said, don't take it personally. Guess all there is to do now is head back home. Sorry, guys. I'll try to make it up to you sometime. Set some aside for us next time. Yeah. I'm just gonna close. Okay. Nina, something just occurred to me. Did you see Ryoko at the start of the ace race last night? No, but then I had no reason to expect she'd be nearby. I didn't know she was a street racer. That's just it. Surely you would have noticed her. No offense, but when you spotted her later on, just for a moment, you looked like you'd just been struck by lightning. Kinda hoping that I was the only one to notice that, but okay. Anyway, Ryoko was obviously close to Clara. Wouldn't she be at the start line? I guess. You look worried. I'm just trying to piece things together. Clara and the Aces were racing. Something happened. Moments later, Clara was dead. The stuff we found doesn't make what happened between any clearer. Just what are we missing here? What could be on that photograph? Alright. 8:07 a.m. at Aquila Defense and Law. Phew! Are you finished? Dylan? I crashed here again, remember? Look, if you're ready, I need to use the shower before we go to court. 8:34 a.m. You ready? Good to go, boss. Okay, time to go to the courthouse. Drift back to non-consciousness, go catch him. We're defending, well, okay. We're defending the accused criminals. Trying to find the real criminals. But I will do my best. Get some good sleep. I don't know why I missed the courthouse there. District Courthouse, Courtroom B, January 7th, 8:55 a.m. Great, looks like Ren's already here. Let's meet up with him and get to the bench. Nina, I got here on time. Where do I sit? That's actually something I wanted to ask you about, Ren. Do you think you can keep a cool head throughout the trial? I mean, I guess. Why? Yesterday, something became very obvious to me. You know cars, and we don't. That potentially makes you our new expert if you feel up to it. I mean, she did, like, again, they established in the first one, or in the first thing and later on, basically asked them directly, hey, I have to ask legally, are you guilty? And because if if you're honest with me, I can, build the case as best to make sure that, like, the defense attorney doesn't, like, fuck you over, but, like, it's like, even if you are guilty, you were still allowed a fair trial, so. Alright. That potentially makes you our new expert if you feel up to it. You really want my help? Only if you can pull yourself together and stay that way. Nina, don't you think you're being a bit harsh? I'm being direct. There's a lot riding on this, and we don't have the luxury of time. Think you can do it? You won't even bend a fender. I'll be your expert. Great! Granted, the one person who actively thinks she's guilty specifically did not want us representing her, so. After you. Is you okay? That's great, Rem. Is it okay to have experts right on the bench like this? Yeah, it's permitted if some aspect of the case requires specialist knowledge. Anya used to do it all the time. Hello again, Miss Aquila. I see you have a new face on the bench. Chad? Did you feel the need to bring in some extra help? You can say what you want, Chad, but I came here today with a car expert. You, on the other hand, don't even drive. Good one, Nina. You think so? I think so. You're right. I don't drive. I prosecute. I think his was better. Are they always like this? From what I've observed, yes. I'm standing right here, you know. All rise for the Honorable Judge Tawney. Please be seated. We are here today. Miss Aquila, I see you are joined at the bench by another advisor. Can you explain this before we begin? Yes, Your Honor. This man is Stan Renson, or Bren to his friends. He's an expert on automobile design, maintenance, and construction. The defense requests his presence due to the nature of the case. Your Honor, strictly speaking, counsel can invite anyone to the bench as long as they're not disruptive. In the interest of expediency, the prosecution would like to voice that we have no objections. Expediency? Whatever he's got, he must be quite confident in it. I'm assuming Joe is putting in a guilty plea, so. Very well. We are here today in observance of an unusual case. 3 individuals are to be tried concurrently. Keisuke Akagi, also known as the Ace of Diamonds, Hank Castle, also known as the Ace of Hearts, and Jocelyn Montefiore, also known as the Ace of Clubs. These individuals were involved in actions which led to the death of Clara Moss, a wealthy socialite, also known as the Ace of Spades. Collectively, they stand accused of murder by reckless endangerment, involuntary manslaughter, as well as murder in the first degree. Oh! Okay. What the? Murder in the first degree? Nina, is the judge suggesting one of the aces intentionally killed Clara Mass? Premeditatedly, yes. I don't understand it either. I'd like to continue, Miss Aquila. Apologies, Your Honor. Prosecutor Hawk, are you prepared for the case? As always, Your Honor. And you, Miss Aquila? The defense is ready, Your Honor. These days it's gonna be true. Really wish I'd taken up those boys on that volleyball thing. Very well. Mr. Hawk, please state the prosecution's case. With pleasure. Your Honor, the 3 accused individuals were arrested on the night before last, at a corner on the Rostro Pass. This is a road, once seldom used in winter. It's far to the north, but still within the limits of Fledge City's jurisdiction. The road itself is on the slopes of the Rostro Spire, the tallest mountain in the region, and is somewhat infamous for its use in the culture of illicit mountain pass racing. For clarity, this is a form of illegal street racing. When the police arrived, these 3 individuals were found at the site of the driving-related incident. Present at the scene was the body of Clara Mass, herself a street racer. Clara Mass was dead. Additionally, her car, a Mitsuyoda AG88, was badly damaged. This followed many eyewitness reports that the 4 individuals set off from the Rostro Vista parking lot in 4 cars and were taking part in an unsanctioned straight race. Again, technically they saw the 4 cars go off, but anyway. The prosecution asserts that the other 3 individuals colluded to cause the death of Clara Mass, and we intend to prove this via witness testimony. Okay, if they colluded to cause the death of her, then why even have the manslaughter charge at all? If you... That's a lie! The Aces would never... Ren! What did we talk about?
Order!
Order! Miss Aquila, is your expert counsel going to be a problem? Nina... I know it's hard, Ren, but if you want to help, you need to keep a lid on it. Okay. I apologize on behalf of my expert, Your Honor. This is his first time in court. There will be no further outbursts. Very well. Thank you, Mr. Hawk, for your summary of the case. Bailiff, please bring in the defendants. Defendants, can you please confirm your name and occupation? Hank Castle, Ace of Hearts. I work as a producer at a TV show production company. Keisuke Akagi, Ace of Diamonds. I work as a delivery driver. Jocelyn. Take your time. Jocelyn Montefiore, Ace of Clubs. I work as a studio tech at Pledge City Records. Records? Like for music? Yes, Your Honor. Bands, singers, that kind of thing? Your Honor. While each of the defendants has stated their day job profession, their occupation in this case relates to more of their nighttime activities. Each of the people before you is a notorious... Your Honor, the prosecution's use of the word notorious is leading. She's correct on that. That's why they don't have you come out in prison garb, because it can, bias the jury.
Objection!
I simply mean to say they have notoriety within their community. Well, I can understand Miss Aquila's position. I agree with Mr. Hawk in this particular instance. Overruled, Miss Aquila. Let's not quibble over such fine details at this stage. You can just say well known. As I was saying, these are 3 individuals who are notorious within the Pledge City's illegal street racing scene. Chad's staring at me like he expects to object to that. Not a chance. They're illegal straight racers, that's beyond contention. In fact, each of these people is a leader of one of the city's street racing teams. The prosecution requests, then, that this is recorded as their occupation in addition to their actual job. You're making a meal of this one, aren't you, Chad? The defense does not dispute this, Your Honor. Very well. Please explain in brief why you were up on the Rostro Spire on the night in question. Your Honor, each year the Rostro Racers, that is to say the street racers of the Rostro Spire, compete for the title of the Joker. Our Joker is the leader of our community. I see. You're awfully organized, considering this is all but built around the practice of illegal street racing. In any case, the night in question was the night where we had intended to select the new Joker. In some years, this is won on points. There's a clear candidate based on all the races in the season. This year, we required a race-off, an ace race. Race-off? The competition was unusually close this year, which meant that all 4 of us had to take part. I understand. So, in that case, who is this Joker now? Excuse me? Your race was to select a new leader. Who is this leader now? Well, we don't know. When we started the race, Clara was Joker, but the race didn't finish. And Clara's dead. This is an unprecedented situation. The community will probably have to select a new Joker via some other means once this is all over. In that case, street racing, though illegal, is something of a misdemeanor. We'll deal with that in another hearing. But with regard to today's proceedings, the 3 of you are aware of the charges put forth by the prosecution. How do you plead? Not guilty, Your Honor. Not guilty, Your Honor. I plead...
Objection!
Your Honor, regarding a matter of protocol. I was wondering when he'd bring this up. Only 2 of the defendants have accepted the service of Aquila Defense and Law. Miss Jocelyn Montefiore did not accept Miss Aquila's offer of counsel. It's improper, therefore, to try them all at the same time. It is unusual, certainly. Miss Aquila, do you have a view on this matter? Your Honor, as Miss Montefiore isn't a lawyer, it is the norm of the city to assign her a public defender by a lottery process. It's improper for you to suggest it would be your firm just because. Did I hit a nerve? Why doesn't he want me to represent Jocelyn? I wonder if they're related in any way. They look kind of similar. Anyway, the ad break is coming up, so we're going to take that as our opportunity to briefly pause. We'll be back in just a little bit. Okay, welcome back. Let's see what's going on here. Your Honor, may I speak? I may be able to resolve this. I request to plead the Fifth. That only applies to pleading the Fifth on your, on guilty or not guilty. Oh, anyway. Fifth means she refuses to testify. And as she hasn't accepted my counsel, I can't advise her about why that's a bad idea. Are you certain, Miss Montefiore? I refuse to enter a formal plea. Very well, you have that right, but I request that I stand alongside my friends. Surely. Silence, Mr. Hawk. I need a moment to consider this. Please, Judge Tawny. Given the alternatives, the only prudent course is to allow you to stand. However, Miss Montefiore, this is highly irregular. If you're playing games in my courtroom, I'll have you behind bars for contempt so fast you think I'm the fastest within Fledged City limits. Am I clear? Crystal, Your Honor. Mr. Castle, Mr. Akagi, Miss Montefiore, the court recognizes your plea. Prosecution, bring forth your first witness. Okay, here we go. Huh? Hawk's about to bring out a witness who will give a statement. I'm guessing it's going to be Marco. Oh, I'm sorry, Dragons. Listen to it. We have to focus on the little details. We're looking for an inconsistency. A flaw of some kind which shows the witness is either lying or just mistaken. Don't worry about memorizing the statement, though. We'll be able to recap it afterwards. Inconsistencies. Got it. Special Traffic Operative Rhonda Haste. Reporting as requested, ma'am. Goodness. Miss Haste, can you please bring it down a notch? And I prefer to be addressed as Your Honor. Apologies, Your Honor. Your Honor, this is Rhonda Haste, Fledged City's most decorated traffic cop. Her record of arrests for highway code violations is peerless in the history of Fledged City PD. I see. In that case, this gives me the chance to pose a question I've been mulling since I became aware of this case. If the activities of the roster racers are so widely known and obviously illegal, how have they persisted for so long? Phone, stop it. Someone had to ask. Are you implying our work is unsatisfactory? As I'll have you know, I've made arrests that have led to over 400 convictions. Really, I have issued over 8,000 citations. That many? The eastern wing of Fledged City's Children's Hospital is called the Haste Wing. Do you want to know? That's quite enough. Officer Haste, your achievements are quite impressive, but I'm asking a specific question. Why does the racing up on the roster spire persist despite your best efforts? Because of those damn pen pushers, the penny pinchers at City Hall. Your Honor, if I may, the reason is down to how the police force is budgeted. They can't afford to make it their priority. The rostro pass has been unused since the construction of new roads around a decade ago. The racers have taken care to avoid accidents. In fact, the last fatality was back in 1981. Statistically speaking, that makes it one of the safest roads in the city. Officer Haste here has pursued the racers whenever the opportunity arose, but was unable to apprehend the suspects on these occasions. Those were under less than ideal circumstances. I've appealed to the chief multiple times seeking to mount a sting operation. Those damn bean counters just won't let me do my job. Those racers are a menace, both to other road users and to themselves. I say, spirited individual for sure. Thank you, officer. Please move on to your statement. Witness statement. I was among a team that was dispatched to the mountain on the day after the incident to assess the scene. It seems obvious that one of the aces, perhaps more than one, barged Kara's car off the road. Street racing is a dangerous pursuit. It's of no benefit to the community, and those people should be behind bars. I always knew something bad would happen on the mountain, but the PD would never listen. Well, it's on their heads now. Very well. Miss Aquila, you may begin your cross-examination. Seems totally confident in her opinion. Let's shatter that confidence. Again, I'm assuming it's going to be a case of, hey, how do you know for sure they intentionally did it? It was an icy road. Alright, also... save here. Alright, I'm not going to press this one yet. I do want to press that one, though. You believe that? Surely it's self-evident. In that case, can you walk us through it? Fine. Firstly, we interviewed people who were at the base of the course from as early as 8 p.m. Nobody passed by, going up or down the mountain. That seems unusual in and of itself. Actually, the Highway Department at City Hall surveyed data for this, taken over a period of several months last year. It suggests the road is very much disused. Nobody passed by going up or down the mountain. Plus, we know that no one passed the top of the mountain during or immediately after the ace race took place. That means no other vehicles could have been involved. That's true. Dylan and I were there, and no one passed by until the police and ambulance showed up. Hang on. Dirt road, dirt road, dirt road. Okay. One other thing. The Rostro Pass downhill is a single road with no branches or turnoffs. This is why the Rostro racers use it. Isn't it delightful? Those street racer roads are sewn up in the very thing that attracted them to the mountain roads of our fair city. Poetic justice! Wait, does that scan? Something doesn't seem right. Yeah. Yes, it's important. Okay. Anyway, let's nail her on this.
Objection!
Officer Haste, would you say that you know the roads of the Rostro Spire quite well? What sort of question is that? Yes, of course I do. I patrol that area from time to time, so I have a good understanding of all the roads. And what about the trails? The what? The trails, Officer Haste. Dirt tracks, used by hikers. Do I look like a park ranger to you? Bingo. In what way is this relevant, Aquila? Who cares about a bunch of hiking paths? Because not all of them are exclusively used by hikers, Chad. Some of them are wide enough for cars. Officer Haste, you may know the roads up the mountain, but there's one route you didn't account for. Indicated on this map. Impossible! I drove that road up and down as part of my investigation and saw no such turnoff. If I may, the turnoff isn't visible from the road. You have to drive through some foliage in order to get to it. The branches of the bushes are springy, so it's back to normal only moments after someone passes through. I used this dirt trail myself on the evening after the accident in order to access the crime scene. Ridiculous. Why would you have to take such a roundabout route to the crime scene when it's a perfectly good road? Officer Haste, would you care to answer that question? What? Why would she... This is preposterous! I'm an officer of the law, and I was following my orders to the letter. Officer Haste, answer the question. Your Honor, in the interest of expediency, Officer Haste would not allow us to access the crime scene. She refused you access? She neglected to inform me of this. While she was following her orders, as she states, I believe this was an example of malicious compliance. I'm not on trial here. That may be. Still, Miss Haste, those actions are highly unbecoming of a police officer. In any case, what's important is that Officer Haste's statement hinges on there being no other way to access the course, implying no third party could have been involved. This is simply wrong.
Order!
Order! Order! Yes, I can see the inconsistency. You make a good point, Miss Aquila. Time to push it. In fact, Your Honor, this conclusion suggests the opposite. A third party could have been involved.
Objection!
That seems a leap of logic at this point. Absence of evidence is not evidence. It's a great maxim, Chad. Keep it on your bedroom wall next to the big Live, Laugh, Love poster. That may be true, Chad, but even you can concede that this throws Officer Haste's reliability into question. Your Honor, the prosecution requests to call a new witness. Granted, Mr. Hawke. Officer Haste, you may leave. Before I go, I will say that I acted in the best interest of... Officer Haste. Yes? Your continued presence here offends me. Get out of my sight. Whoa. Well, you told me that Chad was a stickler for process. Guess we just saw that in action. Much as I dislike him personally, I guess I can respect him. No, he's also a dick outside of the requirements of his office. Fuck him. He really does care about justice. Mr. Hawke, please summon your next witness. The prosecution calls Marco West to the stand. That's me. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Mr. West? Maybe it's the albedo of all the wood. Mr. West, you can't possibly expect me to pass up this opportunity. You are in court. Show some decorum. But the lighting in here, it's marvelous. And the furnishings are so rustic. That may be, but... And every surface in here, every spot, they tell a story of life and death, of the fulcrum around which justice pivots. Why do we never get anyone, Will? Is normal the word you're looking for? Yeah. I guess it keeps things interesting. Mr. Marco West, please. You're not even supposed to have a camera in court. Well, I guess they're... Anyway. Oh, my. Whoa! I had no idea that within the maze of judicial mahogany there would dwell such a delicate sakura petal, with eyes the color of the sea after a storm. Tell me, what conditioner do you use? Do you exfoliate? You must exfoliate. Uh-oh. What? Brace yourself. I mean... Keep talking. I don't know what's happening. I mean, hey, if the detective can do that, then why not? Alright. I guess even judges get thirsty. And your nails! I can almost see my face in them. I just come from a manicure from a place nearby. Give them a try. Perhaps we could go together. Judge Tawny? That would be delightful. I think I have their card in my purse. Judge Tawny, please stop fraternizing with my witness. Fair play, Mr. Hawk. Mr. West, Marco, can you please return to the witness stand? With some regret. Nobody in this game skipped leg day, not even Nina, apparently. Please state your name and occupation for the record. Gladly, Your Honor. I am Marco West, jet-setter, artisan, and photographer. So you travel a great deal for your work? Just when I feel drawn to do so. I like to think of myself as a student of the very concept of beauty in motion. Is this guy for real? My last booking was the Paris fashion show, prior to which I was in Milan. Goodness! Marvelous. But with all that, how did you come to be involved on the night in question? Enchanting. While at the Paris fashion show, I received an email about something going on in the mountains here in Pledge City. An email? From whom? It was anonymous, or at least I could not place the name anywhere. An anonymous email? Boy, it sounds like... Yeah, true. East Coast Marco, that makes sense. You can have that one, Kitsune. Also, phone, please, stop disconnecting. Anyway, that sounds like somebody who's trying to set up evidence specifically for, aha, here's the smoking gun, because we got a picture right at the scene of the crime that we set up. F, is that you? Anyway. Oops, sorry about that. Did not mean to bang the mic. An anonymous email? Understand that I'm a celebrated artist. I receive odd and unusual fan mail all the time. This one talked about street racing up on the slopes of the Rostro Spire, and it occurred to me that perhaps beauty lay not just in nature or on the catwalk, but in the thundering engines and the tire-shredding speed. The idea stirred something within me, and I came to Pledge City the following day. Witness, if you don't mind, can you start to steer this towards why you were up at the mountain on the night the Clara Mass died? Confidence. Astounding. Not long after I arrived, I met up with the Rostro racers up at the Rostro Vista parking lot. I believe I first spoke to Hank Castle, who stands before me now. Hi. But I soon met the others too. In fact, just over 2 weeks ago, I went with the group to a bar called Shin's Place downtown. I must confess, I wanted to see the group dynamic with their guard down. In vino veritas and all that. In fact, I have a picture of the event right here. I see. What did you find?
quickly became fascinated by their culture and strong friendship rooted in their love of speed. Then, when the night was at its peak, and all of us were, shall I say, quite merry, Clara told me of a sacred truth that bound them all together, a shared sense of purpose, that she said lay within the heart of the drift. She believed that only a driver can experience this truth, but I wasn't convinced. Nothing can hide from my lens, so, over the following days, I searched for the best place to capture this truth. I soon found it was on the third hairpin of the course, quite near the finish.
Nina, Clara's car, the accident. It was just after the second hairpin. So Marker was just around the corner when it happened? I mean, technically, but the straight between the corners is quite long. There's a few hundred yards between them.
The third hairpin is wide and offers a chance for long drifts. So, on the evening in question, I walked up from the end of the course and camped out in that spot, waiting for the race. I was there from around 8 p.m., as sometimes the group has warm-up races, or other members settle their own scores. On that night, though, not a single car passed me.
You weren't bored just sitting there?
A little, but I brought my phone and some headphones. I've recently gotten into electro swing.
If you had headphones on, you weren't worried you'd be caught unaware when the cars happened by?
I had a radio tuned to the roster racer's frequency. A light on it blinks when they talk, so I thought it was a calculated risk. When it blinked, I took off the headphones and got ready to try and snap the ultimate shot. But then something surprising happened. Or I should say didn't happen.
What?
I waited patiently, but the racers never came into view. Instead, all I heard was the screeching of tires a bit further up the road. And when I walked up to investigate, I saw this.
Order! Order in the court! Apologies for stating what seems to be obvious, but that appears to be...
Defendants removing Clara's body from her car. This is a wide angle and just a still, but I can tell you that Clara looked very much dead.
That's not... We were just trying to... Order! Defendants, please refrain from outbursts during the witness's remarks.
Don't worry, guys. We'll straighten all this out yet.
The prosecution would like to state that the photo is to be considered alongside Mr. West's statement. In that case, Mr. West, please make your formal statement.
Commanding marks. No problem. As usual during recent races, I was camped out on the third hairpin. I'd been there all evening. No cars had passed by. My radio went off to say that the race had started, and I braced to take pictures. I heard the sound of squealing tires, but no cars passed.
Okay, he did say he took off his headphones after the thing turned on. Okay.
I ran up the side of the road to see what was going on. When I got there from a distance, I saw the three accused around the victim's car. That's when I snapped the photo. I hate to say it, but they looked very suspicious. I wanted to call 911, but the reception was poor. I had to run back to hairpin 3 to make the call.
Okay, I was about to say as soon as the thing was poor, how'd you call the police in the first place, but okay.
After that, I went home to develop the photograph. I thought it would be important.
Thank you, Mr. West. Miss Aquila, please begin your cross-examination. This is strange. Is that photo really compelling evidence? What sort of game are you playing, Chad? Okay. I'm gonna save here. I guess you could say it's like, it's not necessarily suspicious since they, were found at the time trying to do CPR and stuff and they were in the race. It just proves they were around when the crash happened, but nothing else. But anyway. Alright. I'm gonna go for the... I'll go here, and then I'll try for the, signal first.
Hold it!
Why'd you pick that moment to run up the course? I've shot this corner multiple times, so I had a pretty good idea of how long it should take. between hearing the tires squeal on the previous corner and seeing the cars pass by. It had just been that bit too long, and everything went quiet. In truth, it was disconcerting. It made sense to investigate.
Let me see, do I? Okay. Their statement was that they were... I don't know if their statement is in here at all. Okay, we don't have anything on that yet. I'll just press. I don't have any evidence on there quite yet.
Hold it!
You didn't think to call out to them? To get closer to ask what was going on?
I wanted to, believe me. But then I saw Hank and Kasky remove Clara's body from the car, and I was hit with a sudden sense of foreboding, like I'd witnessed something I wasn't supposed to see. So instead, I hefted up my camera and... that's when I snapped the photo. I hate to say it, but they look very suspicious.
Hold it!
Why do you say suspicious?
You don't think 3 people crowded around a dead person tend to look suspicious?
I don't think...
Psst, Nina. Don't forget, you go to the crime scenes, you kind of see a lot of dead people. Think about his perspective. He was only watching for long enough to take a picture.
Do we have anything which clears up the actions of Hank and the others? What were they really doing? Yeah, that was... Alright, I'm also... We had their statement, didn't we? Yep, there we go. Cause of death. Perform post-mortem. Alright, I'm gonna try and press on the, yeah, supposition on part of the witness too as well, but, I'll press it on this just to get any extra info about the reception, but yes, that the cause of death with the looking suspicious, I think is what I'm gonna aim at.
Hold it!
You didn't look, that's not what I was gonna go for, Nina, whatever.
Sorry, I must confess, once I started, I didn't stop. Not even for a moment.
Okay, yeah, I'll press that one on the suspicious one specifically, although I will save beforehand just to make sure. Okay. Okay. Just continue, loop back around. Yes, 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 okay. Okay, that, totally wrong, yeah. Yes, okay. Continue, 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 continue. Okay. There we go. Marco, would you say that you're an expert in photograph analysis?
I have an eye for detail, if that's what you're asking, what you're saying.
And by your measure, the phone, seriously. The photo of these 3 defendants looks suspicious.
Well, given that the 3 of them today stand accused of murder...
Your Honor, while the photograph in question does show the defendants around the body of the accused, it does not show a murder.
Objection!
Are you seriously suggesting it's not of importance? While it may not show the moment of the murder, they're dragging her body from the car. Check the cause of death among the evidence. The liner notes say that Clara's body bore signs that post-mortem somebody attempted to give her CPR. That person, by his own admission, was Hank Castle, one of the accused. Yeah. In fact, Your Honor, Marco's statement, while presented honestly, is nothing more than his opinion due to his highly circumstantial perspective. The defense moves that it be disregarded from this case. Is that so?
Why does he look so pleased? I've got a bad feeling.
I'm forced to agree with Miss Aquila in this instance. While the scene depicted in the photograph may seem suspicious in a certain context, it seems the explanation could be perfectly innocent. Something's not right about this. The photo thing, the CPR, and the cause of death, these are far too obvious. Chad doesn't make these sort of mistakes. That means while it could form part of a body of evidence, it is not in and of itself conclusive. Marco West, you may vacate the witness stand.
Perhaps I'll see you at that manicure place later.
I'll be shocked if we get out of here anywhere near early enough. But tomorrow, perhaps? Mr. Hawke? Yes, Your Honor. It is not often that I express doubt in your skills as a prosecutor, but you have made very clear in this case that the prosecution was pursuing murder in the first degree. Is he going to bring up Flatfoot? As of this moment, I see no evidence of this. Your Honor, may the prosecution make some supplementary remarks? Of course, but please be brief. If you're not putting it in on the case of, like, evidence or a witness, that... Anyway. I like the sound of this. It is my belief that anyone, no matter how guilty, can be a decent human being. That they can step forward and have the courage to ask for the mercy of the court. I look upon such people with some respect. But events earlier in this hearing have turned this case into a farce. What do you mean? The prosecution is aware of certain evidence that suggests one person in this court is obstructing justice. Do you mean Joe?
What's he talking about?
Chad suggesting someone here isn't telling the truth.
Yes.
They are fully aware of their guilt, but they have chosen not to speak up. Okay, he went to the car thing, saw how damaged her car was, that she's the one who hit him. Perhaps they believe that we'd not discover their secret. Or maybe they'd rather drag their friends down with them. So be it. Okay, he was going with the okay. He thinks that she's specifically guilty and was actually trying to... Again, maybe he actually got some respect for Nina after this, and he's trying to go, hey, I think she's legitimately guilty. I don't want you, stuck having to defend somebody who I think's a murderer. So, anyway. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call...
Your Honor?
Yes, defendant.
I wish to change my plea.
This isn't really the proper time.
To nolo contendere.
No contest.
What are you doing? Nina, what's nolo contendere? It's nolo contendere. It means no contest.
But that would mean
that she's admitting to the crimes. It's almost like making a confession. Chad must have intended for this to happen all along. Did he get to Jocelyn? Or does he have really compelling evidence? You couldn't.
I don't believe it. I can't.
Order.
Order!
Objection.
Your Honor, I must protest. I don't believe the defendant appreciates the ramifications of...
Ask her.
What?
Ask her what it means. Miss Montefiore.
It means the proceedings continue, but I am to be presumed guilty unless proven innocent.
She seems to understand perfectly well.
Then she should make a statement. Your Honor, the defense wishes to cross-examine Miss Montefiore.
I thought you'd never ask. The prosecution would like to call Jocelyn Montefiore to the witness stand.
I'm so sorry, Nina, Hank, everyone.
Witness, can you describe what happened around the time of Clara Mass's death from your perspective? If she thinks it was an accident, I can see her doing no contest to specifically the manslaughter charge. The first-degree murder, again, let it play out. Witness, can you describe what happened around the time of Clara Mass's death from your perspective?
I hit something.
Something?
I didn't want to lose. I was so jealous of Clara. She was so perfect. Every gear change, every drift. I went to the mountain that night determined to beat her no matter the cost. We were approaching the second hairpin and Claire's lights went out. And I knew that's when she would be making her move. I wanted to win. The next thing I knew, I felt a jolt.
A jolt?
An impact on my passenger side.
Okay. Oh, wait, on her passenger side. Wait, no. Okay. She's the only... I think... Yes, it is specifically the clubs, the iron club, or metal clubs. They specifically do not have imports. Theirs are American. Her passenger side's on the right side. But Clara and all the rest of them, their driver's side seats are all on the left, or on the right side, and specifically the right wheel is missing. You could maybe make the argument that she knocked her off the road, but, like, the main impact was all on her right side. Granted, that could have been from the barrier. Anyway, I feel like that's where this is going.
Only then did I notice I'd veered off my blind to try and block Clara's path. The next thing we knew, we'd rounded the corner and Clara's car had crashed. I mean, we did hear an impact just prior to the accident. You two? Don't be ridiculous! Jocelyn wouldn't hurt a fly! I'm not happy about it either, Hank, but then how do you explain it? I did it. I wanted to beat her. I wanted to win. I killed Clara Mass. Oh God, I'm so sorry!
Your Honor, the prosecution wishes to highlight 2 pieces of evidence. When Clara Mass's car was found, it had extensive damage on the driver's side. Meanwhile, Miss Montefiore's car had significant damage on its passenger side. I will say, if this had actually been the case, they could physically just go, well, hang on a minute, but...
So that's why Chad was the police impound. Nina. I gotta say I agree with Hank. Jocelyn's dedicated, but she's no murderer. Isn't that ship say? She just admitted it.
Again, to manslaughter, not to first-degree murder.
Not necessarily. Mind's a powerful thing. You can convince yourself the sky's green if you try hard enough. Sometimes people are confronted with evidence, they'll join the dots all on their own. She feels guilty and there's convincing theory that she's guilty, so she thinks she's guilty. That doesn't make it true.
Your Honor, may the defense begin our cross-examination? You may, Miss Aquila.
I remember it like it was a movie scene. I can play it over and over in my head. I looked in my mirror and saw the moment that Claire's headlights went out. I was so determined to block her that I veered to the right and bang! It must have been Clara's AG-88. Moments later, Clara was dead. Oh God, what have I done?
They don't even mention which side... The statement's not going to mention the side. I am almost sympathetic, Miss Montefiore. I'm sorry your actions have led you to this point. Miss Aquila, please begin your cross-examination.
I don't believe Jocelyn did it. I believe she believes he did it, but I don't think she could commit murder, even if she wanted to.
Alright. Okay. They don't mention the side specifically, so we have to press her on the "it must have been her car" thing. Not to mention all the cars have scrapes and bruises on them.
Hold it!
But I thought you said you couldn't see her. I was stunned by the sudden impact, the sudden sound of impact, and for a moment I shut my eyes. Then how'd you get around the corner? I've driven this road thousands upon thousands of times. I could probably race the whole course blind. But if you didn't see Clara's car at the moment you hit it, you seem to have gotten the wrong idea, Aquila. It was dark. Both cars were damaged. While it's true Miss Montefiore didn't see the instance of the impact, the point is that she's convinced it was Clara's car. Yep, again. Let me loop back around here. Yeah. I know. Okay, guess then... Present evidence... Yeah, okay. It's either gonna be... Yeah, this one here.
Objection!
There we go. Okay, good. I was trying to get something specific to the side thing there, okay.
Jocelyn, you said you started to think about this after Chad came to you last night, correct? You said he'd shown you compelling evidence about damage to both your Maverick and Clara's AG-88. That's right? Okay, let's stroke his ego just a bit. I have to admit, this is a clever piece of deduction. Chad, can you explain how you figured it out?
With pleasure. The initial statement we received from the defendant mentioned a loud sound before they saw that Clara had crashed her car. When I visited the police impound, I noticed that Jocelyn's car had extensive damage on its passenger side, while Detective Flatfoot's report from the crash scene showed that Clara's car was damaged on its driver's side. Okay, right. That's why he got it mixed up. He didn't even come up to the mountain, so he didn't physically see it. He just got the report and didn't realize it's on the... Okay, that at least makes some sense why he doesn't recognize it. It's not just him, like, actively trying to be a shitheel. From these facts, I deduced that Montefiore had instigated the crash. There it is. Chad, can you just clarify one thing for me? Of course. You don't drive, do you? No, actually, I cycle extensively, or use Fledge City's public transit system. Why? You also haven't seen Clara's car yet, have you? With your own eyes? There was no need. I read Flatfoot's written report. It was comprehensive. Wait, how do you know? Your Honor, the defense would like to direct the court to look again at two pieces of evidence. Jocelyn Montefiore's Maverick, damaged on its passenger side, and Clara Mass's AG-88, damaged on its driver's side. Oh. Of course. Wow, it's so obvious. But that would mean... Hey, what's the big idea? What are you babbling about, Aquila? Do you know what JDM means, Chad? Because I do! Your Honor, while Jocelyn's car is American, Clara's car is a Japanese domestic model, so the driver is on the right. Meaning that both cars are damaged on their right-hand side. That makes it impossible for Jocelyn's car to have impacted Clara's car in the way the prosecution believes. Technically not necessarily, because again, she collided with the barrier, that could have done the damage, whatever. Just what did Jocelyn hit on the road? Nocturnal animal? A piece of debris? Or the tire. The tire's missing. A piece of debris? Who cares? There's absolutely no proof it was anything other than... The absence of evidence is not proof, Chad. She could have hit anything up there, but she couldn't have hit Clara's car, Your Honor. Jocelyn's plea was based on how a certain piece of evidence was suggested it was certain that she was guilty. In fact, as this evidence has proven to be fundamentally flawed, the defense requests that she be permitted to change her plea.
Order!
Order! Order! I must say, this has been an unusual day. But given what has just been pointed out, I am inclined to agree with Miss Aquila. Miss Montefiore, do you wish to change your plea? Yes, Your Honor. I wish to plead not guilty. As I expected, the court recognizes your plea. However, Mr. Hawke, this revelation no doubt has a profound effect on the prosecution's case. Did we do it? Maybe. Just maybe. Although he did say two pieces of evidence. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that we modify the charges we have brought up against the defendants. We wish to retract the charge of murder in the first degree. Yay! Wait for the other shoe to drop. However, in its place, we wish to propose a charge of murder in the second degree. We also still press the charge of murder by reckless endangerment and involuntary manslaughter. No. That's what I thought. It's the prosecution's prerogative to remind the court that these charges can still result in capital penalties. For all three defendants. Why do I got the feeling we got out of the woods only to wander into the worst part of town? Very well, Mr. Hawke. The court should explain to both benches that the biggest concern in this case is that we still lack a clear picture about what took place in the moments leading up to Clara's death. However, Miss Aquila... Yes, Your Honor? Be aware, I will not hesitate to sentence all of the defendants equally if I feel they are colluding to defuse their guilt. This is in part because the death occurred during an activity that was, by definition, illegal. Understood. As I am unable to render a verdict at this time, I suggest we adjourn for today. Both benches are urged to investigate further and restate their cases. We shall reconvene the day after tomorrow. Court is adjourned. Alright. One quick sec. Oh, we're watching the footage again. She did say she was still working on Anya's case. One quick sec, just gonna check something. Ah, okay. Gotta be something. I swear at one point his hair changes and I saw some blood on his cheek, but maybe I'm wrong. Oh dear. Hopefully everything's okay, Cap. I saw you were doing the bench. Or, not the bench, the, desk. And then also, so far things looked okay on the hospital front. Fingers crossed. Something I missed. Yeah, blood. Yeah, Come on, brain. For like a split second, it looks like there's blood on his left cheek. More like Anya. Maybe I try and act like her for a bit. I'll think of something. What am I thinking? That's ridiculous. Still. Yeah, there's blood on his cheek. Come on. Ah! I'm guessing he looped the footage. Hey, Nina. Hey. I heard you. Alright. January 8th, 11:53 a.m. The Ace's collective down payment just cleared for our services. Gonna grab some lunch? Might be fun to eat something other than instant ramen and week-old Chinese food. Sounds good. You got something in mind? I thought maybe the Great Wave. No. Go to the bar they all went to. I think you're in love with that place. What can I say? I like sushi. Besides, it's Thursday and they do an all-you-can-eat special. Okay, you convinced me. Come see me when you're ready to head out. Although I was wrong, I could have sworn at some point it looked like somebody with long blonde hair was that in the cap, but again, there's something red on his cheek and only in the last cycle of it, so. Also, aren't we supposed to be looking for evidence? Alright. Okay, boss. Okay. Where's the Great Wave again? Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you. They moved. The whole restaurant? Yeah, it's near the convenience store now. Not quite sure how that's even possible. Yeah, that's true. Check your GPS. It changed between episodes, don't question it. I did notice that was in there earlier, but I couldn't quite tell what it was supposed to be. The Great Wave Sushi Restaurant, January 8th, 12:44 p.m. Welcome to the Great Wave! As Fledge City's premier 24-hour sushi restaurant, we pride ourselves on an authentic kaiten sushi experience. We charge by the plate, so it's easy to order as much or as little as you want. We also have a range of specials that you can order a la carte. Is it your first time visiting? Dylan! Back again, huh? Hi. 2 for the all-you-can-eat. Oh. Is something wrong? Sorry, but we've moved the day for the all-you-can-eat to Mondays. No way! That makes us 3 whole days late. Shame we didn't come in on Monday. Hardly. We were on our way to Spire to see Terry's hot dog truck. Right. I
guess that would have been the night of the Ace Race incident.
Yeah, it's caused some confusion. We've updated our business cards with the new details, though. Here, you can put it on a notice board or something back at your office.
You still want to eat here? Just pay by the plate?
We're here now. May as well. Wonderful. Let's see now. We are rather... Why do you have one of the monsters from the card game on your plate? We are rather busy. Are you okay sitting up at the belt? Anywhere's fine. I was about to say, yeah, that's one of the monsters from the frickin' card game. Okay, I spot 2 stools free. Also, guess who else is there? Just call it for me up for the total of your plates once you've had enough. Thanks.
Let's get some chow.
Hi, Chad. See who we can talk to. Oh, okay. You meant the actual, like, purple teddy bear. Yeah, I just noticed that now. Alright, also to skip all the talking, because I imagine we're going to start getting a lot of more talk in a sec. Yeah, I was talking about the little green tribble-looking thing. I'll wait for him to come back around for a sec. Okay, alright. What are you thinking? Salmon? Some rolls? I think I just saw some fried chicken go past us.
I'm gonna wait until we spot some sashimi. Did you pass the ginger?
Yeah, just a sec. Whoops. Oh, wow, good catch. Don't mention it. Chad Hawk?
No way!
No way. What are you doing here? Eating sushi. Ask a stupid question, I guess. If you come here often, I'm surprised you never ran into each other. The prosecutor's office is in this part of town, so I get lunch here sometimes. Still, I'm surprised you take time out for a sit-down meal during an active investigation. I'm not a machine, you know.
Could have fooled us.
Strange. I've dueled with Chad from across the courtroom so much I tend to seem as less of a person. That's because he is, just a little bit, but... yeah, there he is. Again, maybe he's getting his act together, but, no, all that stuff from the last episode was completely uncalled for. More of a cog in Fledge City's judicial system. Got a little common ground to make small talk. I know he's kind of famous for a case several years ago. Maybe start with that? How's your investigation going?
Excuse you?
You think we're gonna share... What? No. Even you two are more professional than that. Talking about Anya's case. What makes you think I'm still investigating Anya's case? Call it a hunch. Chad, can I ask you something? Go ahead. Did you seriously think that Anya was guilty? Doesn't matter what I thought. Oh, don't give me that crap. You might be a prosecutor, but I'm led to believe that you're also a person. Aquila. Nina. I bore Anya no ill will, but the evidence was just too compelling. That's just it. I've reviewed the evidence countless times looking for some gap, some flaw. Anya was always better at this. She could flip her perspective on a body of evidence as easy as turning over a playing card at a poker table. I was never quite so good at it. No, your style's more... improvisational. I'm not sure if that's an insult or a compliment. Coming from him, it could be both. You're quick, Merlot. I like that.
Thanks, I think.
Aquila, it stuns me that despite your evident talents, the solution eludes you. It's simple logic. Anya has seen all the evidence that was present at her own trial. So? Do I have to walk you through it? If that's true, that means applying her methods as an approach is fundamentally flawed. There has to be something which is taken at face value, which isn't what it seems. call it a hidden truth. Where do you suggest I look? No idea. And besides, it's not up to me to tell you how to do your job. Check, please. It's 3, 4. Okay, here's your receipt. Please pay at the door on your way out. Oh, Aquila? Taryn didn't believe it. Huh? My boss, the DA, Taryn Kestrel. She's pretty stoic, as I'm sure you know. When Anya's case came in, she said that she found it very hard to believe. Thanks. See you in court tomorrow. Don't expect a polite chit-chat. Wow. I'm surprised Chad Hawk has the capacity to be nice. Nice? You call that nice? By his standards. I guess. I'm still processing the idea he's actually human. Plus, I'm starving. There's some sashimi! Quick, before it gets away! Ugh, 14 plates. What can I say? I really like salmon. You ready to head to the spire? Yeah, I'm good to go. Okay, let's get in the car. Dragon, is there fan art in the future? You should probably tell me ahead of time. Okay. Also, there's an ad break starting in 5 minutes. I think I'm going to start that just a little bit early so we can, before we head off to the mountains, just get it out of the way. So I will see y'all in just a little bit. Okay. Oh, sorry. Welcome back, everybody. Nya, Dylan. I've been looking for you guys. Yeah, we just went to get some food. Something's going on up at the spire. Are you guys heading up there now? About to, yes. Great. Mind if I ride up with you? Yeah, no problem. Hop in. Looks like someone's coming up behind us. Guessing that's Ryoko. Although, again, the windows are tinted. Those Ryoko. You're absolutely certain. Believe me, I can tell. Every racer on the Spire has a way of driving. And Clara was acting strange when she was doing it. Again, probably was dead the whole time. Call it their own unique style. It's unmistakable. Imitating someone else's style would be like copying their whole personality. Is it really that deep? It's just street racing. I didn't understand it either until I got out on the asphalt. I think discovering this is like a shared journey we all take. That's what makes the Rostro Racers like a family. Puts it into perspective why you can't accept that the Aces could be guilty. Yeah. I can't believe the Aces would try and kill Clara simply to win. Because to an Ace of the Rostro Racers, it's not about winning. It's not? No. That's something only true racers really understand. The truth that lurks in the heart of the drift. Well, we didn't technically call it Heart of the Cards last time, so we had to switch them around somewhere. I admit I don't know that much about Racing Lagoon, so... I might start by grabbing one of those hot dogs. Didn't seem to care. I can't believe it. Are you accusing me? Because if you are, then own it or stow it. Maybe I should check that out first. That looks ugly. Let's see what's going on. Hey, his gas mask works. This bickering is futile. We shouldn't allow ourselves to... Oh, can it, Lance? Can you even see what's going on from under that mask? Hey, leave him alone! I agree. No surprise there. What? Always the peacemaker, aren't you, Trey? Always trying to broker the deal. Well, it's not happening this time. That's rich coming from the Hearts. This all happened because Hank wanted to try and... You want to go, Coif boy? Back up before you hurt yourself. Forget it. Come on, guys. Come see us when you're ready to apologize. Same goes for you. Not gonna happen. Find all your attitudes quite distasteful. I'm sorry you guys had to see that. Japanese only game, dungeon show went through a lot. Ah, gotcha. Like a family, huh? Yeah. Your family get along all the time? I'm an orphan, if you must know. People are just tense. You know about the 1981 incident, right? You know someone died in a race. Not just that. Gotcha. Thank you, Dragons. It brought down the then Joker. They say he left the racing scene, never to return again. Almost killed racing on the Spire. And people are worried that'll happen again. I guess. Anyway, I'm gonna head over to the Diamonds area and talk to the guys. See if I turn up anything useful. See you later. Nina? Something's eating at these people. Oh yeah, someone died. Their leaders are in custody, and Ren just said... More than that. If these people really are like a family, a loss like Clara should have caused at least some of them to draw together. Instead, it's driven a wedge between them. I think there's something stirring up this kind of animosity. So we'll just have to ask them and find out. Let's talk to the kings of all 4 teams and see where we get. Maybe that janitor guy, too. I'm guessing it's like, oh, hey, we have hot dogs, but sorry, we're stuffed after having lunch at the, Well, it's already nighttime, so we've been driving a while. Okay, where is the janitor? He might not show up until we talk to the other people. Okay. Alright, I'm seriously wondering if that tank is going to become involved, like the tire was shot off or something. Oh, there's the janitor. Hello. Hi there.
Nina, wasn't it?
That's right. Did you see the argument earlier?
Kinda hard to miss it.
What do you make of it?
Makes me sad to see what losing Clara's reduced them to. I thought they were stronger than this.
Think they'll get over it?
They're competitive people. So if they don't, I doubt racing up here has a future.
Wouldn't that be good for you? Make it easier to keep the place clean?
King with no subjects isn't really a king at all.
King? Is that how you say yourself?
It's a turn of phrase.
Right. He's the former Joker. I'm calling it now. Miss Aquila. Nina, right? Outnumbered? You look a little outnumbered. Yeah. Felt like that for a few nights. Guess it can't be helped. Can't be helped? Yeah, the Jack and Queen of Spades are on vacation right now. Took their cars and went to Gunma, Japan for a few weeks. They've been planning the trip for years. What's there? Some great mountain roads, believe me. Also, some great onsen by the lake. Onsen? You mean like hot springs? Yep, it's a dream holiday for married street racer couples. I hate to ask, but do they know about Clara? I emailed them, so they know. But I gave them strict instructions not to come straight back. Clara'd want them to enjoy their time away. Besides, it's better they don't see just how fragmented we've all become. Miss Aquila, Nina, right? Fragmented? Clara's death looming over us all, everyone's blaming everyone else. I guess it's only natural. Really? And who do you blame? Honestly, I don't really know. That almost makes it worse. In truth, I pity your task. Why? Because you're defending all of the aces at the same time. And surely someone has to be guilty. Personally, I don't think it's quite so simple. Of course. I just wonder what Clara would say if she saw us like this. You holding up okay? Just haven't really processed it yet. She was such a big part of the team, the racers. When did you last see her? On the day of the race. I towed her car using my crow's tow bar and dropped it off at her place at around 6. She was still home, so she greeted me at the door. What'd you talk about? Nothing much. The usual banter, asked if she was ready for the race. Nothing interesting. You say you dropped off... I'm guessing they had to tow it because it's not street legal being on the different side. Anyway, you say you dropped her off Clara's car at her home. Why'd you have it in the first place? I always rig up my team's cars on race day. It's like a matter of personal pride. Is it that important? Of course. I'm not just the king of spades, I'm also the team's mechanic. Yeah, I was thinking either it was not street legal or... Okay, he said he was giving it a tune-up and then brought it back. He does it before the races. Which could explain, like, the wheel being weird and other stuff. Ooh. 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 Hang on. Okay. Idea. We know that all of the car's wheels are damaged, which we assume is from the crash. And they said that she was driving weirdly, bumping into other cars. But one of the things Flatfoot said was basically, even if you had all 4 tires, you could not drive straight in the way it was. What if it wasn't that somebody else was in there, but she could not control the car? Because the wheels had been messed with. Although, she did drive up to the start line. Sorry, I should stop going down rabbit holes before I start accusing Kermit the Frog of a murder that she didn't commit like last time. All right. Even the cars the Spades drive were built by these two hands. You assembled them? Not just from stock parts either. The Spades drive a Mitsuyoda AG88, but no factory in the world assembles this car. It's a custom hybrid of parts from the AG chassis and the 88 line. It's a fusion of two cars? That's right. It's the best of both with none of the drawbacks. It must be quite unique. I mean, a lot of street racer groups make hybrid cars like this. But I doubt there are any others within the limits of Fledge City, because the only one person here can build them, and that's me. And ours are the only ones I've ever built. That's impressive. I firmly believe that when driven well, these cars are unbeatable in any race. I thought Tog Junkin Racing was about style and spirit, not cars. I like to think it's the best of both. The race, on the night Clara died. Did you see any of it? Unfortunately, I arrived slightly late. I saw from a distance that the race had started, so I decided to try and grab a hot dog while everyone was distracted. In fact, I believe that's where we met. He's right, we met in the line. Part of me wishes I could have gotten there sooner. I keep telling myself that even if I'd been standing up around up here, it wouldn't have made a difference. Thanks for talking to us, Trey. Anytime. Try not to judge the others too harshly. We all lost something on that evening. Some handle it better than others. Alright, save after that. Sounds like the teams aren't on the best terms right now. Use all your powers of deduction to work that out? No. Look, I'm trying to help. And I'm trying to keep my team together. I don't have time for some outsiders working for all sides. Hey! It was your team member who asked me to help in the first place. Yeah, in court, not up here. What is with these people? About the argument. Talk to the king if you want to hear about that. While Keisuke's in custody, he takes care of that stuff. You managed to find out what's going on? Not yet. Everyone's super tense. Thought it might be better to give them a little time to chill before I start poking around. Yeah, I haven't spoken to all of them yet, so... Hey, so... In Siberia we have saying, chatterbox is treasure to spy. Chatterbox? Oh, you mean loose lip sync ships? Ah, I have no words for the likes of you. Fool. You seriously think I want to talk to you? Maybe. It's been a while. Not long enough. Isn't that a bit much? Mind your own business, goggle boy. Hey. Let it go, Dylan. Sounded like a hell of an argument. What do you care? Oh, I'm sorry, we haven't really met. I'm Nina Aquila, I know who you are. You do? You're representing the aces in court. Well, in that case, look, this is a Rostro Oasis thing. Doesn't concern an outsider like yourself. I got nothing to say to you. Even if it could help Hank in court? I doubt it. Rude. Hey. Hey yourself. Can you believe this? It's crazy, right? Yeah, it's getting warmer every day. Really unseasonal. Oh, I thought you were talking about the argument earlier. Oh, that's team stuff. Not really your business. At least she's polite about it? Hey, so... Beat it, Cyclops. You're nowhere near metal enough to take up my time. Rude. Again, I'm assuming we have to take part in street races for them to open up. So, that looked like a real fallout. Think the others will come around eventually? This guy's like a sphinx. No idea what he's thinking, but he doesn't want to talk. Oh, this whole thing's a waste of time. Did you find out anything useful? Nope. Whatever's bugging the Kings, I think it's something between them and them alone. Can explain why no one else will talk to us. Oh, that's just because you don't have a face.
Red.
Kudos.
Rep.
I get it. If there's no other way they'll consider talking to us. Ugh, this is impossible. Is it? Yeah, alright, here's how we start getting street racing.
Yeah. Hey, yeah.
Wait.
With an oil change.
Stop. Gonna tune up here and there. Oh no. You're gonna suggest we do tube junk and racing.
Right.
Are you insane?
It's the only way, Nina.
But seriously, with my car? It's a wreck! There's nothing on 4 wheels I can't fix. Just need some axle grease, a rag, and a spork. This is happening, isn't it? I hope she knows how to drift, because they don't exactly teach her that in driving school. You just gotta earn a little respect, that's all. But I don't know how to race. No one has time to teach me. I can give you some pointers from the passenger seat, but you'll need to race someone with a vehicle. Isn't there anyone up here who owes you a favor?
Ooh, that gives me an idea.
Can I say before this, please? Yeah, because we're breaking the law in doing this, which is... Okay, you ready? No? Too bad, let's go! Alright, how does this work? Okay, first, your first clash. My first what? Focus. You gotta find your driver's spirit, your emotional core, and channel through the wheels and pedals. You need to try and overpower the other driver's spirit with your own. Wonderful. As somebody who's had a spin out on the snow, there's a difference between drifting and losing all... And sorry. Wonderful. Can you maybe give a more practical explanation? Fine, fine. This is a clash of spirits. You should focus on one of 3 emotions. Try to overpower them with your rage, flummox them with your technique, or outrace them with your pure self-belief. Is that why this thing's named after rock, paper, scissors? They'll respond with their own emotions. Rage beats belief, belief beats technique, technique beats rage. Wait. It's like rock, paper, scissors? Yeah, that's the Jenkin and Toga Jenkin Racing. But then which emotion do I choose? Don't overthink it, just pick one. And find truth in the heart of the drift. I'll go with technique. Hey, it's a win. Now what? This is a face-off. You overcome the other driver's spirit. Now it's time to drive that victory home. What do I do? Got a choice. You can glare at them or flash them a smolder. They'll come back with the same. You win by picking the opposite to whatever they pick. If you win, you can either then keep going or confront, which will bank the spirit you've earned. Why would I ever confront if I can keep going and score more? Because if you lose all the spirit you gained in the face-off. Risky. Sure, but if you max out the bar, you'll automatically win the next corner. No more clashes. If you think you can do it, you can be worth the risk. Give it a try, just don't get greedy. I'll smolder. Smoldering. Smolder again. There we go. Alright. Time for your first corner. You know how to do a Scandinavian flick? No! Well, let's just cross our fingers and go for it. Flick the wheel to the wrong side to unstick the wheels, then pile on the gas and turn into the corner. Wrong side to unstick the wheels, then pile... Okay, wait. What? See? You're a natural. I'm not sure what happened there. It actually felt pretty good. Depending on which spirit you have when you entered the corner, positions of your car and your opponent's car will change. If you win, you move forward, and if you lose, your opponent moves forward. Might seem obvious, but you need to be in front at the end of the race in order to win. Did I just coming around to this. I'm still very confused, but alright.
I think she likes it.
More?
Yes, please.
I'll go belief. Hey, alright. Glare. Glare again. Ah. Rage. Hey, alright. Smolder again. Glare. Smolder. Glare. I was very good at rock, paper, scissors when I was a kid. Do technique again. There we go. Granted, I'm guessing, you know, some of this is designed for you can't lose this one. Smolder again. Glare. Ah. Rage. There we go. Glare. Glare. Smolder. Smolder. Ah. Believe. Okay. Smolder. Glare. Glare. Ah. Technique. Okay. There again. Smolder. There we go. Believe. Alright. Smolder. Smolder. Glare. Ah. Rage. There we go. Smolder. Okay. Glare. Glare again. Smolder. There we go. Smolder. Ah! What happens if we draw on a clash? Neither of you win. But you gain power points, or PP. You can't use power right now, but soon, when your own individual racing style starts to emerge, power will allow you to perform special moves. Special moves? For now, though, just know that if you draw, you'll have to try again in the next clash. Alright. Go belief again. Okay. Glare. Haha. Glare again. Haha! Smolder. Aha! Smolder again. Oh no, I wanted... Alright, the misclick actually helped. Alright, but Smolder this time. Yeah! Sorry, Scrub. I'm not saying that as an insult, it's his actual last name.
You're approaching the first of the 4 hairpins.
This could take a while. The Aces mentioned them back at the detention area? I think so. Nina, these are the most challenging parts of the course. 4 corners in quick succession. Doesn't matter how far ahead or behind you are, you can win or lose the whole race in these corners, so be careful. Got it. How does that work? Technique again. Ah, draw. Rage. Oh! Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh, no. How far is he gonna gain on me? Technique, save me. Ah! Technique again. There we go. Glare. Glare again. Smolder. Ow!
Nina, I thought you might want to know. You just passed where
Where Claire's car went off the road? Yeah, I noticed. I'm kind of busy here. Also, I'm shocked the cops don't still have this area cordoned off. Like, at minimum, like a crime scene. Oh, I guess they could have towed the car. Anyway. Okay. Rage. There we go. Alright. Smolder. Smolder. Glare. Smolder again. Ah! Belief. There we go. Smolder. Smolder again. Dang it. I'm losing my edge. But I still got the advantage of a head. Alright. Rage again. Glare. Glare again. Glare one more time. Yeah! Alright, Smolder. Dang it! Belief. Okay. Smolder, okay. Glare. Nice. Glare. Dang it. Ah! That's the final straight. Never forget, Nina. Speed on the final straight counts for extra. In the haze as you approach the finish line, you might just come from behind and give it your all. Got it. Technique. Don't fail me now. Hey, alright. Okay. Glare. Yeah. Glare again. One more time. Do I go for a fourth or I go for the... I'll play it safe. I haven't done the confront all race. There we go. Okay, so it banks it. Alright, that's why you do it. Okay. Smolder. Oh, no, I wanted to bank. I did... sorry, I did not want it. Hey, whatever. Doesn't matter, doesn't matter, doesn't matter. I had a much bigger lead than that. Come on now. These take a while, though. The card games were faster. Now that finished the tutorial race, you can choose which race mode. I'm just gonna go with the cinematic. We'll never lose unless that loss is important for the story. I feel like we're gonna lose some. Alright. Yeah, no, we're going for cinematic, especially since we've been going for 3.5 hours. I don't want to have us get stuck on a certain race. Okay. Cinematic. Okay. If you lose while using this mode, it means that Nina needs to learn some new skill or acquire more information before retrying that race. Yeah. Anyway, stretch. Yeah. And hydrate. Well done. I just gotta go check up on something. Back in a sec. Well, I survived. You did great. Gotta admit. It was kind of fun. Thanks, Kaz. Great news. Queen of Diamonds doesn't allow me to borrow a car. Seeing as though I came here with you, my wheels are back in Pledge City. Want a bit more of a challenge? Bring it. That's what I like to hear. Come and speak with you when you're ready to go. Because I'm guessing it's like, yeah, sure, you can outrun a military supply truck, but you're going against street racing cars here. You want something that's actually going to be able to survive. Also save here. Okay, nothing new there. I'm guessing they're still just going to say the same thing. I'm going to talk to him. Okay. You ready for a bit more of a challenge? I'ma try. Don't think I'll go easy just because you're a beginner. Let's do this. Yeah, because I want to start on Trepang on Friday, so... Alright. Starting with my old Tant. I don't want to do auto race. That, yeah, no. I'll technique. Hey! Alright. All reliable. Smolder. Yeah! Smolder again! Yeah! Flare. Yeah! Smolder. Aha! Bank. Knowing to bank it, that seems like it's just the... Flare one more time. Yeah, okay. You're good, but I'm no pushover. Belief. There we go. Flare. Smolder. Oh. I'll take it. Smolder one more time. Ah! Alright, fine. Flare. Flare. Smolder. Bank. Technique again. Smolder. Yeah. Flare. Smolder. Ah, there we go. Okay, this is going much faster than I know what I'm doing. Not it. Okay. You think so? Rage. Smolder. Smolder. Flare. Bank. Leaf. Flare. Ah. Technique. Glare. There we go. Glare again. Smolder. Ah. Rage. Glare. Smolder. Ah. Belief. Smolder. Smolder again. Smolder one more time. Bank. Technique. Ah. You feel it yet? The truth in the heart of the drift? Like the car is an extension of your soul? I think I've changed this guy's accent just a smidge while I've been doing this. Alright, belief. There we go. Flare. Smolder. Ah, there again. Bank. Technique. Ah. Belief. Ah! Oh god! Still gotta catch up quite a bit. Rage. There we go. Smolder. Smolder. Flare. Bank. Rage. Glare. Glare. Smolder. Gotcha. What the?
What is it?
I saw something by the side of the road.
Like what?
Sorry, it was too fast.
Where are you?
Just before the site of Claire's crash. I'm guessing she saw the tire.
Okay, you focus on the race. I'll try to get down and have a look around.
Technique. Ah! Technique. There we go. Smolder. Nuts. Rage. There we go. Glare. Glare. Smolder. Glare. Bank. Belief. Smolder. Nuts. Rage. Glare. 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 Bank. Technique. Smolder. Glare. This is it. Show me your truth, Nina. Rage. Glare. Smolder. Smolder again. Glare. Bank. Technique. Don't let me down. Yeah. Technique. Ah! You won! Great race. Gotta admit, this is kind of fun.
Nina,
Hey, Dylan.
about that thing you saw just before the site of Claire's crash?
Wait, you're back already?
Turns out Terry had a beat-up moped in the back of his truck, so I just borrowed it for a bit. But that's not important right now. Thing you saw? Like a bump at the side of the road?
Yeah.
It's a waylaid wheel from a car, complete with a flat tire.
You found that by the side of the track?
That's right. It was probably visible because of the thawing snow.
It has been a bit warmer these past couple days.
Could this be the wheel that was missing from Clara's crashed car?
I don't think so. We found this before the crash site, and the track goes downhill. Before the... Huh. What is it, Ren? Though the track is downhill on the whole, the elevation varies. There's actually a dip in the straight before the crash site.
So you're saying this could have rolled back up the track?
I'm just saying it's possible. Maybe it came off, struck a tree, and then rolled to where you found it.
Okay, alternative theory. This might have been what Jocelyn struck on the road to cause an impact.
Wow, you're right. It really could be. Good thinking, Dylan.
Planets align sometimes.
You could be right. Can I have a closer look? The bolts look like they've been shorn off in some kind of accident. But something's just not right about this wheel. It's been tampered with, so my guess. Like what? I'm not sure. Alternate theory. It popped off. Like, when her lights went dark, it popped off. It is, in fact, what Jocelyn also hit, and it caused her to lose control and smash into the barricade. Nobody collided with her. Possibly. Can I borrow this from you guys? I'll return it. I just want more time to study it. No problem. You're a vehicle expert after all. Now what?
I guess we keep racing. If we're going team by team, the Queen of Diamonds would be next.
Then let's get to it. Hi. Are you the Queen of Diamonds? Yep. Hang on. Haven't we met before? Yeah, again, she was bussing for the, I don't think... We have! You were in line for the hot dog truck a few days ago. You looked concerned about something. What was it? I thought you were going to ask me to race. Gotta warn you, though. No one defeats my belief or technique. I forgot which one was which. Or which one beats which. If it's, like, rock, paper, scissors in that order, then maybe I can do it. But I'm guessing she uses belief and technique a lot. Powerful belief and technique. It's an oddly specific boast. I'll race anyone who stands in my way. Then I'll make you a deal. You beat me, I'll answer your questions. Let's go! I think it's rage beats technique, technique beats belief, belief beats rage, I think. Anyway, let's go with rage first. Or I guess we go with technique. At worst, we can draw. Oh, never mind. Rage. There we go. Yeah, I forgot which one is which. Ah! Rage again. Flare. There we go. Smolder. Bank. Wow, she's pretty good. You'll find there's a world of difference between a jack and a queen. You'll need some fire in your belly if you want to beat me. Rage again, then. Yeah, okay. And then Smolder, I'm guessing she's gonna go for Smolder again. Ah! I guess just doing Rage over and over again. There we go. Smolder. Glare. Glare again. Nuts! She must have a weakness. She may, yeah, something you, yeah, again. You know, the nice thing they had about the card game was it was just, they had the nice little diagram on the screen. Rage again then, I guess. That's my main thing I've got, at least. Glare. Okay. Glare again. Smolder. Glare again. Bank. Just stick with Rage, I guess. Glare. Glare. Okay. Rage again. Smolder. Smolder again. Smolder one more time. Bank. Rage. Glare. Glare again. Smolder. Gotcha. You have spirit, but you'll need style to really achieve greatness on the spire. Does that mean technique? Nope. Just go with Rage, I guess. Claire. Ah! Ah! You're approaching the first of the 4 hairpins. Glare. Glare. Smolder. Glare. Bank. Rage. Glare again. Ah. Rage. Alright, at least that's consistent. Smolder. Smolder. Ah. Smolder. Smolder. Ah! Dagnabbit. If it does start getting too late, I will start turning on the auto race. Glare. Ah! Glare. There we go. Glare again. One more time. Nuts! Ah! At least we got a decent lead here. Nuts. Ah! She finally used the other one. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, draw.
It's the final straight, Nina. Hang in there.
Rage. There we go. Alright. Smolder. There we go. Smolder again. Flare. Bank. Rage. Glare. Glare. Smolder. Okay. Wow. Ren wasn't kidding. You're really something. Just a beginner. Maybe. You have a strong spirit. Mind if I ask you about the other night now? Shoot. You seem to, I don't know, flinch when it was mentioned that Clara got to the mountain quite late. Well, it's nothing really. Come on, you must have had a reason, no matter how tenuous. Okay. It's really just a tiny thing. Clara had my copy of Dragon Fantasy: The Revenge on DVD. I've seen that movie. It's pretty good. What does that have to do with anything? I wanted to get it back on the night Clara died, so I tried to call her. Tried multiple times, from around 6 through when I left for the mountain at 7:30. But there was no answer. I just assumed she was busy. Not sure what to say about that. Anything we can find that help us build a picture of Clara's movement? Anything we can find which can help us build a picture of Clara's movements might come handy at some point. Thanks. Anyway, my running theory is probably he's going to end up being the King of Aces, but he'll have to race the King of Diamonds next, and be warned, he's no pushover. Speaking of, aces are nowhere to be seen. Alright, just to test, I'm going to see what happens when you do the auto race. You again. So you're the one that's been rifling through the rest of the Dancing Diamonds. An outsider like yourself. Not quite sure how to respond to that, but yes, I beat the Jack and Queen. Useless. He seems angry. Maybe I can goad him? Think you could do better? You're all racing in the same car. Don't you know anything? All of us, each team chooses a car, and we all use the same one. That would have been obvious if you'd been paying attention. At least, nearly all of us. I guess I had noticed, but I hadn't really thought about it. Why is that?
homologation. Or at least that's not the proper word, but it's the term that we use. There are rules, etiquette. Being an outsider, you wouldn't know about that, would you?
Outsider or not, I want to know about what you guys were arguing about earlier.
Not gonna happen.
Well then, if you won't listen to me now, maybe you will once I outrank you.
Ha! Good one. Enjoy the sight of my taillights.
Let's go. I'm guessing he's got rage focus, but again, I want to see what happens if we do it with the auto race. In auto race, Nina will perform the rest of the race automatically. Features useful if you just want to watch the race without having to actively participate at last ends of this race. Additionally, Nina is guaranteed to win the race, while it's provided it is possible for her to win. Okay. Just for this one. We'll see how it goes. And then she lost. I guess they try and make it... If it's the AI, it's more, I guess, even. Wow, the auto race kind of sucks. Still feeling cocky, outsider? Not anymore, I'm not.
What's going on? It's tough.
Yeah, I decided to let the auto race take over, and it's doing a much worse job than I did. Significantly so.
I'm totally fired up.
They don't burn out.
What? Keep up the banter, Nina.
Come on. There you go. What? It specifically says this thing can't lose this race. But boy, it's doing a good job of that. Good lord. True, they did say that. I'm not going down without a fight. We haven't been fighting for too long already. Oh, forget it. You'd never understand. Maybe if you explain what's wrong, you'll have to beat me first. Okay, come on, come on.
You're approaching the first of the 4 hairpins.
I guess they're making up for all of it in the back half. There you go. I guess he's just sticking to smoldering. Or no, I guess he literally burned himself out, and now all he can do is the, I can't let an outsider like you win.
This is the final straight, Nina. Hang in there.
Okay. Well, it was arguably faster. I might just stick with that for the rest of them to make sure we can finish tonight. Granted, the head of the metal clubs is driving a tank, so we'll see how that goes. Ugh. I'm just doing my head today. You okay? I'm just worried about Kasey and the others. Been a bit of a tool all evening. As someone who has a job where I see a lot of bereavement and worry, you're coping better than some. Just try not to get so personal with your retorts, maybe? I'm sorry. So... The argument? Yeah. It all started a few weeks ago. Kasey was approached by an anonymous would-be benefactor who wanted to invest in the Dancing Diamonds team. A sponsor? They offered you guys a chance to be a professional motorsport team? It's probably the simplest way of putting it. So what happened? We rejected it, of course. Dancing Diamonds run free. We're not sellouts. But Kasey took some time to think it over, but in the end we refused. But ever since then, things have been weird. Weird? Tense, I guess. People have had meetings. Quiet meetings. They say they're not coming out to the Spire one evening, like they're going to the gym. But you look online, they're not at the gym. There was some of the others. It's about trust. That's right. Ever since that damn offer. This is just kind of our internal drama. Maybe. Maybe not. Nina? Ryoko? Just what do you think you're doing? My job. Oh, don't give me that. Oh, God. Thinking you're a racer just because you learned a thing or two from the diamonds. This is so you. And you don't even realize it. With the what now? Hey, Nina's not... Zip it, goggle boy! You got no lines in this play. Okay, that's enough. I'm only racing because I need to find out more to support the case. Whatever this is, I've got no time for it. You want face, huh? Fine. Go get that jalopy you call a racing car. Then you'll see just how out of depth you are. I couldn't save. Ah, I wanted to save. I don't think this is going to finish in 3.5 minutes, so we're going to hold on here and take the ad break. Be back in a little bit. Okay, and we're back. Oh, let me get my camera on straight real quick. Okay. Yep. And then the camera decides it wants to act up. Okay. Ah. Alright, we're gonna auto-race this one too while we're at it. I get the feeling we might automatically lose this one though, but... What the? How'd she get so far ahead? Confused. You should be. It's confusing when something changes right before your eyes. Wait, does she mean... Yeah, this one's a... There it is again! Is there anything unusual about the corners? Yeah, a high-pitched mechanical sound. She must have a turbo on that thing. She's mastered that. I can barely see you back there, Nina. What are you gonna do? Buy a scarf? Cut your hair? Do you seriously want to bring up that old argument again? We're supposed to be racing! We? There's only one racer on this track, Nina, and it's not you. I knew it. What? You might have beat the Diamonds, but the way you drive, it's just a mishmash of their styles. You haven't changed at all. See what I mean? A racer spirit is inimitable, like a fingerprint. I think she's got some feelings, and she's... again, the gauge I got that was that her and Clara might have been a thing, and I think either she had something like that towards either Nina or Anya, maybe. Maybe I'm misreading that, but... A racer's spirit is inimitable, like a fingerprint. You're no racer. In fact, you're not even a good Anya Miller. Too far, Ryoko! I can't believe you dredged that up after all this time. You expect me to apologize? Because you'll go home disappointed. Don't drag me into this whole drama you racers have going on. Who told you about that? Was it Hank? I have my sources. As if it matters. Saw that little falling out earlier, did you? Some of the people on this mountain just don't get it. You can't resist change. It's like the tides. Stand against it and you just get washed away. I'm guessing she was trying to turn it into a professional sport thing. What? I thought maybe Clara would come around eventually. The Aces brought their argument out onto the track and now Clara's gone. And mark my words, I'll make them pay for that. Ryoko. Ugh, Ryoko. I'm not the only one who hasn't changed. It was revealing. I had no idea you were a lesbian. I mean, seriously, Dylan? Bye. that's oversimplifying it, but if I just say yes, can we move on from this discussion? Okay. Maybe? I'm not sure if it is a case of, like, she had a hand in the murder, but maybe. Again, I think the mechanic guy did, but I guess I should have realized. I mean, you talk about Anya all the time. Really, Dylan? What did I say? I know you're walking through a bit of a minefield here, but do you have to step on every single mine? Anya and I were close, but not in that way. Oh. So why did you and Ryoko, break up? You've probably seen enough now to work it out for yourself. We only dated for 3 months. About 2 months in, I started working for Miller Defense and Law. It was taking up all my time. Anya and I were working on my first few cases. It was so exciting. Was Ryoko jealous? Did she maybe think? No, Ryoko isn't that shallow. But in a way, kinda. She was jealous of my new job, my new life. After about a month, it came to a head, and we had a huge fight. She said I'd changed, like, under Anya's supervision, I was becoming a different person. And she didn't like that person. I mean, I've noticed you talk about Anya a lot, like when you're working. Maybe, but isn't that just normal? She taught me so much about how to be a successful attorney. Ryoko asked me to make a choice, but she just couldn't accept that this is who I am. You say that like you were born to be a lawyer. Born? No. Made. By someone who helped me when no one else would. So... you dumped Ryoko? No one dumped anyone. We had an adult conversation where you dumped her. It wasn't like that! Believe me, it's nearly always like that for someone. Huh. Maybe you're right. Yeah, called that one early. Nina? Still nothing decisive. What? Found out a lot about the racers and this infighting of theirs, but that kind of makes the aces look worse, not better. Even so... everyone's gone home for the night. I'm not sure us freezing to death out here will help the aces. You're right. Let's get in the car and head back to the office. Oops, sorry. Okay, 1, where's Tyler? 2, why is your car still out here? Again, I am more and more getting ticked off things that I think the spade mechanic had something to do with it, but... Nina, do you hear that? What? Like a car. Or, okay, I'm guessing this is the investor. Is that a limo? At this hour? Looks like we're not the only ones still here. Hey, there he is. I think this might be important. Granted, anything this blatant is usually a red herring, although technically the last red herring they showed in the last one did technically have the thing, but yeah. Maybe we can sneak over there. Could possibly be meeting... What the... That person... do I know her? Mr. Gearson. You called me, so I'm here. What do you want? Think she's the person who's offering to make the teams legit? And she what they're saying. Do you want to get closer? Something about her, I don't... Psst, Nina. Sorry, was lost in thought for a sec. Closer. Maybe. How could you? You heartless sociopath. Her body's barely cold and... Very well. I can see that now is not the proper time. We'll be in touch.
Nina, are you okay? I don't know. You look wired. You're practically trembling. Right. My legs feel like jelly. What's wrong? You look as though you've seen a ghost. What if I told you that I had? Nina, you're kind of freaking me out. Are you okay? No. It's freezing out here. Give me your keys. I'll drive us back to the office.
Aquila defense launcher. Oop, 3:21 a.m.
Who? When? This is useless. I've got a trial tomorrow. I need to sleep. I just can't figure out who she is. But it feels like I should know. I don't know enough to look her up, and I can't describe her well enough to ask the police. That's it. Anya said I shouldn't trust them, so I should be careful. But there's someone I can ask when it's an unanswerable question. What did they say last time? That's it. I need to use the payphone at the convenience store. Looks like he's fast asleep. I don't want to go alone, but I want to keep Dylan isolated from all this if I possibly can.
The meta plot rears its ugly head again. Oh, right, that's the convenience store. Your wall's still broken, and your cards are still sold out. Hello, welcome to the conveni. You're looking for... Okay, I think it's just the... Okay, it's the same dialogue as in episode 2. Alright. Guess they're gonna... Yeah. Literally just the same... Alright. What was it again? 555... 48 394 73. They said to prank them, so I guess now I head to the warehouse? Or 4:27 a.m. Livewire? Are you here? They must be here somewhere. Well, usually at the end of the thing here, so... Hello again, Miss Aquila. I've come to talk. I wondered when I might see you again. I hear you're becoming quite the illegal street racer. Tell me, is it exhilarating? More like terrifying. I assume you are not here to ask about racing tips. No. Some time ago, you allowed me to borrow a crucial piece of evidence to exonerate Terry Scrub. The Black Lily. That's right. When I returned it, you said I could call on you if I ever needed to. Correct. In that case, I have some unanswerable questions. Tonight, up at the Rostro Spire, there was a woman. That is not unusual. Let me finish. This woman. She was talking to the King of Spades about something. Part of me suspects she's related somehow to how the teams have been approached by a wealthy sponsor. She was wearing a bespoke suit, and I think she was Japanese. Why did you come to ask me this? Her mannerisms, her eyes, there was a coldness to them, and when she appeared, it was like I'd seen a ghost. You know this person. That's just it. I feel like I do. Your memory of her is dim. It's like a shadow of a memory, wrapped in a feeling. In a way, when I picture her face, it's like I can picture her more clearly than anyone else I've ever known. More than Anya, more than Dylan. I guess the closest comparison I have are the loose memories of my parents. But just as my mind reaches for her, the memory fizzles out. Like ink washing down a drain. I see. Couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd ask you about her. I feel you may have asked me a question that only you can answer. I suppose it was worth a try. But if I am to suggest... Before the game is up, a true master uses every piece on the board. From the lowliest pawn to the mighty queen. Watch for long enough, and perhaps you will identify this piece by its movements. I would be patient. Not quite the answer I was looking for. The prudent moves seldom are. Have you been following the events of the Rostro Aces trial? Of course you have. Nothing in this case makes sense. Clara was behind, then in front, then dead. Motives to cause her to lose the race are piling up. You are losing sight of the problem, Miss Aquila. Above the pieces on the board is the hand that moves them. But that hand is connected to the player, and those moves are an extension of their strategy. When a player confronts another, they play. But if the strategy of a player is known beforehand, the game is lost before it has even begun. One of these days, a straight answer would be nice. Before it's begun... Again, I'm assuming the car was sabotaged beforehand, but... Indeed. The true chess master has a strategy which is flexible and adapts to changing circumstances. You are struggling because... Because I lack the evidence to flip my assumptions, I know! If I also had to guess... Maybe it's a case of her not being on board, and because she's the Joker, everything else, they knew that everyone else would fall behind her if she said no. I'm not Anya. She was always better at that. Wrong. What? A novice player may imitate the moves of a grandmaster, but they cannot claim to be a master themselves. Rather, they are just skilled at mimicry. Like some sort of imposter. Okay, maybe it was somebody else taking the wheel. That still is viable. Very good, Miss Aquila. An imposter may be very convincing, but even if they take their master's hat and cloak, they'll just look all the more foolish when they are unmasked. You sound just like Ryoko. You're suggesting I'm imitating Anya and that won't work this time? Is that it? I am simply talking about chess. You know, I came looking for answers and you've only given me questions. Then I will leave you with one more. The first move in this particular match. Do you know when it was? First move? Does he mean the event that started all this? It was Clara's death. I mean, I guess I was nearby. Yes, at least I think so. I was at the Rosto Vista parking lot around the time Clara died. Really? No, you weren't. She was already dead. Are you certain? Certain? Well, yeah. Tinted windows, remember? First move. What does that even mean? Keep up, Nina, come on. Sleep it off. You only have, what? Court usually does that stuff at like 9, so you're gonna get like 4 hours of sleep, maybe? Anyway. I'm assuming we're gonna get another day of court since we still haven't finished racing against everyone else. but I am going to auto-race the rest of the races.
That couch is surprisingly comfortable. It's weird, though. Did you go somewhere last night?
Oh, about that. I couldn't sleep, so I went for a walk around the block.
Nina, are you okay? Last night, I don't think I've ever seen you so shaken up.
It's fine, really.
I heard you mumbling in your sleep. Something about whether you knew that person. Did you work out who it was?
No, but maybe it'll come to me. Either way, we've got a job to do.
Okay, but if you want to talk about it.
Thanks. You ready for court?
Good to go, boss.
Let's get to the courthouse. I know it's already 10, but I feel like there's maybe 2 hours left on this game at most, and if I call it, like, here, it would be a very short stream. Alright. Have a good night, Kitsune. Okay. District Courthouse. Courtroom B, January 9th, 8:52 a.m.
Great. Looks like Ren got here on time. Let's meet up with him and get to the bench.
Hi again. We'll move the bench like last time?
That'd be great, Ren.
Getting another hydrate in before I do old lady voice.
So what's the plan? Let's move. I was about to ask the same. Nina? Hey, Space Cadet. Sorry, I was lost in thought there for a sec. What's the plan?
I think...
Okay, we need to accept something. We don't know for certain how Clara died. Seems like that's stating the obvious. No, not just us three. I'm not sure anyone knows. As far as we're aware, there's no direct evidence which proves the theory.
Isn't that bad?
Not necessarily. It means that Chad probably doesn't have definitive evidence either. I think I'm starting to get it. Our goal today is to filibuster. We need to be economical. We dispute Chad's witnesses with an aim of securing another day of investigation. Got it?
Got it.
Hey, boss.
Hello again, Miss Aquila. Chad, I've heard you've taken to drifting. Doing the mood suits me.
Really?
Careful you don't drift right off course.
Yeah, well, maybe.
How does he always time those barbs just before Tawny walks in? It's like a gift or something. All rise for the Honorable Judge Tawny. Welcome back, Aquila.
Please be seated. We are here to resume the trial of the three defendants. Keisuke Akagi, also known as Ace of Diamonds, Hank Castle, also known as Ace of Hearts, and Jocelyn Montefiore, also known as the Ace of Clubs. These individuals were involved in actions which led to the death of Clara Mass, a wealthy socialite, also known as the Ace of Spades. At the first trial, it was agreed the prosecution would yield the charge of murder in the first degree.
It's done that before. I'm assuming there's like a Game Maker executable or something that it misidentifies. Because I've had a couple other games that pulled that. Or in some cases, like, development names of games. Because, like, when I did Labyrinth of the Demon King, it was calling it, like, Shikigami or something like that.
I.e., the defendants do not stand accused of premeditated murder. However, they remain accused of several offenses, namely, murder by reckless endangerment, involuntary manslaughter, as well as murder in the second degree.
Your Honor, to be clear, it's still my personal opinion that one of the defendants is guilty of first-degree murder. However, it's true that 2 days ago the opposing bench suggested there was no direct evidence of this. It is therefore the opinion of the prosecution that a non-premeditated murder may have taken place.
There's They're saying the prosecution still believes that Clara was killed on purpose.
Which I think is the case, I just think it was not any of these defendants.
So maybe the murder was a snap decision in the moment. Chad's continued belief that there was a premeditated murder is troubling. Much as I rarely agree with him, Chad has good instincts. Why does he still believe a first-degree murder took place?
We're choosing to pursue a charge of murder in the second degree on that basis. Regardless, I am confident of one thing. Before the end of the day, the defendants will be found guilty of at least one of the charges. Well, yeah, I mean, the reckless... Okay. Murder by reckless endangerment. Anyway. Stretch. Okay. I'd like to continue, Miss Aquila.
Please do, Your Honor.
Mr. Hawke, please restate the prosecution's case. Immediately. Your Honor, whilst our earlier pieces of evidence did not sway the court, it remains that Clara Mass is dead. As she died during an illegal street race with the three defendants, we believe that at least one of these three is directly responsible. As we're lacking in direct evidence, we will instead discuss compelling motives for murder, and we'll do this via witness testimony.
Compelling motives, huh? He must have something pretty good.
He's gonna pull out Ryoko. Thank you, Mr. Hawke, for your summary of the case. Bailiff, please bring in the defendants. The three of you are aware of the charges put forth by the prosecution. How do you plead?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
Not guilty, Your Honor.
Not guilty, Your Honor.
Mr. Castle, Mr. Akagi, Miss Montefiore, the court recognizes your plea. Prosecution, bring forth your first witness.
Hey, Chad, let's see who you call.
The prosecution calls Hank Castle to the stand. They trying to prisoner's dilemma them?
You just call a defendant as a witness? What's he thinking?
Order.
Call it, he's totally the killer.
Order!
Me? Hank, but he's the defendant.
He's a defendant.
Yeah. Nina, can Chad do that?
I mean, you can cross-examine him.
Yes, he can. Being a defendant doesn't preclude you from being a witness. Still, what's your game, Chad?
I refuse. Mr. Castle, you can't simply refuse. You don't have that right. You may take the fifth, in which you do in fact refuse to testify under oath, but as a judge, I would advise that this would not look favorably upon your collective case.
Your Honor, may I interject? Hank, as your representation, I strongly advise you testify.
I can't ask you to stand against the other races. I can't. I won't. Hank, remember, this is why Nina's here. It'll be okay.
You're being asked to testify, not to accuse anyone.
Fine. Let's get it over with. Mr. Castle, can you please confirm your name and occupation as a witness?
Hank Castle. During the day, I work for a TV production company.
Goodness. What sort of television?
Well, right now we're working up a show for one of the streaming networks. It's based on a popular manga, Japanese comic strip about a girl.
They make about a show about girls with magical powers, Your Honor. They're aimed at the preteen female demographic. Chad seemed to come out with that very quickly.
At night, I'm the Ace of Hearts, leader of the Burning Hearts, one of the 4 established racing teams up at the Rostro Spire.
Would you say, then, that you knew the victim Clara Mass quite well?
We were friends. All of us were.
Mr. Castle, is it not more true that you were rivals?
I don't see the distinction.
You frequently clashed with each other out on the track.
That's different. It's like a conversation between equals. Someone like you wouldn't understand.
Cute. I do understand one thing, though, Mr. Castle. As Joker, Clara had the casting vote on all issues concerning the Rostro Racers as a group.
That's true?
And in that role, there was never any animosity between you?
You're digging.
Perhaps, but I'm an efficient excavator. There were no disagreements, no bad blood.
What do you want me to say? We didn't always see eye to eye, but we've been friends for years. Don't you ever fall out with any of your friends?
Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Hawk. The prosecution would like Mr. Castle to make a statement about this topic. Namely, his relationship with Clara Mass. Of course. Mr. Castle, I'm prepared to make a statement on this topic.
Fine.
Witness statement.
Clara was a unique person. Dynamic, strong-willed, but fair. She led and we followed. Obviously, we had a rivalry. We were races of rival teams. Sometimes there was animosity, but it was just the life that we led.
Very well, Miss Aquila, you may begin your cross-examination. Of course, Your Honor.
I don't get it. Chad must feel as though Hank has a skeleton in the closet. Gotta assume it's something to do with the argument we saw yesterday up on the mountain.
Stand against it and you just get washed away. He's not gonna like it, but we can only deal with problems when we know about them. I trust Hank. I trust all three of the aces. So whatever it is, it can't be as bad as Chad thinks it is. What's he thinking? Alright. Save here. I'm gonna press him on the fair thing.
Hold it.
Dynamic, strong-willed.
She knew herself, knew her own mind. Clara might have been wealthy, but her fortune was self-made. Some kind of, I think it was aerospace components.
I see.
She had a lot of connections to people in and around Fledge City. Businesses, lobbyists, and the like. She was a natural socialite.
All very interesting, but I question its relevance. True. Still, bit of context never hurt anyone.
Hold it.
As Joker, she was your leader, correct?
Yeah. Clara as Joker had the casting vote on everything. We're not a democracy, more a meritocracy. Clara was the best, so she made the decisions and we had to fall into line. Just the way the roster rakers have always worked, ever since the 80s.
I think I'm starting to see why Chad wanted Hank on the witness stand. Do you feel this important, Miss Aquila? Yes, I believe it's important. Very well, witness. Can you please add this to your statement? Alright. I'm guessing... It doesn't make me look good, but I'm guessing this is the buyout refusal.
Objection?
Nope. Fine. Alright, fine.
Penalty.
Yeah. Okay, fine. Continue.
Hold it.
Alright, sorry, Hank. And as her friend, you were always happy with her actions?
I was. I respected her.
Leading question, Your Honor. I'm forced to agree, Mr. Hawk. Miss Aquila, you will refrain from phrasing your statement as a question. Also, Mr. Castle, I remind you you're under oath. Here it comes.
We had a falling out.
Dang it, I guessed the question too early.
We've been approached by a sponsor, someone who wanted to invest in the Burning Hearts. I can't name them for contractual reasons, but who they are isn't really important.
And what happened?
Aren't you meant to be on my side?
Answer the question, Mr. Castle.
Clara, she just got in the way. She was so stubborn. Everyone on the mountain wanted to go legit. It was a chance to realize a dream. It offered us a future. She had this romantic image of us staying independent, driving just for its own reward. It was infuriating. You couldn't collectively outvote her on something? It's not how it works. She was Joker and she'd made her decision.
Meaning that to solve your collective problem, you'd need to convince her, defeat her, or remove... yeah. Your Honor, that's baseless speculation. I agree. Mr. Hawk, please do not speculate. Apologies, Your Honor, but would it not be reasonable to suggest that this forms a basis for a motive? A motive which could apply universally to all three of the aces? Very well. Witness, can you please add this to your statement?
Fine.
What else we got?
Hold it!
Did you ever think that having team-based rivalries might cause a problem?
Not really. Teams are a long-held tradition. Truth, though, it's just a professional rivalry. We all hang out regardless of team affiliation. Some people even date those from other teams. Sometimes there was animosity, but it's just the light belief.
Okay. Guess I'll press on some of these other ones just to get more information, but...
What sort of animosity? Temporary fallouts? Arguments, that sort of thing. As long as I've been the Ace of Hearts, which is about 5 years now, it's always just been little bits of friction. Never anything major.
Okay.
Are we pushing Hank a bit hard? We're trying to make sure the court doesn't find him guilty. True. But Chad obviously feels there's a motive buried under all this, and we need to find out what it is. We can only work with what we know. Secrets don't help anyone.
Okay. I'm guessing then it's going to be the...
Hold it!
Alright. Why do you think she was so obstinate, as you put it?
Beats me. It's weird. Almost personal. She had some deep-seated desire to keep the roster of racers independent. It's admirable, but foolish in the long term. I felt that mountain racing would eventually come to an end unless we moved on.
Okay. I'm gonna save here again. Maybe the picture? I'm honestly not quite sure what to go with here. Maybe, hang on.
Objection?
No, dang it. That's what I was worried about. It's like, oh, they were rivals, but they were also friends, and this was very... Okay, I'm gonna load that save back. Okay.
Hold it!
What about this one? Did I already do... okay, no, I already did that one. What happens to... Yeah, alright. 1981 incident... Accident photo, Ace's photo... Maybe the heart. Okay, maybe push him on that. Yeah, they're both the same team. That doesn't help.
Objection?
No, not that one. Nuts.
Penalty.
I am really shooting in the dark here. Just going in circles here. All right. Maybe... Also, I just realized they're probably going to have a thing where maybe they swap the cars out, actually. Yeah, victim's girl. Okay, they just outright say they had a thing going on, alright. Incident?
Objection!
No, dang it. Okay, I pressed him on... Okay, I'm gonna go back through the presses again just to make sure that's that I'm missing. But I thought I got all the extra stuff out.
Hold it!
Okay, just don't... Okay. Not really. Long held tradition. Press. Temporary fallouts. Oh, wait. Okay. I think I got it. They were saying everyone on the mountain wanted to go, but the diamonds also didn't want to go along with it.
Objection!
There we go. Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah. There. Happy. Chad? Yes, Aquila? You said earlier you felt if Clara had been their obstacle to accepting sponsorship, this would have been a universal motive for the Aces, correct? I did. Why? Mr. Castle, Hank. Yes? You just said that everyone on the mountain wanted to go legit? Is that really true? It's not. Kasky? But you said that... I said that the Diamonds wanted to explore avenues that could make us more legit, but I never agreed to selling out to a corporate sponsor. But the club said... We had no strong feelings either way. We wanted to go with the majority. Order! Your Honor, the defense asserts that this is far from a universal motive shared among the Aces. Mr. Castle could still have this motive. But we've been over this. Hank's car bore no damage, and there's no evidence he shunted Clara off the road. It's the same for all three of the defendants. You were willing to overlook that for a moment when you were proposed a motive that hung upon a collusion, but without this motive alone is flimsy at best. Mr. Hawk, I must agree with Miss Aquila in this instance. All three of these individuals were in the race, so if one had acted alone, it is reasonable to consider that the others would have seen this happening. If the possibility of collusion has been called into question, that renders this line of inquiry as null and void. Yes, Your Honor. That seems reasonable. Chad looks almost... He looks like he expected that. Not good. Very well, Your Honor. If this witness can't provide a motive that suggests collusion, then I request that we move on to my next witness. One that posed a far simpler, more insidious motive. Envy. Is he going to try and say that they used to be an item and then Ryoko and her got together? Yeah. Prosecution calls. You. All of you. Yep. How can you just stand there and feign innocence? Ryoko, I don't want to hear it. We're just as confused as you are. Yeah, I'm sure. Your Honor. And you. I must protect... Willing to defend those murderers. Breathe, Nina. Don't antagonize her. Ryoko, I appreciate the last few days have been really hard on you. Oh, come off it! You appreciate nothing. Stop pretending you understand how I feel. Fine. The three Aces have hired me as their attorneys, and I intend to do that job to the utmost of my ability. Even if they're a trio of murderers? This is going nowhere. Your Honor. Yes, Miss Aquila? The defense would like to ask the purpose of calling Ryoko Kamiya to the stand, or Kamiyama to the stand. Hey! Given that she did not witness the events firsthand, surely anything she has to say is hearsay? Stop it. A fair observation. Mr. Hawk. Your Honor, Mrs. Kamiya has taken the stand as a character witness. She contacted the prosecutor's office of her own volition, and insisted she be allowed to testify. Stop talking about me like I'm not standing right here! Anyway, class, this is a classic example of a hostile witness. You three aces! You three losers! You just had to be on top. You had to win by any means. I'm not just gonna let the three of you get away with it. Why is it you all went into that race with something to lose? Yet somehow, I lost the most. She really is hurting. I can hear it in her voice. Be that as it may, to get these proceedings back on track, please state your name and occupation for the record. I'm Ryoko Kamiya, also known as the Queen of Hearts. I work as a graphic designer for a small independent firm. Phone, please, seriously. I do not know why it's been doing this all night. And you've been in this street racing group for some time. Okay. Reset that. Okay. Over a year. I see. Did you know the victim? Yes. Extremely well. Nina. You think Ryoko and Clara were dating, right? Why doesn't Ryoko just say that? I know Ryoko enough to know that she's out. But maybe Clara wasn't. Oh, I get it. Miss Aquila, do you have something to add? No, Your Honor. Miss Kamiyama, how did you come to be involved on the night in question? I was up at the mountains on the night Clara died, just as usual as part of the Burning Hearts team. In fact, I... Take your time. The race had gone on too long. People started to wonder why. I decided I'd go investigate, but I ran into Trey Gearson, who missed the start of the race. Then Stan Ren, he said that Marco had called the police. Marco was always meddling. I was worried he was trying to disrupt the race to get his perfect photograph. Ooh. I wonder if we got a picture of them together. Trey and I decided to drive down the course, see what happened. We rounded a corner and saw... those three. The defendants. Yes. They were standing over Clara's... Ryoko. Over Clara's body. I see. Then what happened? We argued. Trey and I told those three to back off until the police came. That was when I checked for a pulse. I touched her neck and she was ice cold. Yeah, okay, she was definitely dead well before that then. Her body would still have been warm. Even if it was cold outside like that quickly, no way. Goodness, that soon. It was particularly cold that evening and the body was lying on an icy road. As soon as I touched her, I knew. I knew that they'd done it. I may not know how, but I know why. In that case, Miss Kamiyama, please make your formal statement. All of you, each of you envied Clara. None of you could hold a candle to her, and deep down you knew it. And you could never match her on the corners. Jocelyn, you could never beat her on the straights. Keisuke, you could never match her shifting skills. You saw a chance to eliminate her. It's just too convenient to be a coincidence. I don't get it. She didn't say anything about Clara's death, at least nothing concrete. How can she testify like that?
Chad's already said she's here as a character witness. Just means she's working off her first-hand knowledge of the people involved. The judge will weigh it up as less than truly relevant evidence. But, as our clients are on shaky ground, it might be the straw that breaks the camel's back.
Thank you, Miss Kamiyama. Miss Aquila, please begin your cross-examination. Gladly, Your Honor.
Yoko, I can see you're in pain. Anyone in your position would be. And I can't help but feel that after today, we might never speak again. But I won't let your anger jeopardize my clients' lives. They didn't kill Clara, can't you see that?
Let's save here. Alright.
Hold it.
Your Honor? Yes, Miss Aquila. Are we to take these statements at face value?
Objection.
She's a character witness, Aquila. She still needs to qualify her statements. Otherwise, she could just say anything.
Oh, you need receipts? Examples? I got plenty.
Hey, okay, that was...
Hold it.
Isn't Hank the Ace of Hearts?
Oh, he's good, alright. But Hank's hot-blooded nature was never...
You're out of line, Ryoko. Control yourself, Mr. Castle.
See what I mean? Clara had immense mental discipline. She was always calm under pressure, which translated into beautiful, smooth cornering. Hank couldn't begin to understand the depth of her skill.
Hold it.
The rest of the club seemed to respect Jocelyn.
Those has-beens, they haven't fielded a Joker in years. Jocelyn's a weak person, and that makes her weak on the throttle.
How can you just say such awful things?
Oh wow, she's practically crying just from that. Clara was the strongest person I've ever known. No speed terrified her. If in doubt, flat out. Jocelyn's driving was a pale imitation at best.
Alright, shifting. The other diamonds would disagree with your assessment of Keisuke.
That's just it. My assessment, my analysis. There's no formula for a perfect racer. I beg to differ. Oh, really, Keisuke? Then how come you weren't Joker? In fact, the more I think about it, you all just treated her as a rival when she thought of you as her friend. And you betrayed her.
Yes, it's important. Alright, that's where the picture comes in. There we go. Knew it was eventually going to come up.
Yoko. What? The Aces were never friends? Never. Really? Not for a single moment.
Are you certain? Miss Aquila, is that a photograph?
Yes, Your Honor. Taken not so long ago by Marco West.
So?
Ryuko, do you think the other Aces are good actors?
What?
The affection in this photo. It looks awfully convincing.
What does that have to do with anything?
Ryoko, why do you believe that the Aces were only pretending to be Clara's friends?
Because they wanted to be on top.
They all wanted to be Joker, no matter the cost. That's what Toga Junkin Racing's all about.
Do you feel this is important, Miss Aquila? Alright, we're gonna do the, heart of the drift. Very well, witness. Can you... Yeah, okay. Actually, while I'm thinking about it, just in case I'm wrong on this, since I'm already down one. Okay.
Objection.
There we go. Alright.
Ryoko, you're so wrong. What are you talking about?
Every racer wants to win. It's true that every Toad Junkin racer would like to be the best. That's not the real reason why they race.
That's right. Racing's about learning about yourself through challenging others. It's about understanding the ultimate emotion.
It's about seeing something in others they don't even see in themselves. It isn't about winning, really. It's about truth. The truth that lies in the heart of the drift. Oh, you can't seriously. Really? You've only known about Toad Junkin racing for less than a week. It's sanctimonious, patronizing. This is so you. Maybe, but... Sorry, Ryoko, but I have to do this. In that time, I've learned a lot. Most importantly, though, the way you describe the attitude of the racers is wrong. Was Toad Junkin racing just a challenge to you? You were so eager to go legit in order to be the best. But Clara was determined to not let the racers sell out. Don't you dare. I'm forced to ask, are you sure you knew Clara as well as you thought you did? Screw this! Hey, you prosecutor! Huh? I want to leave. I'm done here. That's crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to dismiss Miss Kamiyama. Granted. Miss Kamiyama, you are free to go. Though before you do, you should know that the city offers a variety of options for grief counseling. Not in a million years. Nina? Yeah? This isn't over. Judge, she threatened us. Mr. Hawk, do you have any more witness to bring before the court? No, Your Honor. However, the prosecution charges against the defendant remains the same. Murder in the second degree, murder by reckless endangerment, and involuntary manslaughter. While the opposite bench disputed some aspects of the motives proposed, the facts are indisputable. Clara Mass is dead. A fair observation.
Nina, is there anything we can do? Is any of your evidence?
Ren.
Yeah?
Have a little faith. Managed to dispute the motives pretty well, so if we crush the charge of second-degree murder, should I push for a mistrial? Chad's wearing his poker face. What's he thinking? Nina, now I've disputed those motives for the murder charge. Can we push to, I don't know, dispute the charge of murder in the second degree? Won't that make things simpler? Aquila? Far be it from me to tell you how to do your job, but aren't you going to propose a mistrial for the murder 2 charge? Think about it. If we go to the judge to agree to a mistrial, we'd be left with 2 charges instead of 3. But what did Chad say at the start of all this again? At the end of the day, the defendants will be found guilty of at least one of the charges. He must have had a strong reason to believe that, and the fact he suggested it alone makes me concerned. So what do? Don't push. Get Tony to dismiss the murder in the second degree. The remaining charges are simpler and might just result in summary judgment. Tony might just pronounce the aces as guilty on the spot. Clever trap, Chad. This one is rather troubling. Miss Aquila? Yes, Your Honor? I would like to see the photograph again. The one you presented earlier. Of course. Why? You said this was taken by Marco? Yes, Your Honor. He really is a master of his craft. That affection, all 5 of them, it looks so genuine. This court has made its decision. On that note, we're going to pause for the ad break because it's just coming up right now. That was a close call. Be back in a sec. Welcome back. Alright. Council will be granted further time to investigate, and we will reconvene the day after tomorrow.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
Your Honor, why?
The defendant's motives are disputed and the evidence remains inconclusive. Mr. Hawk. Yes? If direct evidence is not forthcoming, I can only suggest you are more creative with your sources. As you personally do not drive, it might be wise to follow Miss Aquila's example and find an expert witness. Follow my example?
Oh, if only this moment could last forever.
As for the defense, while Miss Aquila's argument today were persuasive against the statements of these particular witnesses, it still has not changed the fact that defendants were involved in a very dangerous activity with the deceased. A reasonable person would consider them in some way responsible for her death. Miss Aquila. Yes, Your Honor. Do not forget, in accordance with the 3-day statute, I will render a verdict at the end of the next trial day. Short of significant change in the facts of this case, your client stands in a very precarious position. I am sympathetic to your case, but do not test the limits of my sympathy. We shall reconvene the day after tomorrow. Court's adjourned. Okay, so we're gonna get the rest of the racers out, and then the last day of court. See if we can do that in an hour. We are definitely just doing auto race for the rest of this, though. Alrighty. Aquila, defense and law. Is she gonna wake up in the middle of the night again? Because it's 4:47 a.m. Yeah. Again, realized she wasn't in the car to begin with. The first move was not showing up at the racing line. Nina, stay here, okay? What? I'll be right back. Wait. Don't. "5:24 p.m. Whoa. Hey, Nina. Where? What? Wait, what time is it? It could be, admittedly, I don't know. I've not seen it in-game, but I've seen for, like, the character references for, like, the reference sheet they had for her. They mentioned, like, a lot of her stuff came from, like, her eye, and there are some burn scars on her face covered up by her hair from a fire. Maybe. But I think that's how she ended up an orphan.
Early evening. You said we should try and sleep in today, remember? Because we're going to be up at the Rostra Spire most of the night. That being said, I thought you'd be up by around noon or something. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
You were talking in your sleep again.
Yeah? Maybe you shouldn't listen.
Maybe you're right. Get up, I'll get us some coffee. So, what next, boss?
I was just thinking about that.
We got lucky yesterday, right?
Extremely. If Chad had better direct evidence, I think this would have been over before now.
You think he's gonna find some?
No.
That's a relief.
Actually, it kind of worries me.
I have no idea what Chad's next course of action will be. Still, I know it might seem hard to think about, but we do need to consider the idea that Clara just had an accident.
Perhaps. But put it this way. Our job is to be there for our clients. That, unfortunately, leads us to a unique problem.
How'd you figure?
The Aces all have a loose alibi against murder. We're all in the race, and we're trying to win. But street racing is an illegal activity, even if it's routinely ignored by the police. One of the charges against the Aces is manslaughter by endangerment. That means if Clara had an accident, their alibi against murder becomes evidence they endangered Clara by street racing. Precisely. You're getting good at this.
I'm pretty smart when I've had my 8 hours.
That presents us with an unsolvable problem under our current frame of reference.
So we need to flip our assumptions? More than that, I think we just need more information. We need to come up with another narrative that fits the facts. But we should make sure we don't lose sight of something important.
Well, one thing that you've not brought up is the fact that all of the people that were in the Spades team, they all drive the same car, and her license plate was missing, which means there's no way to tell that that was hers and not another one. Especially since she didn't have ownership of it over the whole time. I'm again leaning more towards the Ace's mechanic, but...
What? Gut feeling. I genuinely don't believe any of the Aces killed Clara. I also don't believe it was a simple accident. That means something else must have happened on the night, and we need to find out what it was. So where do we look? Maybe one of the racers knows more than they've told us. Maybe Trey? He saw Clara earlier in the day. Or one of the clubs, or maybe the Hearts. Maybe Ryoko. We'll see. We won't find answers here. Let's head up to Rostro Vista. Come see me by the door when you're ready to go.
Alrighty. Let's go. I don't think we're going to get the answers on the main meta plot in these 3 games. We're probably going to have to wait till the later games come out. I know the 5th one is either already out or is coming out, but I think the 6th one is needed to complete Season 2. Anyway.
Hey, Nina. Looks like someone's headed this way. Is that Trey? Hard to tell with those darkened windows. It certainly looked like his car. Where do you think he's going?
Maybe follow him.
I don't know. But I got a bad feeling.
No, we're just gonna... Alright. Rostro Vista parking lot, 8:36 p.m. Hey, Nina.
Hey, Ren. Did you manage to examine that wheel we found a couple days ago?
Oh, that? I had to pass it over to a friend. He's taking a look at it for us. But there's something much more important I have to tell you. I'm guessing the friend is Trey.
What is it? What's wrong?
Your prosecutor friend was just here.
Prosecutor? You mean Chad?
Yeah!
Knew it. Knew what? Ren, on the way up here, we passed a car heading back towards Fledge City. Was Chad inside with Trey Gearson?
Yep. That prosecutor came here by taxi and asked for Trey by name. They left not long ago.
Great. Looks like Chad just got his expert witness, and I doubt they're gonna get a chance. I doubt we're gonna get a chance to speak to Trey.
What'd you want to ask him?
I don't know. Something? Everything? Think we should tell him? Yeah, I think so. Ren, we were up here late the night before last. Then the woman got back into the limo and drove off. Nina thought she knew... Let's keep that between us for now.
What's that?
Nothing. What matters is whoever she was meeting with Trey. You think that woman was the sponsor?
Maybe. Clara gone, I guess Trey's the de facto leader of the Spades.
Ren, just who is the sponsor?
We don't actually know. Well, okay, the, Castle knew, but he said he was under contractual obligation not to talk about it.
What?
They weren't very forthcoming. Kasky said it's because they have legitimate business interests, they didn't want it to be known that they were consorting with illegal street racers.
Makes sense.
We have an email address, but it was a temporary inbox. He told us that if we collectively said yes, then we'd get to find out more.
Sounds fishy.
Clara said exactly the same thing. She didn't like it one bit. It's like she was against the very concept of the idea. Ooh, okay, hang on. Wealthy socialite. Again, I think there might be a thing to Marco meddling in and getting stuff. I think somebody was looking for dirt. And, hey, extremely wealthy socialite is, you know, demonstrably on a, you know, trying to get money for something that's an illegal activity. I might be overthinking it. Sorry, anyway. Was that the whole reason? Well, there are rumors that Clara knew something about the sponsor. Something no one else on the mountain knows. Any idea what that was? Nope. It was gossip. I have no idea if it was true. Who would know? There's only one person on the mountain who might know a bit more. Ryoko. Ren, we need to find out more about what could have happened on the night Clara died. In that case... Oh no. You're gonna need more face. More chutzpah. More flex. I get it! But still... Surely those last 2 races were beginner's luck? I'll never beat someone like Ryoko in this car. I keep telling you, your car's not your problem. What you need is style. And you'll find that in... the heart of the drift, got it. Ask around. I'm sure you'll find someone who'll take your challenge. After all, you beat the diamonds. Good luck. Come grab me if you want some advice. So... It's like we race. Let's see who's up for it. Okay, well, Ryoko's the hearts, so we're gonna avoid going with them until we finish with the others. And also, again, if my theory that the former Joker is the janitor, we might get something out of him. Still nothing else on that? Alright, fine. Oh, the hearts aren't even here, so we have to go against the... Yeah, I don't see the janitor anywhere yet. Alright. I did save, right? Anyway, I'll just also ask him. Alright. Hey, oh, shoot. Alright. Alright, nice girl, let's go. You were a lot less aggressive last time, good lord. What do you want, outsider? Are you the Jack of Clubs? Who wants to know? Nina Aquila, but I came here to race, not to talk. As if an outsider like you could figure out the secrets of my racing style. What kind of secrets? This'll be fun. Let's go. Alright, anyway. Auto race saved me. And try not to make me look a fool. What the? I was just going easy on you. Time to turn up the volume. Again, they've got a booster thing, which we still don't have in our car. What's going on, Nina? I don't know! It's like she has some kind of secret way to beat me at every turn. Can you figure out what it is? I'll try. So predictable. You really thought you could figure out my tricks in that wreck of a car? There's gotta be some way to beat her. Must be some kind of... I can't figure it out. How do you usually figure it out when someone's got something to hide? How do I...
Hold it.
That's it! What? What is it? I can press her! We're not in court. So? Who cares? As long as it works. Nina has gazed into the heart of the drift and learned a special ability, Press. Use PP, you get 1 PP each time you draw in a clash. You can choose to use them from the clash menu. Alright. Some opponents might not be so confident if Nina presses them, so give it a try. Oh, again, auto race.
Hold it! Hold it!
So she has that in place of the normal 3.
Hold it! Hold it!
Looks like your confidence is cracking. I don't go down so easily. You so sure about that?
Hold it!
I do kind of admit that wish there was a bit of a fast forward button for this. Which again, I'd probably just do these things out if I was playing on my own, but I am on a time crunch. Especially since we've got at minimum 3, and I figure we're probably gonna have more, because we need to get through the rest of the clubs, and at minimum Ryoko, probably the entire other rest of the hearts. Or at least the Jack, to get to the heart. Okay. Okay, I admit it. You got yourself some style. Where'd you learn to drive like that? Law school? So why are you up here racing everyone? I'm trying to gain face. I'm representing the aces in court, and I need to know more about what Clara was doing the night she died. Clara died, I hadn't spoken to her in some time. But the Queen of Clubs, if I remember, he lives across the street from Clara's place. He? The Queen of... It's a rank, Nina. The ranks are ceremonial, and they don't imply gender. All the kings are guys right now, but even that hasn't always been the case. I get it. Maybe he knows something? Can't hurt to ask. Thanks. Good luck. Well, Trey was supposedly at her place before she died, if this guy saw him go in or not come out. Are you the Queen of Clubs? The Jack of Clubs says you live across the street from Clara's place. Huh. As if Mara would talk to... It's true, Razor. Huh. Mara doesn't mess around. I wanted to ask. I don't answer questions from people I don't respect. Gotta show me your true spirit, all shiny and chrome. Somebody's seen Mad Max, I see. Prove me your metal with metal, then I'll sing like a little bird. Alright, let's go. The eagle's about to snatch the little bird out of the sky. With the power of automated driving. I imagine that's probably going to be the case. Again, unless Trey is a red herring, but... Again, I'm almost certain at minimum, she was probably already dead when she was in the car, and 2, somebody sabotaged her car. Oh yeah, the music's good. Remember that the teaser at the end of episode 2 was a lot closer to, "We're definitely not gas, 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 we swear." Crank that metal! Yeah! Are you seriously like this, or are you just, like, super method? Lose that turn. Never actually seen Initial D. Like, you know, it's a classic, basically, but just never really been on my radar, but admittedly, a lot of sports anime stuff usually isn't. Press him.
Time to turn it up to 11.
Do you have nitrous in there or something?
Hold it!
There you go. So press it so he falls behind farther. Get that lead.
It's not over yet.
Okay. Yeah, at this point, just use press on every fight. Or... Okay, there we go. I don't know why I'm telling the AI that is guaranteed to win this race instruction that's gonna finish either way, but yeah.
Okay, lawyer. I'm impressed.
You know who I am?
Yeah, Ren's kind of the gregarious type.
Then presumably you know...
You're looking for more information about Clara, right?
Jack at Club said you live across the street from her place.
I do.
You know anything that might help us?
Sorry, but I got nothing. I hadn't spoken to her in a few weeks. Damn. Actually, I looked over at her parking space when I left on the night she died. Thought about how we used to talk more. Wasn't Clara a wealthy socialite? What you trying to say, Goggle Boy? Clara might have liked the finer things, but she knew how to thrash with the best of them. With her connections, let's just say she always knew where the best bands were playing.
Hold it. You said you looked at her parking space. Her car wasn't there?
That's right, she was out.
What time was it?
Great thinking, Nina. A little after 7.
Takes about an hour to get up to the Rostro Vista from Fledge City. Clara arrived for the Ace race, which is at around 10. If it only takes an hour to get up the mountain, then that means there's 2 hours of Clara's time on that evening that we can't account for.
Maybe she just went to get drive-through.
Maybe. But I don't think so. 2 days ago, the Queen of Diamonds told us she was trying to call Clara all evening, but she couldn't get through to her. Whatever Clara was doing, I think it was important. Anything we can do to try and build up a picture of Clara's evening might... Ooh, sorry. Yeah, we still need to figure out what, time of death. Alright, anything we can do to try and build a picture of Claire's evening might help us understand what happened later. Thanks a bunch.
No problem. Guess you're more metal than I thought. Going after the King of Clubs next?
Does he know anything?
He and Clara go way back.
I guess he's next. As he races us in a tank. Are you the King of Clubs?
Is that how you address an officer?
This isn't the military.
More's the pity. I am Lieutenant Wolf, King of Clubs.
Wait up. This military thing, is that a bit you're doing, or are you actually in the army? It's a bit, isn't it? Nina, don't antagonize him. Dylan, you're seriously buying into this? Look, Mr. Wolf.
Lieutenant Wolf.
Admiral, Colonel, whatever. Razor told me you knew Clara Mass quite well. Is that true?
Not sure I've heard of a Clara Mass.
But Razor said...
I don't even know why you'd want to ask about her.
What's this guy's deal? I know, right? Those are clearly bold-faced lies. Will you truthfully answer any of my questions?
I'd answer any question from a superior.
Then let's race.
But mark my words. No one defeats Rolling Thunder.
Rolling... What? Let's go. Yep. Is that really what it looks like?
This is Rolling Thunder, my stallion of steel and Shobham armor.
How can you enter a tank into a street race?
It's simple. You just turn up to the race in a tank.
The turn radiuses on those things aren't great. Like, they can get up some speed at awful gas mileage, but also weight. Good luck. But anyway.
Hold it! Hold it!
Tell me how you know Clara.
Who's that? Never even met her.
That doesn't even make sense. Nina, what's happening? He seems unbeatable in the face-offs. Anything else? He keeps spewing out these lines, but they're all clear lies. Keep racing, Nina. I believe in you. I imagine it's gonna be, oh, I knew her by, her preferred name, her real name that she used on the track or whatever. How can you say you've never met Clara Mass? That's ridiculous!
Don't mess with me. I'll have you know, I graduated top of my class in the Navy SEALs, and I've been involved in numerous secret raids on...
Okay, he's literally doing guerrilla warfare. Okay. Oh, spare me! Got to be some way to beat him. It's like he totally believed his own lies. Wow. That must make him pretty resolute in those face-offs. There must be some way. Some way. Some way?
And I'm a type sniper in the entire U.S. Armed Forces. You are nothing to me but just another...
Objection!
There you go. That's it! What? What is it? I can object to his inconsistencies.
Okay, give it a try.
Nina has gazed into the heart of the drift and learned a special ability. Objection. Okay, we already knew that part. Allows Nina to go again if she loses the face-off. Okay. Again, computer, go for it.
Objection.
I see this guy went to the Xbox Live School of Military Academies. Oh, horses.
Objection.
Sorry, I hadn't looked at the sides of the track for most of this, so I just... More horses. Are they already gone? They're already gone. Boo.
Not only am I extensively trained in unarmed combat, but I have access to the entire arsenal of the United...
Objection.
Yeah. I bet you're not even in the army.
Do!
Don't be ridiculous. Granted, it might be a good idea to ask where he got a tank from, though, at least. Maybe he's like in those Vegas, experiences you can go out and, like, rent a tank on a little cordoned off course kind of thing.
I have over 300 confirmed kills!
Objection.
I bet you've never killed a single soul, in wartime or otherwise. Faker.
The storm that wipes out...
Objection.
Save it. Granted, I do agree, maybe antagonizing him this much on this might not be a good idea. So we're in episode 3 of Nina Aquila, where all of our stuff is based on a Initial D pastiche, but also we have to work our way up the street racing.
Objection.
We have to work our way up the street racing thing, and the current king in this particular group is a stolen valor, claims he's in the army, drives with a tank kind of thing. But he literally, like, borderline did the guerrilla warfare copy pasta at us. And to speed up time, I just set it to auto racing. Once we finish this, then we'll actually get to the trial section, which should hopefully be the end of the trial for the 3rd day. Actually, it would have to be, because the whole 3-day statute thingy. And then it's gonna be Ryoko and possibly the other hearts, but... Where did you even get a decommissioned tank? Yeah, I did the early ones there, but basically to save time, I just set it to auto racing because there's probably like at least an hour still left to go in this game, and I did not want to be here till 2 in the morning.
Army surplus. Same place I got all my stuff.
You're not really a lieutenant after all.
Method actor. It's a hobby.
Well, that explains that. How'd you know Clara?
I did her taxes.
You're an accountant?
That's right.
It might violate confidentiality, but...
You could subpoena the data, so I will just tell you there's nothing you'd care about. Clara was independently wealthy and all above board. Her biggest concern was about this sponsorship situation. She wanted to remain Joker for at least another season so she could refuse it. It was very important to her, though I don't quite understand why.
Thanks, Wolf.
She was a good leader. I shall miss her. Hey, Nina, do you hear that?
What?
Sounds like cars.
Yep, Ryoko incoming. We have to do all the hearts, don't we? Back again. I'm here, aren't I? You must be quaking in your boots. I heard that stuffy prosecutor came up here and strong-armed Trey to testify. What use is his testimony? You seriously think I'm going to answer your questions? Be a lot easier if you did, I'm being honest. I'm pleased to disappoint you. Then I'll race you for the answers I need. Yeah, right. Kirk, Svetlana. Show Miss Aquila what it means to be a real Toad Jonkin racer. Called it, we have to do the whole heart thing. We can, alright. Alright, Svetlana, you're up first. Also, to clarify, Athos, that's our ex. I guess you're the Jack of Hearts? Did you talk to Claire on the night of the Ace race? I have nothing to say about races. Wait, races? Wasn't there only one race? The Ace race? No more words. Yoko has tasked me. I must break you. Let's go. Again, I'm pretty sure I have at least most of the evidence I need to, or know what the pressure points are for when we get to the trial, so once we get through this, we can actually... Alright. Again, auto race. Whew. The way it actually works, basically, is it is a series of rock, paper, scissors that then allow you to do coin flips to try and get enough progress to try and beat the other person out at turns, which is where you actually gain or lose position. It is fun, it just is also, takes a bit more time than we have. And then also they added, like, a special mechanic. Tell me what you meant! Was there really more than one race? Yet. I will defeat you. But we eventually got the ability to basically auto-win the rock, paper, scissors, or re-roll on the other stuff. Yeah.
Hold it!
Last episode, it was all about, not Yu-Gi-Oh!, where we had to go up a card game tournament, which admittedly was a little bit faster and a little bit more visually engaging, but... I will not disappoint Ryoko. Ryoko's grieving, can't you see that? I am not such easy target. Almost done with that one. There we go. Ryoko said you did not have heart of a racer. I no longer believe her. Well, thanks. It means a lot. I want to ask, before we raced, you said something about there being races on the evening Clara died. What do you mean? On night Clara died, I arrived at Mountain at around 7:15. It's quite early, right? Yeah. I am first to arrive on that evening. I came early for hot dog truck. The hot dogs are amazing. Have you tried them yet? No. I keep meaning to, but Terry keeps selling out. The races, Svetlana. Tell me about the races. When I arrive at 7:15, I see no other cars here at the parking lot. But they're here racing, going up further down mountain. I hear two cars, performance vehicles, engined, tire squeals. You're sure it was two cars? I am certain. There was a race going on at around 7:15. Ooh. Okay. Idea. Alright. The crash happened way early. Well, no, okay, no, because the crash can't have happened way earlier because they specifically mentioned they did a check of all the roads from the finish line, from the start line to the finish line to make sure no one was on the road. If the wrecked car that was the same model as the one that whoever was pretending to be her was racing was already there, they would have noticed it. Unless it was hiding off in the... Although, if it wasn't free... Okay, sorry. Did you tell the police about this? No. But story of car 7 hours before race. The hiking path... Yeah. I can see at least where that would have stored it. It wasn't just, oh, no one was looking at that thing. But yeah, store it in the hiking path. Anyway. Didn't think it was notable. Yet. This doesn't make sense. Are you saying I am a liar? No, just that there was someone waiting further down the track for not long after 6. You talking about the photographer, Marco West? Yeah. He said no one passed him all evening. So if there was another race, where'd the cars go? And who was racing? I mean, it could be totally unrelated. Maybe, but maybe not. Apologies, but I have no answers for you. I only know what I heard. That's fine, Svetlana. Anything unusual about that evening could be useful. I have strong Lather's heart. It serves you well. Good luck against King of Hearts. Which is funny that technically she's a subordinate to the guy she's having us race first, but, the other thing about Marco is that he had headphones on, and he only knew the race was even starting when he saw the light up on the radio. So, yeah, they could have been doing it, and he didn't hear them when they were going, especially since he was waiting all the way at the 3rd hairpin. Are you the King of Hearts? What do you care? I'm trying to find out more about the night that Clara... You're trying to let Hank get away with murder! Whoa, this guy goes from 0 to 60 in no time at all. Wait, isn't Hank your leader? Your ace? So? Yoko's told me all about it. We don't know how, but those aces did something, and now Clara's dead. Clara and I may not have been teammates, but I respected her. It sounds like I really need to be talking to Ryoko. She didn't want to talk to you, in case you hadn't noticed. Then maybe if I race you, I can convince her. Oh, this is gonna be brutal. Let's go. Hey, lawyer. Who's saying, hey, lawyer? Oh, okay, alright. Oh, Mr. Custodian.
I have a name, you know. It's Jasper. Jasper Frank. How's your investigation going?
We're still trying to build up a picture of what Clara was doing on the night she died. Right now, we're trying to gather together anything unusual anyone saw, no matter how innocuous it might have seemed.
Try to park straighter next time.
Just to say that? I don't believe that for a second. Mr. Frank? If you have something to say, you should. People's lives are at stake.
You're about to race Kirk, right?
That's right.
Can you win?
I don't know. I just wish my car was faster. But Ren keeps saying that doesn't matter.
Smart guy, that Ren.
Yeah, you're definitely the previous Joker from the 81 crash.
Sometimes, though, what you need is more speed. It's to lose less speed where you normally slow down.
And how do I do that?
You multitask and kind of wing it. I hear you're good at that.
If you say so.
Racing isn't about engines or horsepower. It's about truth. Good luck, lawyer.
Auto race. If I had more time. Yeah, I know the emergency brake's sort of the main thing, because it's like a hard brake, and that'll keep the wheels from, yeah, I remember seeing a video on that a while back. What a joke. I'll make you eat those words. This is too easy. What's wrong, Nina? I'm good. He just seems unbeatable. You need a third ability? Just called multitask or something. Ready to give up? You'll never catch me. I'm guessing we're gonna catch him on all the hairpins. Why are you blindly believing Ryoko? Can't you see how distraught she is? Shut up! Surely you've noticed how suddenly seems, I don't know, vicious? Stop it. Seriously? La 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 la, not listening! Don't be a fool. I don't think you got through to him. Let's find out. Why'd you even come out tonight? You'll never catch me. Nina, he's way ahead. I know. What do I do? I don't know, but you gotta think of something. If only I didn't have to slow down. Slow down. Multitask. If I tap both the gas and the brake, maybe I can... Okay, Jasper, let's see if this works. Yeah, actually drifting. Okay. What the? Not so uncatchable after all, eh, Kirk? How'd you gain so much ground? That's impossible.
You've rattled him, Nina. Go for it.
Alright, Heart of the Drift learned. Heel toe break shift. Again. One race after this, and then it's on to the trial. Probably gonna go a little bit after midnight on this, but I think I can finish it off. Okay, almost at the end. Ad break's also starting in 5 minutes, so not quite gonna make it to the. We'll do that once we get out and before we confront Ryoko. Unless it just throws us straight into the Ryoko thing, so we'll see. All right, what you got for me?
Ah! You! I'm sorry.
What was that?
I said I'm sorry. One more time. Don't push it. Useless! Both of you! Nina. Get over here so I can beat you. Then you can go home and tomorrow we'll see the Aces explode as a trio of murderers.
Okay, so before we do that, we're gonna take that ad break. And hopefully this race and the trial will be done before the next one. See y'all in a little bit. Okay. We're back. Let's get this race finished and then get actually into the courtroom in this court game. You honestly think you can beat me? Let's go. Getting a sense of deja vu. Still plenty of race to go, Ryoko. Oh, I know. And I'm gonna enjoy watching in my rearview mirror. What the? Surprised? How could a beginner like you? I looked inward. Introspection, Ryoko. Heard of it? You were right. I'm not a good Anya Miller, but I'm a great Nina Aquila. Well, won't let you and the Aces sully Clara's legacy. Clara Mass is dead, Ryoko. I hate to be so blunt about it, but throwing the Aces in jail won't bring her back. I know that. Do you? Yes! Are you certain? Cause I'm not so sure. Okay. That should be the racing done. Unless Terry suddenly comes up like, hold it! Yoko, please.
I don't want to hear. Damn it, Ryoko, listen to me. Nina. No, this has gone on long enough. Ryoko, seriously now. Do you really think the Aces are directly responsible for Clara's death? I don't know. Be honest with yourself. No. Oh, Ryoko. You poor thing. I just need it to be anyone's fault. I still can't believe she's gone. The last time we spoke, I had no idea. It's okay. Oh, I need to tell someone or it feels like my head's gonna explode. We had a fight. I thought we'd make up later like we always did, but there was no later. When'd you last talk with her? At lunch. We went out for food, and she got a text message on her phone. It looked like it bothered her, so I asked her who it was, but she wouldn't say. She said it was team business that led to us arguing again over the sponsorship deal. We said things to each other, and I stormed off. I wonder if she hated me at the end. If it makes any difference, Ryoko, I know perfectly well you wouldn't put up with anyone so petty. Just looking at how you've acted, I suspected she deeply cared for you. Thanks, Nina. Oh, God, I've been so horrible to you over the last few days. How can I make it up to you? Only thing I'd ask Ryoko's this. Do you know what Clara did between leaving you at lunch and arriving at the mountain for the ace race? No, I've no idea. Damn. Then we're in trouble, right? Looks like it. What's wrong? It was a long shot, but you were close to Clara, so we were banking on you knowing something that might have helped us. Do you have anything that could exonerate the Aces? Did Clara ever say she was worried for her life, or maybe did she ever give you anything personal? No, nothing like that. We've only been dating for about 3 months. I don't even really have any good photos that just the two of us, apart from some smartphone snaps. You don't have anything of hers? Anything at all? Also, I still want to hear, you mentioned Marco was meddling. You got anything on that for us? There you go, come on. Well, I have one thing. What? A few weeks ago, Clara gave me a spare set of keys to her car, and those keys are not going to work on the crashed car. A spare set of car keys? Yeah, it was for safekeeping. Don't tell anyone. Why? Sharing keys is kind of a no-no on the Spire. It's some old tradition. Can we take them? I can give them back to you after the trial if you come to my office. Okay, but why? Right now? No idea. I know why, but sometimes the smallest thing can make a big difference. Good luck tomorrow, okay? Gonna need it. All this for some vague knowledge of Claire's movements. Oh, then a set of keys. That's not enough. Nowhere near enough. Go to the impound. Hey, Nina, look. There's no line at Terry's. Let's get some hot dogs. I am kind of hungry. Alright. So I'm curious. Anyone? Okay. No. Alright, that was just to re-race them. No, thank you. Are you sold out? Nina, D-Bro! Hey, Terry. Hey. You're in luck. I got my last 2 hot dogs with your name on them. Awesome. You want onions? Mustard? The works for me. Just mustard on mine. Here you go. Hooray! The quest we set out on at the start of all this. Wow! These are amazing! Honestly, it seems weird to say it, these hot dogs are incredible. What's your secret? Secret? Is it the mustard? I think it's the onions. Is it the onions? Nope. Okay, I'll tell you. They're vegan. Seriously? There's no meat in them. Not a bit. Since when are you vegan, T-Bro?
I'm not. There was a bit of a mix-up when I ordered my shipment, but I guess I kind of figured, like, how much actual meat's in real hot dogs. I guess. People love them, though. No one's even asked about it. They're totally indistinguishable from the real thing. Imposter hot dogs, huh? Now I've seen everything. Come on, Nina, light bulb on that one. You've had multiple hints dropped to you at this point. I mean, I prefer the term artificial, but I suppose so. Imposter hot dogs. Indistinguishable. You okay, Nina? I'm fine, just thinking aloud. Well, now that's done, I'm gonna close up for the night. Please tell me we're going to the lockup. You guys head back to Fledge City? Yep, I think we're done here. We're gonna head back to the office. Come on, Nina, come on. You're killing me here. Alright. Okay, 11:51 p.m. Hey, only 5 minutes off from real time.
Nina? Hey, Nina.
Yeah?
You couldn't sleep either?
Not a chance.
You think the aces are going to be found guilty?
I'm trying to be optimistic. But it's like we talked about just this morning. While Chad couldn't prove murder, the aces were still involved in dangerous illegal activity. I don't think we can disprove Chad's charges of manslaughter by reckless endangerment. We have so much evidence. None of it fits together, right? Says you.
I was thinking about that too. I guess we both should try and get some sleep. For real this time. I'm gonna go grab a glass of water.
I just don't... What the... Dylan? Is that you?
You say something, Nina?
Yeah, I thought I heard...
You want me to get that?
Yes!
Whoops. Nina, get dressed.
Who is it?
That guy from up at the spire.
Can you narrow it down?
Get dressed.
Yeah, called that one. Jasper Frank?
Aquila, wasn't it? Nina Aquila.
That's right. You here to find me for littering?
Don't give me that. Custodian's as much a job as anything else, including being a lawyer.
Then why are you here?
I said I wouldn't get involved again with the
Roster Erasers. Oh my god, he was the Joker from the 81 accident the whole time. Who could have seen this coming? Sorry. I should rein in my sass. Again?
But if those aces are found guilty tomorrow with Clara gone, and those teams at each other's throats, it could be the end of Tuga drunken racing.
Whoa. Wouldn't that be good for you?
What do you mean?
Don't the racers create a lot of work for you custodian-wise?
Don't mistake my distance from the racers for indifference. I've watched them for years. I've seen aces and jokers come and go. But it's strange.
What is?
I've never seen the bonds between them grow so tenuous. Losing Clara at this very time is like someone pulled the keystone out of a carefully built house.
Key, Clara, come on. Pieces, put them together.
Take any other stone at any other time, and the rest of the house stays standing. But pull out the keystone and the whole thing comes tumbling down.
Now that he said that, it does seem almost surgical.
Anyway, before I left tonight, I ran into that Ryoko girl. She said you were looking for anything strange from the night that Clara died. Anything at all.
That's right.
Well, there was something strange. It happened when I was on my way up the mountain in my truck. I reached down to change my radio station, and at that moment, I saw headlights in my rearview mirror. Before I could look up, I was passed by a car. It was fast and managed to round a corner ahead of me before I got a really good look at it.
Okay, what's strange about that?
I'm getting to that. I looked up, and at that moment, another car passed me, and suddenly I had the strangest feeling. Deja vu.
I know you had to go for that since you're doing Initial D, but... Alright.
Like you've just been in this place before.
Oh my god, duh!
That's the one. It was so powerful, I was worried I'd hallucinated amid the falling snow. I had to stop the truck and make sure I was awake.
So, what? Are you saying that...
It was like the exact same car passed me twice.
Because they all use the same car type. But how's that possible?
You tell me. You're the lawyer.
When was this? Again, literally, the whole thing about each of their teams is, aside from the tank guy, all of their cars are identical.
Getting towards 7 p.m.
Hmm.
I know it's a small thing, but you did say anything.
I did. Thanks, Mr. Frank. But why didn't you tell me this before?
I didn't know you.
You still don't really know me.
Maybe not. But I saw your truth in the heart of the drift. I knew you would listen, even if it sounded ridiculous. And I think Clara would have wanted me to tell you.
How did you know her?
I didn't really. It's more that she knew me. I've no idea how, but she knew my name before I even spoke to her. That woman's contacts extend far and wide. I think she was more powerful than she herself realized. Believe me, that's an unusual feeling for someone like me. A bit of a hermit. Now that'll pass into the ether. Maybe that's for the best. Well, that's it.
Mr. Frank, I have one other question that maybe you can answer. The Rostro Racers are being torn apart over this sponsorship issue. Who's the sponsor? Do you know?
Sorry, but no. I don't know who they are. But I know some things. Clara knew. And as soon as she found out, she wanted nothing to do with it. High society stuff. As for me, I think I'm done here. I have family in Florida who've been asking me to move down there for years. I think now's the time. Good luck, Miss Aquila.
To us both. I'll see you out. Take care of yourself, Jasper. Deja vu, huh? Alright. Got 40 minutes before the ad break. Let's see if we can finish the trial in that time. Again, I'm pretty sure I know what the big definitive pieces of evidence are going to be, so... Take the key to the lockup or the impound. Nina. What's up? What's up? Surely you know what's up. How do you do it? What? Go to court with a straight face when things are so bleak. Practice. Besides, during Terry's trial, you always seemed like Mr. Optimism. What's wrong? That was different. Deep down, I knew T-Bro wasn't guilty, and even if it was hopeless, I wanted to see that I still believed him. I wanted him to see that I still believed that. Then you got the right idea. I have. Dylan, being a defense attorney isn't about winning and losing. It's about being there for your client. And sometimes that's even more important when they're going to be found guilty. Or when they're truly alone. So, you good to go? Can you do this? I think so. You're gonna have to do better than that. You ready for court? Good to go, boss. Let's get to the courthouse. Alright, speed run, let's go. Although, I don't... Just really briefly, I just want to see... Okay, they didn't bring the wrecked car here. I guess because they weren't... It wasn't because it was arrested, it's a piece of evidence. And it's mostly in pieces, but yeah. Nope. Wrong building. Alright. Courthouse. $8:54 a.m. Deep breaths, Nina. No matter what happens today, you're gonna be there for your clients. Just like Anya always taught you. Dylan needs you to hold it together too, just as much as your clients. Let's do this with dignity. Ah! What is it? I forgot to call Ren! It's okay, I took care of it. You did? I tried to call him while you were in the shower, but he didn't answer. Did you try him again? You were in the shower for your customary half hour with that hair of yours. What do you think? No answer, huh? Nada. Still don't know about that friend he took the tire to as well. You think he was worried about the way the wind was blowing? Maybe. It's not easy seeing your friends get sentenced. No idea. Thanks to you. Third time lucky, Miss Aquila. Chad. I must say, you're a consummate professional. Why do you say that? Because I know that you've got nothing. No promotional lighters, no dragon summoning cards. Even Anya Miller would concede in your position. Then my clients are fortunate that I'm not Anya Miller. Well... Good one, Nina. So you do have a plan? What? No! I just didn't want it to be too easy for him. Please be seated. We are here to observe the third day of the trial of 3 defendants. Keisuke Akagi, also known as the Ace of Diamonds, Hank Castle, also known as the Ace of Hearts, and Jocelyn Montefiore, also known as the Ace of Clubs. These individuals were involved in actions which led to the death of Clara Maas, a wealthy socialite, also known as the Ace of Spades. At the first trial day, it was agreed the prosecution would yield the charge of murder in the first degree, i.e. the defendants do not stand accused of premeditated murder. However, they remain accused of several offences, namely, murder by reckless endangerment, involuntary manslaughter, as well as murder in the second degree. At the second trial day, we addressed the possible motives of the defendants. While compelling, these motives were each somewhat flawed compared to the obvious friendship shared by the defendants and the deceased. Neither the prosecution nor the defense have presented compelling argument about what happened during the actual race, and the bench has suggested both sides seek more expertise in matters of this Togue-Jenkin racing. Mr. Hawke, Mr. Aquila, have you attempted to do this? I have, Your Honor. As have we. Chad has Trey. What could Trey possibly know to make him so confident? Very well. Be aware, in accordance with the 3-day statute, I am compelled to render a verdict at the end of this trial day. Mr. Hawke, please restate the prosecution's case. Of course. Your Honor, the prosecution's perspective has not changed. Clara Maas is dead. The precise events of her death are, as we've established, not entirely certain. Direct evidence in this case does not seem to be forthcoming. Our only alternative is to turn to outside expertise, as the court has suggested, and try and resolve this deadlock. It's still the prosecution's belief that the Aces are guilty on multiple charges, and we will clarify this via expert witness testimony. Thank you, Mr. Hawke. Bailiff, please bring in the defendants. The 3 of you are aware of the charges maintained by the prosecution. How do you plead? Not guilty, Your Honor. Not guilty, Your Honor. Not guilty, Your Honor. I suppose little expediency was too much to hope for. Mr. Castle, Mr. Akagi, Miss Montefiore, the court recognizes your plea. Prosecution, bring forth your first witness.
We already know that Chad's gonna bring out Trey. I'm not sure what he's gonna say, but I bet it's compelling. Meanwhile, our knowledge of Claire's movements on that evening is a bit of a jumble. Our only hope, if there is any hope, is to assemble that jumble into something more cohesive. It seems impossible, but let's not give up quite yet.
The prosecution calls Trey Gearson to the stand. Oh me, oh my. Mr. Hawk, is this the correct witness? Well, yes. Your note stated he was a mechanic.
Uh-oh. Is there a problem, Your Honor?
Oh, no problem. Just I half expected you to be, well, a movie star.
He's a Bishi, that's for sure. Starting to think it's been a while for Judge Tawny.
Your Honor, I'm here for a reason. May we continue? Oh my, of course. Please state your identity for the court record. Your Honor, I'm Trey Gearson, master mechanic and current king of spades. But as for my profession, I am the owner of a series of auto repair shops in the Fledged City area, Gearson & Co. Nope, sorry. Alright. I'm both the owner and practicing manager of the business, having trained every member of staff. Wow, he's not kidding when he says master mechanic. However, more importantly, Claire and I were close friends. I see. We'd known each other for several years and had a great deal of respect for each other's skills. The Rostro racers are in the midst of an internal disagreement. That affects the future of mountain racing. Clara was central to this disagreement, but she practiced her racing skills daily, honing them to a new heights of perfection. Your Honor, if I may, I feel the witness has established his identity, but this further pontification is unnecessary. We're all aware of Claire's exceptional skills. On the contrary, Clara Mass's exceptional skills are of great interest to the court. Mr. Gearson, please inform the court what you told me yesterday. It is of my expert opinion that Clara Mass was the preeminent Tugejonkan racer. It would therefore be unconscionable, at least in my eyes, that she could die by simple accident or driving-based mishap. So, if I am to understand your meaning, Mr. Gearson, Clara Mass could only have crashed if she were, somehow, forced into doing so. Forced into a crash? I mean, how could they? I just want to stroke his ears. Order! Impossible! We've already established that there is zero evidence that any of the aces shunted Clara's car off the road. Perhaps. Mr. Gearson, Mr. Hawk and I have discussed this. Even if none of the aces collided with Clara's car, there are many ways to coerce a driver into having an accident that do not involve a collision. This is bullshit! Hank. You know it as well as I do, Kasky. It's racing! Putting pressure on each other is what we do! Mr. Castle, control yourself! I'm sure Hank means well, but he rather eloquently proves my point. Clara was skilled, but still human. While she would never have made a simple error under controlled conditions, this was a high-pressure race, where she was pushed, metaphorically speaking, into making a mistake. A mistake that caused her death.
Objection!
This is all hearsay and conjecture. Surely this is inadmissible.
Objection!
He's an expert witness. But he can't just make stuff up. Mr. Gearson's remarks are well qualified by his experience and close knowledge of the deceased. Hey, Cap. Yeah, we're trying to close in on the end here. We're in the trial section, and hopefully I'm pretty sure I know where all the evidence is supposed to be going on this, but the protagonist is catching up, so how are you doing? That these matters are inconvenient for you, Miss Aquila, does not inherently make them untrue. Miss Aquila raises a good point. Given the circumstance of this case, the court will allow Mr. Gearson to testify on this topic, with the express understanding that his remarks are purely his expert opinion. That's all I have to do. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Gearson, are you prepared to make a formal statement on this matter? I am, Your Honor. Witness statement. Clara's skill was extraordinary and absolutely consistent. She'd spent years honing her talents. It may be that none of the other aces struck her car or shunted her, but there are numerous other ways to cause a crash. Very well, Miss Aquila. You begin your cross-examination. Of course, Your Honor. Gotta hand it to Chad. He almost has me convinced. Let's see what we can do. Alright, first save. Let's press him on all of these, because none of them are, like, directly stuff that I have evidence for that I can think of, but...
Hold it!
Absolutely consistent? Yes. I've never seen Clara make a single error. The smoothness of her cornering was the stuff of legend. Most racers at some point are known to scratch the paint or dent their front or rear wings when drifting. Not Clara. I examined her car, every bolt and weld, every single race, and there was never a scratch on it. Clara's car was damaged when we arrived at the scene of the accident. Though that could have been from the crash, I guess. Right.
Hold it!
You've known her that long? Only a couple of years, but I've heard the stories from before that. I have no reason to doubt them. It's hearsay, but it feels almost pointless to project. Tony's aware that this is just his opinion. I don't like it, but we'll have to go along with it.
Hold it!
So you admit that none of the aces collided with Clara's car? I admit that, yes. The evidence that Mr. Hawk has shown me appears quite conclusive. That doesn't mean they're not responsible, though, because... yeah, other ways to...
Hold it!
Like what? Banana skin on the road? A blue shell? It's possible that a near miss or an aggressive overtake gone wrong. These are the sorts of things that can lead to a crash. Racing's a high-pressure activity. We've already established that everyone on the course had a compelling reason to win. They may have just allowed their tempers to flare, and that caused them to push things too hard. We know that Clara was behind, then ducked her headlights and made her way to the front of the pack. I guess it's possible the other aces, maybe without thinking, made a tactical move to block her and that caused the accident? Does that really make sense, though? It just seems too much like post-rationalization. Your Honor, the prosecution believes this charade has persisted long enough. Perhaps. Miss Aquila? Yes, Your Honor? I appreciate your desire to follow our leads and do the right thing for your clients. However, this court cannot tolerate drawing up proceedings without good cause. Do you have a clear reason why we should continue examining this case? Your Honor, if I... Miss Aquila? It's okay. Really? We all knew the risks when we started racing, and we all share in the responsibility for Clara's death. Even if we don't know exactly how it happened. I don't like it. But I guess I have to agree with Kasey and Jocelyn. Surely. Is this it? Is there nothing else? Just like Anya taught you. Hold him and to fold him. Come on. Your Honor? Come on. Defense. Whoop. Wait! Tire. There you go. Phew! I had a small experiment. What is the meaning of this? Your Honor, you might recognize my expert witness, Stan Renson, from the last 2 court days. As you can see, he's arrived late. Ren, seriously? May I request a short recess? Surely not. Mr. Hawk, be reasonable. The court will grant you a short pause to brief your expert, no more. Thanks, Your Honor. Nina, it's wrong! All of it! Ren, I know it's hard to see your friend. Come on, Nina. Pick up the pieces. I know it's hard to see your friend's about to be sentenced, but... What? No! Not that! This! I checked it and it wasn't right, so I looked into a second opinion. Ren, calm down. Yeah, man. You're doing 120. We need you at 40. Okay. We thought the waylaid wheel was Clara's because it matched her rims and tires, but it isn't. What? How? The wear on the tire's all wrong. Clara's car was missing its front driver's side wheel, but this is definitely a rear wheel.
You're sure? Positive! But why does that matter? Doesn't that mean the wheel could have just come from anywhere? I thought about that, but these tires and rims, this combination is used by many of us roster racers, and practically no one else. They're a special racing compound and lightweight rims. No normal driver would use them. Even so, couldn't these have come from any other racer? Thought so too, and it'd be hard to prove otherwise. But I had an idea.
What?
The reason why I got here so late. I wanted to prove it was too big a coincidence to simply ignore. I had to perform an experiment. You know I told you about that place you found the tire was at the bottom of a dip in the course? Like the accident scene was uphill from where you found it?
Yeah, I remember that.
This tire is punctured, meaning somebody probably removed it by the roadside. So I drove up to the scene, put the tire on the road, and let it go. Due to the slope, it started rolling, and came to rest almost exactly where you found it. Whoa. And here's the kicker. As part of reducing the weight of their cars, street racers don't carry spare wheels. Then that suggests...
Miss Aquila, proceedings must resume.
Damn it, I need more time. What to do?
Struggling to flip your assumptions. Mr. Hawk?
Wait!
Could you please remind me of the list of charges the prosecution's put before the court? The charges? Why? I, wanted to be sure about them before the defense rests. And I know that your notes are more organized than mine. Nina, what are you... Shh. Very well. The prosecution levels the charges of...
Okay, that'll keep Chad talking for a minute or so while I get to think.
Claire was found in her car, which had 3 wheels. The driver's side front wheel was missing. Now we found this mysterious wheel, and Wren's experiment suggests it came from the accident site.
But this isn't the missing wheel from Clara's car. This must have come from somewhere else. Where did it come from?
It came from a different car.
What was Chad said back at the Great Wave?
No, your style's more improvisational.
So let's improvise.
Which concludes our list of charges. There, are you satisfied?
Not remotely.
Your Honor, as you yourself have said, this case is currently made more complex by the fact that we do not have a clear understanding of how the accident took place. No one does. On the contrary, the defense wishes to propose an outline of what happened, drawing upon evidence.
You know what happened? How's this possible? Didn't they already say...
What conditioner do you think he used?
Order? Wait, you know what happened?
Hell no. I'm kind of playing speed chess here.
You sure about this?
That's what I do. Miss Aquila, explain yourself at once! Your Honor, my associate has shed new light on a piece of evidence. This mysterious wheel, which was found further up the course from the accident scene. So, we're all aware that Claire's car was missing a wheel. This is not that wheel.
What?
Claire's car was missing the front driver's side wheel, but my associate says that the wear pattern reveals this to be a rear wheel. Mere conjecture. To echo your earlier point, Chad, he's an expert witness. That these matters are inconvenient for you. If I could bottle this feeling and sell it, I'd be a billionaire. But how can you possibly prove that this had any bearing on Claire's accident? When placed on the ground at the site of the accident and left to roll, this wheel rolls right back to where we discovered it on the course. Surely even you can admit this is too large a coincidence to simply ignore. So then, where is Claire's car's actual wheel? Oh, we'll get to that. That makes me sound smart. Really, I don't know. But maybe by the time we get there, we'll figure it out. For the moment, consider this. For us to find a wheel that does not belong to Claire's car, this must have come from a different car. An additional car that was somehow involved. Order in the court! Miss Aquila raises a good point. If another car, and by extension another driver, was involved in the event of Clara's death, this would have a great bearing on the case. Mr. Hawk, can you account for this? I'm impressed, Aquila. Uh-oh. But tell me this. Let's say for a moment that there was an additional car. Where did it go? The accused aces didn't mention another car in their statements. The photographer didn't see another car all evening. No other car is seen at the photo of the aces at the scene of the crime. So riddle me this. When did this mystery wheel come to rest upon the track? Before the race. Isn't that obvious? It must have been before the race. You're reaching. I've yet to see any evidence that suggests there was anything significant going up on the mountain prior to the events of Clara's death. This is a fair observation, yet we have 2 witnesses, 2 other cars were speeding. Miss Aquila, do you have any evidence that any related events took place before the ace race? Also, can I please save? If I get this wrong, I don't want to have to redo all of this. Alright, anyway. Earlier race. Your Honor, last night, one of the Rostro racers spoke to us up at Rostro Vista. They said that when they arrived at the mountain several hours before the ace race, they could hear the sounds of another race going on further down the track.
Objection.
Perhaps, but how is this relevant to the events involving Clara? I'm getting to that. And that is going to be the... Can't save on this one? Really? Okay. Could be the... Really? At least it doesn't seem like it's counting off on this one. Alright, homologation, maybe? No? Oh, come on. What? No, At least it's letting me just try them in as many as I want, but like, that one individual piece between them. Come on. No. Do I have to do this systematically? Like I know the end point, it's just the individual piece in between. No. Come on. Come on. Maybe... No. Come on. Alright, screw it. I'm just brute forcing this one. No. The buyout has anything to do with it. Okay. There we go. Alright. Let's see if we can keep building this picture of Claire's movements. She went there early, where there was an earlier race. Your Honor, it's the defense's understanding that Clara Mass left her home early that evening, and was involved in something that prevented her from answering her phone, despite others trying to reach her. So, it's possible Clara was present at the mountain earlier, perhaps even taking part in this earlier race. Yeah, maybe she was. Not good. Let's say she was in the earlier race. In fact, why not? Prosecution concedes she could have been in this earlier race. However, that has zero bearing on later events. But perhaps there was a race and Clara was in it. Maybe someone lost a wheel. Perhaps the other car was picked up by aliens flying low over the mountain. None of this matters. He's right. If we had cast iron proof that Clara took part in the earlier race, how would that exonerate the aces? There must be some way that... Yeah, okay. This point seems to be running to its logical conclusion, Miss Aquila. A moment, please, Your Honor. Okay. No pressure. We've got about 30 seconds to figure out how the earlier race connects to later events. Or this is going to end here and now. Then let's walk through it. It's the... Okay. Guess we're taking it a given that Clara took part in the earlier race. Yeah, we've got to assume that. Clara got up to the mountain earlier than everyone that night. She wasn't alone. She raced with another car. T-Bro was up there setting up, but he was probably really busy, and his truck doesn't face the road, so he could have missed it. And not long after Clara and the other car set off, Svetlana, the Jack of Hearts, arrived at the top of the mountain. She heard the sound of two cars racing, Clara's car and a mystery car. But who won? I'm not sure that really matters. I guess we don't know. I mean, did they even finish the race? I can't help but feel that if the earlier race had finished, someone would have seen that happen. Wouldn't someone know if the earlier race had finished? Yeah, it was, yes, Marco, because he was there. Of course! They'd finished, Marco West would have seen him do it. He said he camped out at the track for the whole evening. So we know they started racing but didn't finish. That means they must have stopped before the end of their race. And someone exchanged a tire. Right? Wait, come again? Think about it. Ren says the street racers don't carry spare tires, right? So that means between two cars on the course, there are 8 wheels, i.e. 4 wheels each. So we have one of those wheels, and it's from the mystery car. But Clara's car is also missing a wheel. But, and this is the kicker, Clara's car, when we saw it, had 3 wheels still on it. But the mystery car was gone. It's simple algebra. If the mystery car drove off, then it must have had 4 functioning tires. Right. The driver of the mystery car must have replaced the faulty wheel that we have with one of Clara's. And presumably, the one that we've rolled off and was lost in the darkness before they could grab it. Why'd all this even happen? I suppose it's simple. Why do you ever change a tire by the side of the road in the middle of winter? They exchanged tires in friendship. There was an accident. They must have had an accident. It's the only thing that explains both that the race didn't finish and why they would exchange tires. But we know that Clara must have driven back up, maybe via the side road to get to the ace race. So Clara just drove away in one working car, leaving the other car stranded? That doesn't seem like her. And if the mystery car was left stranded near where Clara's crash would later take place, then where'd it go? I get the feeling we're circling something very important here. We're not quite there yet. Old dude's testimony. Think, Nina. The 2 cars are racing. There's an accident. Both cars stop before they reach where Marco West is camped out on the course. One of the cars is left with 3 functioning wheels so it can't drive away. Clara's car turned up for the start of the ace race. And as we have one of the wheels, we know that one of the cars was left stranded. But as the mystery car wasn't there later on, that makes it impossible for Clara to have just driven away. We know the mystery car was not there when the ace race happened. Only Clara's crashed car containing her corpse. That could mean... I'm afraid I have to hurry you, Miss Aquila. That must mean... After the earlier race, what happened to Clara? Never left the scene. Your Honor, the defense wishes to present a theory. Clara took part in the earlier race. There was an accident in which she was involved, and she never returned to the top of the mountain.
Objection.
Preposterous. She took part in the ace race. Can you prove that?
Objection.
I don't need to! There are over 30 eyewitnesses, including, if I might add, you!
Objection.
Did any of them speak to Clara? Any one of those witnesses? I didn't. My assistant didn't. Ryoko didn't either, but I'm trying not out Clara, so let's venture that bit. Not venture that bit. How would that possibly... All of us saw the same thing. A car with darkened windows. This is ridiculous. Of course Clara took part in the race. That's how she died. You're certain of that? Yes. Absolutely. Yes. Your Honor, the defense wishes for Mr. Gearson to make a statement concerning why he believes Clara took part in the ace race. You sure about this, Nina? Gotta be. Because based on our reasoning, no matter how nonsensical it seems, it's impossible for Clara to have done both. Very well. Mr. Gearson, please make a statement about why you're certain that Clara took part in the ace race. Preposterous. You all saw Clara start the race. Clara had been working toward it for weeks. Besides, if Clara had been left on the track, someone would have seen her. I find this whole line of reasoning insulting to her memory. All fair, but it can't be true. Thank you, Mr. Gearson. Miss Aquila, please begin your cross-examination. Gladly, Your Honor. Alright.
Hold it!
Did you actually speak to Clara? Well, No. If you remember, I wasn't there at the start of the race. I arrived at the mountain when it was partway through. You and I met in the hot dog line. From my understanding, no one actually spoke to Clara or saw her walking around. Her car turned up for the race, but that's it. But for that to even make sense... Okay, saving, so I do not have to go through all of that again. And I'm gonna go with the side road. Or the rostro pass being disused, either one.
Objection!
Come on! Fine, I'll use the disused road thing. Although, again, they did say they checked. They did say that they checked to make sure no one else was on the road, which means that the car had to be hidden, but alright. You know, actually, no, let me press him on this first.
Hold it!
Only if someone actually drove down the track. The Aces drove down the track, and they found Clara. Even so, isn't it far-fetched to suggest that between this earlier race and the Ace race that no one found her? That's if this ridiculous theory that she was left there is more than hogwash. Yes. Road disused. Can I circle back around to the other thing? Yes.
Objection!
There we go. Also, ad break coming up. I will try and... Yeah, I think I'm probably going to need to run it. I don't think snoozing is going to get me far enough. But, Trey? Yes? You spend a lot of time up at the Rostro Spire area, correct? That's right. I'd say that I'm there most evenings. Do you drive down the Rostro Pass very much? All the time. For racing practice or in actual races. What about outside of races? Perhaps maybe to travel to Rotunda further to the north? Well, not really, no. The mountain road's treacherous, especially in winter. No one uses the Rostro Pass just for travel. Gotcha. Your Honor, as Mr. Gearson has admitted, and as the court is already aware, the Rostro Pass is disused. It was originally built to be a path to Rotunda in the north, but that role has now been replaced by a modern freeway bypass, which takes a tunnel for part of its route. We even know, due to Marco West's position of the track, that no other vehicle drove down it for the entire evening. The phone reception on the mountain's almost non-existent. Clara and her car really could have been stranded there, undiscovered for several hours. Again, though, maybe don't mention the, hey, we found the roads clear. Oh, it looks like he's about to have kittens. He's quick on the uptake. Part of me thinks we're stepping through an equation that he's just solved.
Order.
Order? This is all utter nonsense. The car in the ace race was Clara's. How do you explain that? This is a fair observation. Do you feel it's important? Yeah, here we go. Yes, I believe it's important. Very well, witness. Please add this to your statement. Save again, and let's see. I imagine it's going to be the all our cars look the same, but we could also go with the earlier race, the cars were identical thing. But I'm going to go for homologation.
Objection.
What? No. Alright, maybe it's the...
Penalty.
Yeah, alright. I'm going to try for the missing license plate then. There we go. Okay, Trey, here's a question. Go ahead. How does a person identify a car? There are many ways. Color, size, make, model, number of doors, engine size. But those things don't identify a car. Many cars are the same color, or have similar engines. What identifies a car as a unique vehicle? Let's say the police recover a car that's stolen. How do they reunite the car with its owner? I'm not a policeman. Humor me.
Objection!
Your Honor, the defense is asking the witness to speculate. I'll allow it, but make your point quickly, Miss Aquila. Well, I suppose the police would examine the car's license plate and match that to the records of the DMV. Let it be stated for the record that in this state, vehicles are only required to bear one plate. So, Mr. Gearson, hypothetically speaking, if a vehicle bore the wrong license plate, could it be misidentified? That's absurd. The mix-up would surely only be brief. Absolutely. Fleeting, even. But tell me, let's say that after this earlier race, someone stole the plate from Clara's car and fitted it to a different car. How thoroughly did people inspect Clara's car at the start of the ace race? And for how long? In fact, this suggests a further extension to our theory. Because if Clara was stranded further down the mountain after the earlier race, let's go for it. The person who entered the ace race was an imposter.
Order.
Order? I will have order! I don't believe this. I refuse to believe it. The Rostro Racers are a group of exceptional individuals. You're suggesting we can be hoodwinked so easily? No mere imposter could possibly fool the entire Rostro racing community. It does seem somewhat far-fetched, but quite possible given the right supporting evidence. Do you feel this is important, Miss Aquila? Yes, I believe it's important. Very well, witness. Can you please add this to your statement? Again, because her racing was it's like, it didn't fool it. Her racing was specifically viewed as off. Alright. Just to head this off with the pass, I'm going to run the last ad break. And hopefully the trial itself will be coming to a conclusion soon. I know I've said that before, but I cannot imagine it's going to go on for another entire hour. So we're going to run this last ad break and see if we can finish this off. Okay, we're back, hopefully, for the home stretch. Anyway, nail him on... I did save, right? Just to be safe. Alright, anyway.
Objection!
What? Oh, come on! Come on! Ah!
Penalty. Hold it!
You feel that the roster racers are immune to being hoodwinked? I do. It's a community of exceptionally skilled people. Nothing gets past us. Oh, I think you're all more easily fooled than you realize. I'm sure I have the evidence to prove it. Yes, yes, yes. We're seriously going to present... Uh-huh. You're absolutely loving this. Uh-huh. Yes, it... Can I go for the darkened windows bit?
Objection?
Really? Come on!
Penalty. Hold it!
Okay, we already did that one.
Hold it!
Okay. How do you really know it? Doesn't people saw it? They saw a car perhaps, but... Okay. Aquila, you're gonna have to be better than that. What? The observers were people who were well-versed in mountain road racing. Seems bizarre to even suggest they would misidentify a car. Quite. Miss Aquila, if you're going to suggest the car was in fact a different car, you'll need evidence of that. Which I do. Yeah, But we already did...
Objection?
Oh, come on! Games sometimes fishing for the exact thing you want out of a sea of equally compelling pieces of evidence can be frustrating.
Hold it!
Okay. Anyway, do that. Nothing gets past us. Okay.
Hold it!
Your Honor, while I appreciate this is distressing for the witness, this point is unnecessary. We're trying to identify the facts of what happened. Agreed. Mr. Gearson, please keep your statements as factual as possible. Okay. The whole... Alright. Start to... Okay. No mere imposter could... Oh! The hot dogs.
Objection?
What? Oh wait, shoot, I misclicked.
Penalty.
Dang it. Yeah, I accidentally clicked the one above it. I was a little too quick. Okay.
Objection!
There we go. Trey, can you remind the court where we first met? It's in the line for the hot dog vendor up at the Rostro Vista. Why? This feels like a very weird way to get to the conclusion they're trying to get to, but whatever. And those hot dogs, are they good? Have you had them before? Yes, numerous times. Actually, they're fantastic. Surprisingly so. Your Honor? To refute the witness's statement, we would like to present this again. What does this actually have to... You proved they can't identify a vegan hot dog from a hot dog. We have a thing where... Sorry, I'm getting cranky because it's late. A vegan hot dog. What? Those Those are vegan hot dogs? I'm vegan. I could have been having them all this time. What? What's happening? Vegan? What does that have to do with anything? Two things, Chad. Firstly, Terry's Truck Scrub Dogs has been very popular up at the roster of Spire. In fact, people are saying they're the best hot dogs they've ever tasted. But here's the kicker. Due to a shipping error, Terry received a shipment of vegan hot dogs by mistake. He's been selling them for weeks, and nobody noticed. But secondly, this is a perfect analogy because Terry's actions follow on from that faulty shipment. Cause and effect. But if that were true, I mean, the imposter who entered the ace race, even if they swapped the plates, they would need to be driving a very similar car, ideally the same model car. This has all been very entertaining, but enough. I'm not aware of any evidence that there was a duplicate of Clara's car up on the mountain. Her entire team's cars are duplicates. That's the whole point. The one guy who doesn't have a duplicate is focused as the odd one out. Without that, this whole line of reasoning crumbles into dust. I too believe we've entertained this flight of fancy for long enough. Miss Aquila, I'm going to have to ask for some evidence this duplicate car ever existed, or I will be forced to draw proceedings to a close immediately. Duplicate car. Was there a duplicate? Did anyone see one? At least that one hints at which one I actually need. Could it be? No. Get your... What? Specifically, when you specifically said... Oh, alright, okay. Déjà vu, alright. I was assuming they were going for a mild case of... Okay, anyway. Déjà vu! Déjà vu? Like you've just been in this place. I know what it means! Your Honor, the custodian of the Rostro Vista parking lot, a man named Jasper Frank, told us that he experienced déjà vu on the night Clara died while driving up towards the top of the mountain. He said the effect was so severe that he was forced to stop for a moment to be sure he wasn't hallucinating. At the time, it didn't make much sense, but the time syncs up. How so? Jasper was passed by two identical-looking cars, one after the other. Objection. Even if that were true, that only leaves a very short time for the driver of this mystery car to change a tire and license plates, with basic tools alone, by the roadside in freezing temperatures. Like, for example, a master mechanic. And in the dark. He's right. I know. Who could do all those things? Who could drive one? Yeah. And master mechanic in the... Yes. Called it. It was you. We've been debating it all this time, but it was you!
Order.
Order? I will have order. Miss Aquila, explain yourself. Who are you accusing? The only person who fits all the evidence. The person who raced Clara earlier that evening and was the last person to see her alive. Trey Gearson. Really? Will you just say anything to exonerate your clients? I couldn't have been there. I was on a date, if you must know. Oh, really? Couldn't have eaten much if you were buying a hot dog just a bit later. Not that it's any of your business, but I was very hungry yet the restaurant only served small portions. I was at the Great Wave, and he's gonna say it was the all-you-can-eat and it's the wrong day. That's a lie! I eat at the Great Wave very frequently, and the night that Clara died was their all-you-can-eat night. Oh, yeah? Yeah! In fact, tell me, Mr. Gearson, in the argument that the roster racers are having over sponsorship, Clara was totally against it. What side were you on? Fine. I'll admit, as I can see that it's pointless to argue further, I did race Clara earlier in the evening. So you admit... Let me finish. Some time ago, I became aware that Clara intended to refuse corporate sponsorship for the Rostro Racers, and if you must know, I hated her for it. She was fine sitting there at the top of her ivory tower with her inherited wealth, while the rest of us fought around in the dirt for table scraps. I built Gearson & Co. Not figuratively, I literally laid the bricks on some of the buildings.
She talked of romantic ideals of independence, but the rest of us live in the real world. Those days she talked about are coming to an end, and I wanted our racing family to persist.
So you resolved this the only way you could? By challenging Clara to a race?
That's right.
I sent a message to Clara's phone earlier in the day.
A message Clara received while eating with Ryoko.
Then, when I dropped off Clara's car via tow bar, we got into our cars and headed up to the Rostro Vista. Once we were there, we started racing.
Is he seriously about to admit to...
Watch out, I think this will get worse before it gets better. But Clara eluded me. Eluded you, Mr. Gearson? I said earlier that Clara was the preeminent racer and I was being truthful. Before we'd even gotten halfway down the track, I lost sight of her. She was so far ahead it felt pointless to even continue the race. I pulled over and came to a stop. So this business with the other wheel, the license plate, it may have happened in a manner similar to your deductions, but I didn't see it. Well, seems a bit convenient, but okay. What did you do? I took some time to reflect on how things had gone, of course. By the time I pulled myself together, quite some time had passed. I'm unsure of exactly how much, but I set off for the top of the mountain. By the time I got there, Clara had returned and started the ace race. Then why did you lie about being at the Great Wave? I was embarrassed. Do you think I like admitting that I was beaten so soundly? I do have pride, you know. Although it does make your testimony as a witness much more suspect. So you see, Miss Aquila, no need for wheels or duplicate cars. Perjury, perhaps, and we'll deal with that later. Even your motive is weak if you're seriously implying that the witness killed Clara Mass. It's not dissimilar, in fact, to Hank's proposed motive, which we already dismissed as weak when stood alone. Even if Mr. Gearson did race Clara earlier in the evening, that is no proof that he was involved in Clara's death. Occam's razor suggests it's simpler to assume that Clara died in the ace race. All these other points are just mysteries you're dredging up to try and obscure your client's guilt. And on that note, the prosecution rests. If only there was something which connected Trey to the scene. But the tire, I know, that's not direct evidence. It supported another piece of evidence, but on its own, it's not absolute proof. If he has Clara's car, it would. Miss Aquila, do you have any final remarks before I pass judgment? We had proof with these acts of perjury that would probably end this here and now. But what could possibly connect Trey to the scene like that? Miss Aquila, a moment, Your Honor. Okay, Nana, time to make the impossible possible. The key. First, quick. Okay, let's start with the assumption that Clara went up the mountain with Trey. They passed Jasper on the way up and arrived at the top of the mountain pass. They started racing the earlier race. A race they didn't finish. Trey says Clara got away from him, but let's assume he isn't telling the truth and see where we end up. What if Trey and Clara had an accident and Clara was killed? Trey would have panicked. I mean, look at what happened with our clients. Street racing's dangerous and illegal, so you'd have to assume the worst in his shoes. Yeah, probably wasn't his intention. He probably just wanted to beat her. Though for our purposes, I guess it doesn't matter all that much. Picture it. Trey and Clara don't collide, but they get close. Clara skids off the road, and when it's all over, Clara's dead. Grim. Trey's car must have been part of the accident. How do you figure? This business over the wheels. Like the evidence suggests that a wheel was exchanged. You don't just do that for fun. After the accident, one of the cars must have been good, save for a broken wheel, while the other was the wreck that we saw at the crash site. After all, one of the cars later took part in the ace race. It couldn't have been too damaged. Right, good point. Trey must have assumed he could implicate the aces if he impersonated Clara in the race. We'll get to the ace race in a bit. Let's keep this the earlier race first. So maybe after the wheel, they could have been when he removed the license plate. Kinda ingenious. He needed a disguise. Disguise, huh? But even if they take their master's hat, or their master's cloak. What is it? I'm improvising. Dylan, I've got an idea. It's gonna sound crazy, but stick with me. To the end, but what is it? If Trey really did the ace race as an imposter, what car did he use? What car did Trey use to enter the ace race? And possibly hers, but... although it's crashed. I'll go with this one.
Well, yeah, the Mitsuyoto AG-88. That's the million-dollar question, though. Which one? Mind running that by me one more time? So far, we assumed that Trey put Clara's plate on his car and used that in the ace race. But why did we assume that? I don't know. It just seemed a fair thing to assume. I mean, they're near identical, so why would you switch cars? You wouldn't if you had a choice. Just now you said both cars had to have been involved in the accident, or Trey would have had no reason to change a wheel. He would have just taken the remaining pristine car and maybe swapped the license plate. I think I'm starting to get it. When we saw the car at the scene of the accident, it was pretty banged up. No one was going to be able to drive that car away. You need a tow truck. Trey had to take the working car. What if that car was Clara's? Clara died in the accident. Wouldn't the more damaged car naturally be hers? It's another assumption. Remember, Clara died due to one single head trauma. It could have just been bad luck. People sometimes end up paralyzed from prangs and fender benders. So you're saying that Trey moved Clara's body into his car, which was badly damaged, then took her keys, left his on the car to be found with Clara's body, and he fixed the only thing on Clara's car, a single busted wheel. A rear wheel even, because that's where the mysterious other wheel came from. Wouldn't a forensics have found Trey's prints all over the car? He built those cars and maintained them regularly. His prints, hair, dead skin, all the Spades cars will be covered in them. The police have the car in which Clara was found over at their impound. So are you seriously saying, if this works, then that car at the impound isn't actually Clara's car at all. It's Trey's car. But the impound is all the way across town.
But his car isn't.
How are we going to prove it's really Trey's car? And even if we have the time, how do we do that? We need a foolproof to identify
A way to identify a specific car.
and something practically unique. Something Trey doesn't know about and couldn't tamper with.
Miss Aquila, I feel I've been generous enough. Your final remarks, please.
They'll be brief, Your Honor. Anya would never have done this, but that doesn't matter. My style's good enough, and I'm going to prove it. Your Honor, the defense asserts that Trey Gearson was in fact present when Clara Mass died. This happened during the earlier race.
Here we go again.
Don't be ridiculous. You can't possibly prove anything of the sort. We believe that Mr. Gearson was forced to change a wheel by the accident and waited somewhere out of sight before heading up to the top of the mountain via the side road to impersonate Clara in the ace race. Still banging this drum. Okay, Aquila, can you present even one piece of evidence that could suggest that Trey was at the scene where Clara crashed?
I can.
What? You see, Hawk, what's more important is what Mr. Gearson took away from the scene, because I believe, that Mr. Gearson was forced to switch cars by the events of the accident. This is what led to the strange facts of the missing license plate and the mysterious extra wheel.
Hang on now.
But if that were true,
That would mean that the car in which Mr. Clara was found was actually Mr. Gearson's car.
more than that, Your Honor. Deep breaths, Nina. You've got this. Mr. Gearson? How'd you arrive at this courtroom today? I drove here. Wonderful. Your Mitsuyoto AG-88 is parked just outside, right?
That's right.
Perfect.
I'm gonna beat the beeper, I'm guessing.
I was given these by a friend. They're Clara's spare car keys. And I think if I hold my arm high enough and get the angle on the remote just right... Bingo. Mr. Gearson. Why, you... This isn't the best part of town. Would you care to use the keys in your possession to lock it again?
Bailiff. Bailiff, really?
Did he
seriously just run out of my courtroom? Mr. Hawk, what is the meaning of this?
Don't look at me.
He's a witness. We didn't expect he'd suddenly become a suspect.
This is great. It is? Of course. This is totally undermines Hawk's case. True. But isn't he driving away in our critical piece of evidence?
Oh god, they're gonna make me race him, aren't they?
Chad? What? Don't just stand there. Call the police.
We can, but he's driving a high-performance racing car. You really think they're gonna be able to catch him? You can cut him off further in town.
It can't end like this.
Your Honor? Yes?
Deputize me, right now.
Why?
Figure it out.
Auto race, save me. We're nearly at 1 o'clock.
Trey! What the? You're not getting away!
Beat it, lawyer.
Nina, are you okay?
I'm following Trey.
He's trying to escape from the city. Maybe if I can catch him, we can end this.
Please tell me I can... Okay, go. Just do... Seriously, he's taking the mountain roads. There is 2 roads out of here, one of them being a tunnel.
Trey, where are you going? You can't just run away.
I don't need to run forever. I just need to cross the front line north of Rotunda.
That's a war zone! Trey, if you just stop, we can work something out.
Forget it. There's a war up north? Then why'd you make a high speed? Oh, wait.
Not bad for a lawyer.
Mr. Frank? What are you here for, you old kook?
To help catch you, of course. I was racing when your mom was still beating your ears with her tongue, you whippersnapper.
That sounds less gross when you recognize they're cat people.
Ha! As if you could. Nina, listen closely. Trey's car's tuned very specifically for the Rostro downhill course, but not for distance driving. If you can keep up the pressure.
Great thinking, Jasper.
So what do we do? Just try to catch him, and don't let up.
Use the shift thingy. There you go, come on.
Trey, this is lunacy! What was I supposed to do? You saw how the court was going to strike down the aces? Then it really was an accident? Yes. Truly. I didn't want to kill Clara, she was my friend. Then why this whole runaround? Why not tell the truth from the start? Be serious. The moment I realized she was dead, the whole thing flashed before my eyes like some kind of macabre play. There were no witnesses, no evidence to support me. I even had a motive. My business, my life, it was all going to be torn apart. But sending your friends to prison? On a suspicion. If there was no evidence, I knew it wouldn't stand up to appeal. But they had nothing to lose, and I had so much more. That sounds like a convenient rationalization when you're not the one being sent behind bars. It wasn't a perfect plan. What do you want from me? I want you to turn around and come back to Fledge City with me. Forget it.
I am glad I called him, like, nearly from the start, though. I'm a little proud of myself on that one. Although the sabotage stuff was wrong. I'll cop to that. Keep going, Nina. Detective Flatfoot. I'm in the Force's fastest car. Can you stop him?
Pa. Not a chance. This isn't you, Trey. You've forgotten yourself. No one can run from the truth that lies in the heart of the drift.
The what? It's a thing, Detective. Just go with it. I'm really not catching, like, any distance on it. Whatever. Also, I noticed there's no finish line on this either. I guess it's just keep doing until you catch up with them. For a brief moment, I thought that might be the case when Livewire mentioned the Queen, but, eh. Catching up.
Trey, stop this at once. You're never going to hold it.
Shut it, you fossil. I can hold it. I built this car with my own 2 hands. Was that his radiator? Trey, if you keep going, you're gonna get killed. Are you really that prideful that you'd run your car until it explodes with you still inside? I can make it. Nothing can stop me. You'll never... Trey! No answer. He could be unconscious. Guess I'll just have to... Trey! Where? What? Are you hurt? Did you just save me? Forget that! Are you hurt? Can you feel your fingers, your toes? Yes, I can. I think I'm okay. Here comes Flatfoot. I'm gonna get one chance at this. Trey, this is very important. Who is your sponsor? The woman you met at the parking lot, who is she? I don't know. What? How can you... They approached me before Clara died and said they wanted me to try and beat her and win the ace race. But like Hank and the others, it was from an anonymous email address. But Clara knew. You're sure? Certain. Did she say anything to you? Anything at all? No. Only thing I can say is this. When the sponsor first emailed us, everyone was wondering how much money, what the terms would be, how it would affect us. But Clara was trying to answer an altogether different question. Why? Why? Why what? Why us? Why now? Why everything? You think she was worried because she didn't get a proper answer? No. I think she was worried because she did. Hi, F. Hand, shake. You can do it. Why do you care? What's it to you? Nina? I'll take it from here. Enjoy Florida, Jasper. Mr. Gearson? You have the right to remain silent, placing you under arrest on suspicion of the murder of Clara Mass. District Courthouse, Courtroom C, January 11th, 6:21 p.m. Today's events have certainly been fast and furious. You already did the initial D thing. You don't need to keep layering it on. Alright. Mr. Hawk. Yes. Has Mr. Gearson been taken into custody? Yes, Your Honor.
Suck it, Chad.
The city will arrange to try him at a later date. We'll need to work up specific charges, but I'm expecting he will have some very difficult questions to answer concerning the death of Clara Mass.
Your Honor, if I may, to speak on Trey's behalf, I believe that Clara's death really was an accident. He tried to implicate us, Ren. We almost took the fall. I just don't believe that Trey went up to the mountain that night with the intent to murder her. He strongly disagreed with her, yes, but they really were friends. If her death really was an accident, Trey must have panicked. I just ask that you think of his actions as those of a desperate man as opposed to a murderer. I had no idea that Ren was so, I don't know, chill. Noted, Mr. Ensign. However, that brings us on to an odd question. I still don't understand what happened during the actual ace race. Ditto.
It really is very confusing. I thought Clara passed us. I think. No, I'm also at a loss. I can explain that, I think. It's actually very simple. All three of you actually noticed something about Clara during the race. Something that retrospectively makes sense. Didn't know we're still going on this. Alright. Anyway, unusual driving.
I guess she was driving a little weirdly.
I suspected it all along. Oh, buzz off, Kasey. You were as in the dark as the rest of us. When all four of you started the ace race, the real Clara was sitting in Trey's car further down the course. Trey hung back, and at the right moment, he turned off his headlights. At that moment, Jocelyn struck something. I can't quite prove this, but I believe it was the wheel that Ren brought into the courtroom earlier today. Then, all Trey had to do was take the side road and speed back to the top of the course. You three carried on, and when you found Clara, you assumed that she'd somehow passed you, and crashed. For us sitting here in this courtroom, it seems almost nonsensical, but in your collective heightened state, awash with adrenaline, it was the only sensible explanation. So naturally, you all believed it. Discussing it amongst yourselves before Ryoko and Trey turned up, you made it real, at least for you.
I can hardly believe it. Trey turned up with Ryoko. He looked us in the eye, knowing that we were going to take the fall.
He was utterly convincing. It does kind of prove something, though. What? Things really aren't what they always appear to be. People can fake many things, but style will always reveal who someone really is. Style? Let's file that as one for later.
When I see Trey next, I'll...
Speak for yourself. Even after all this, I'm not angry. I kind of feel sorry for him. And on that note, Your Honor, the defense rests. Very good, Miss Aquila. Mr. Hawk, do you have anything to add? Only one thing. Surely he hasn't got... Not bad, Miss Aquila. You want to congratulate Dylan, too? Don't push your luck. Very well. Miss Aquila has, through inference, all but proven that Clara died long before the defendants were close by. Therefore, on all charges, I find the defendants...
Not guilty.
The Aces said we should meet them over at the Great Wave. You want to head straight there?
In a bit. Before we do that, can we stop in at the office?
Sure.
She's checking the footage again.
The Aces were heading straight to the restaurant, Nina. What are we doing back here?
I had an idea during the trial. This will only take a minute.
You sure?
I don't know. But if it doesn't, then this will be the last time I watch the security footage. Again, the janitor got swapped out, is what she's going with, I'm guessing. Maybe that, okay, I'm thinking it was a scar on the guy rather than a blood stain, which would line up with that hitman guy that got called at the end of the first one. What was it that Kasey said?
Things really aren't always what they appear to be. People can fake many things. But style will always reveal who someone really is. There! What is it? What do you see? Look! I don't get it. Just a guy wearing a baseball cap.
That's right, but it's a matter of style. He's wearing it the wrong way around. Again, also, the very distinctive mark on his cheek, but alright, fine. In all the prior footage, the janitor wore his cap backwards, but this guy is wearing his forwards. Here's a comparison.
Whoa, you're right.
I never noticed it before. I mean, it's easy to ignore.
He could have just turned it around, though.
Maybe. Let's watch him a bit more. That's it!
It's like a smudge.
More than a smudge. It's a facial scar.
Did the janitor have a facial scar? You must have met him during Anya's trial, right?
And also, it's not on the other one, but... No, he doesn't!
What does that mean?
It's simple. That man, whoever he was an imposter. Then we have to go see Chad Hawk's boss, and right away. Hell, it's still only circumstantial evidence, but it's... Well, it's evidence that the person who's in the footage is not them, but that doesn't prove that she didn't murder him, but still.
What is it, Nina? Surely this is the break in the case we've been waiting for.
It is, but much as I hate to admit it, this is a lead, but no real evidence. If we go off half-cocked, we might lose our chance to convince the DA to open up an appeal. We need to search for definitive evidence.
Oh, I was all fired up.
Oh, don't douse yourself yet. This is just the start. A lead is something we can unravel until we run out of thread.
So, are we still going out for food with the Aces?
Sounds good. We're not going to find more clues about this when it's late at night and we're exhausted from another case. I can relate. Let's head out.
Great. Come meet me by the door when you're ready.
And then we still have the, end of lesson episode, or lesson. Sorry, end of episode lesson. And just to be safe.
Ready to head out?
Yep, let's get going.
Okay, boss.
Run. Eat our way there. It's late enough as it is. Alright. I'm sorry. I was trying to see if I could finish off. Kanpai! Great Wave Sushi Restaurant, January 11th, 7:41 p.m.
You guys seen any tuna yet?
No, but I see plenty of salmon. Maybe you could order some?
Yeah, fish makes me nauseous.
Then why did you agree to come?
I was outvoted. I wanted to go to the steakhouse downtown. It's got to be something you can eat. I swear I just saw a cheeseburger pass us by a few minutes ago.
I might go for one of those myself.
Seriously? This is a nice sushi place.
What? I like cheeseburgers.
Well, now that we're all here, Nina, I think I speak for everyone here when I say that we simply can't thank you enough.
That's right. No one else had any idea about Trey's actions.
How'd you even figure it
all out? Well, for starters, it was a group effort. You should be thanking Dylan and Ren just as much as I. Plus, we had some help at the last minute, without which things would have gone differently.
Help?
From who? Jasper Frank. He turned up at our office late at night.
That old kook?
He totally hates us. He was weird. Always skulking around, picking up trash, telling us to park better, giving us aggro.
Seems weird he would even get involved. Wonder why Jasper decided to help.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like he knows anything about Tuga Jenkin racing. Oh, I'm not so sure. What? Seriously?
Years. Literally years, and he never said a word.
From what I understand, the 1981 incident brought mountain racing into disrepute. And almost ended it once and for all. Plus, Jasper, if he's responsible, lost a close friend, a rival ace. You know, I wouldn't put it past this game. We have maybe had demons, we've had spirit things, we have cat people. Can't be totally certain, but I make a career out of connecting up the dots. Jasper said that Clara knew him, and I think that this is what he meant.
So you're saying
Jasper Frank was the very first Joker.
Well, I'm starving.
Wait up. I've got a few questions myself. Yeah. Firstly, who's Joker now? Did you guys figure it out?
We decided it should be Hank.
It seemed sensible. Aw, shucks, guys. Hank has a vision for how we're going to move forward as a family. So you're accepting the sponsorship?
Not right away. Clara obviously had some personal beef with the sponsor, whoever they are. Doing something like that's important for securing the Roscoe Racer's future. I don't know what form it's going to take, but my goal is to see us as a form of professional racing team. Some form of sponsorship's going to be involved in that.
Well, I wish you guys the best of luck. Hi.
Ryoko.
Oof. Awkward. Who are you, this Ryoko? No. I just wanted to...
Oh, come on, Ryoko. Have something to eat with us.
Sorry, but I'm not quite there yet. It's okay, Ryoko. We respect that. But I'm happy that everything worked out. I just wanted to let you guys know that. Do you want Claire's keys back? No, there's no need. They're just the keys to a car that never belonged to me. You keep them. Maybe they'll bring you luck. Guys, Claire's funeral's the day after tomorrow, and afterwards, I'm gonna head out of town for a few weeks. But I'll be back.
Actually, we had something we wanted to talk to you about. Keisuke, you want to tell her?
Oh, it's not my place. You should, Hank.
Okay. Ryoko, when you come back, we'd like you to do so as the new Ace of Spades. How about it?
Wow. I don't know what to say.
Say yes.
I guess I could give you guys a run for your money.
That's the spirit. Enough talk, I'm starving. Food first, then Lucky Voice.
Lucky Voice? It's a karaoke bar.
It's an all-you-can-drink policy. Sounds like my kind of party.
I think I'll pass. I've got some attorney stuff to take care of to wrap everything up. Oh, then you should go with him, Dylan.
You sure?
You okay? It's fine, really.
Sure. I'll do karaoke with you guys. But be warned,
I can't sing. None of us can. I may have dodged a bullet there. Have a great time, guys.
Oh, that gives me an idea. Ryoko, darling, before you leave, Hank, you scooch in there.
Hank, get your elbow out of my...
That's Joker Hank to you.
Oh, boy.
Jocelyn, crouch down a bit.
Like this?
Okay. Say California rolls.
Aquila Defense and Law Offices, January 13th, 1:23 a.m. Nina, stay here, okay? Why? What? I'll be right back. Don't go. Stay with her, okay? I was expecting she was going to the warehouse. I'm not sure where she's going here. Unless she knows where the sponsor's going to be. She was standing right there. Maybe if I'm able to see that spot again where she was standing. It's a long shot, but I need to know. No. My legs feel like jelly, and my heart's beating on a drum solo. Why am I breaking out in a cold sweat just trying to remember who she is? Ugh. I'm all the way up here. I'm not just gonna turn around and go home. Deep breath. Who are you? I don't even know you, but I can picture you in my head with perfect clarity. Better than Dylan. Better than Anya. I remember. Years ago. You looked right into my eyes and said... That's it. How could I have forgotten? Or maybe... just didn't want to remember. She was there on that day, when everything changed. When she was the last person I ever saw. The very last thing I ever saw. With both eyes. Next time on Nina Aquila, Legal. Stop, foul beast! Your evil will never take root in this world. By the powers of the sacred feather, I will punish you. I wonder if this is the show Hank was producing. Valkyrie, transform! Cut. Was that okay? Fantastic, Melia. As always. No need to lay it on too thick, Sarah. It's just a location test. I'm serious. You're real natural. You nail every single take. This show's gonna be awesome. I can see it. Valkyrie Sacred Feather sweeps the awards. How'd you get so good anyhow? Practice, I guess. And this place! Was this location for the fight scenes really your idea? They said they wanted somewhere industrial and remote, so it seemed like a good fit. It's great, so grimy and drab. It'll make the bright colors of your final costume really pop by comparison. Sarah, are we good? Oh, yeah, I think we have everything we need for today. I mean, all we wanted was some footage of Melee for the location, compared to the other sites we've auditioned, and I think we got that and then some. We'll right back? It's okay. I got my motorbike nearby. See you Monday morning? Looking forward to it. Safe trip home. You too. I don't know. I was trying. I realized that I accidentally thought it was a guy, and I went with, and I just screw it. Franz Drescher. Okay, we're out. Let's pack it up. And it's an awful Franz Drescher on top of that as well. It's still around here. I can sense it. Show yourself.
Foolish Valkyrie. The city will kneel at the feet of the great Malfara.
Not today. By the powers of the sacred feather, Valkyrie... transform! Let's rumble, dog breath! I may have seen one of the pictures for the other episodes with Nina in a magical girl outfit, so I kind of assumed something like that'd be up. Hey, Anya. We're shooting in 5 minutes. Oh, so they do need me after all. Anya, we talked about this. You're not going to have lines every single episode. Easy for you to say. Whole show's named after you. Do I smell liquor? Have you been drinking? It's just some tequila. You all son? Yes! I gotta keep wearing this hand-me-down bunny girl outfit. Just to be safe, I am gonna snooze. I probably can do it in 7 minutes, but just to be safe. Guys, the director wanted to get this party started. Our party started about an hour ago. Goggle boy. Is she? A little. Then are you? Not as much. Show must go on, though, am I right? Hello. Welcome to Aquila Channel, a special viewer-facing segment where we talk to you, the viewer, or player. Today's chapter was themed around several things, most notably the street racing manga and anime genre. Attentive fans of these shows will doubtless have noticed some of the similarities. Even the cars present in the game and some of the properties attributed to them are parodies of real-world cars. Design of Nina's car was an extra special reference. Did you spot it? Chapter 3's twist was inspired by the 4th stage of Initial D. In that show, there's a scene where a character encounters a mysterious car with darkened windows, with an oddly familiar driving style. Hashtag no spoilers. The point was that the car could be a disguise, and this seemed like a cool idea to build upon. However, we knew that if we were going to take on the illegal street racing genre, we needed to allow the player to actually race. A version of the final game is actually a third prototype of the racing system, the end of a process which, on its own, took around 3 months to develop. This was inspired by a concept by Tactics Formula, a Japanese exclusive game for the Sega Saturn, in which racing is handled in an RPG-like turn. Though Nail's Toga Jonkin Racing took this in a very different direction. Of course, Toga Racing is actually a real thing, not just something seen in anime, though in animated form it tends to be depicted like in a sports anime, and like any sports anime, it's heavily dramatized. Toge, or Toge, means pass, as in mountain pass, and has its roots in illegal mountain road racing. Due to the success of Initial D, it has a strong association with the mountain roads of Gunmaken, in the Kanto region of Japan, particularly the town of Haruna, which has been part of nearby Takasaki since 2006. Additionally, we wanted a story where Nina, having found some confidence in Chapter 2, would find strength of in her own unique style, both in and out of the car. Wait, as a lawyer, should Nina really have been engaging in illegal street racing? Probably best not to overthink it. Chapter 3's story drew on all these elements. Toga racing anime, using cars as disguise, and the desire to find faith in one's own unique style. Of course, these are just the main threads of the plot. A lot of other stuff was packed in there too. Okay, so that Chapter 3's out of the way, on to news. First, we want to thank all of our followers, friends, and supporters. In particular, we'd like to thank the members of the Nail Discord. If you want to join the Discord, you can find the link on the game's title screen. Nail also now has its own Twitter page. There's a link on the game's title screen to that too. We're going to be hosting more giveaways via Twitter, so make sure to follow up if you're a fan. Just as I mentioned, this game is a couple of years old, and they do also have a blue sky instead of just a Twitter now. The Nail T Public Store has a wide range of merch, including hoodies and mugs. Sales of merch are funneled directly into paying for more CGs, sprite art, and other features for future characters. And this is a biggie.
we want to do a shout out to Rachel Mesner, Nina's voice actor. Rachel comes to Nail from an extensive background in anime and video game voice acting. Now it's time to sign off, but before we go, Chapter 4 is going to be a magical adventure with mystery, secret identities, intrigue, and magical girls. So, if you like this third chapter of Nina Aquila Legal Eagle, nail her, nail her, nail her! Make sure you look us up and follow us for more news about Chapter 4. Sacred Feathers. Hey, Anya, hey, you okay? Look, I know you didn't get any lines this time around, but next chapter, upon reflection, I think it's gonna be fun. I can't wait to see you in a skimpy magical girl get-up. The magical girl's gonna be the defendant. Or maybe the victim? The details are kind of fluid right now. Yeah, well, in Chapter 3, the victim was a street racer. How'd that work out? With these thighs? Bring it on. How skimpy are we talking? Who says she's the only one, Dylan? I'll be in the gym.
The fourth one's already out. The fifth one is either already out or coming out very soon. I've seen, like, the cover art for it. Sixth one obviously isn't out, so Season 2 is not out yet. Debating if we wait until it's completely out and do it all in one thing. Obviously not all in one night, considering this one episode alone took 8 hours. But, yeah, I know the fourth one's out. Because I'd seen that in stuff before. Which email? Oh! Neat. Alright, thank you. Again, I'm debating if I wait until all of them are out before playing through them. But, we'll see. In the meantime, for Friday, we'll be playing Trepang, or Trepang Squared. I'm not quite sure how you pronounce that one. But that one is basically, it's an FPS kind of styled after a little bit of Fear and a little bit of Crisis together. So I'll be playing that. But between then and now, Dragons has hidden object games on Wednesdays. And Thursdays, not still Get Out, is it? Or Look Outside, is it? We also had Ben stopping by. He's been playing more Dave the Diver, trying to finish up. More Look Outside, okay. App dropped by as well. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no, right. It's just the showing where the thing is. Ah, you've unlocked special features. Art gallery. And the special feature sound select. And the free roam mode to explore the city. Which doesn't have too much else to it, but you've unlocked everything. Congratulations. Thanks for playing, and see you in Chapter 4. Alrighty. So, I know it's very late, so there's a decent chance that there's not anyone else up, but let's take a quick look before we head off completely. Also, thank you, Athos, for stopping by. Oh, also, Aquila. You give them a shout-out as they've been hopping back into streaming. Alrighty. Thank you, everyone, for sticking around. I know this was a long one. I'm going to get some sleep. Let me just really quickly see if there's anybody we recognize on Twitch that's live. Optional Oath is doing Claire Obscure. Why not? Oh, wow. Okay, I will give a warning before we raid into this. If you have not played Claire Obscure, maybe don't hop onto this raid because this is a very spoiler-heavy section. But for anybody else who just wants to stick around, who doesn't care, who's already seen Claire Obscure, we'll be raiding into Optional Oath. Also, no spoilers, as she has not finished it herself, and she mentions that in the title. So if you know what happens next, maybe don't say anything. Ah. But otherwise, have a good night, everybody.